Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Weird Science DC Comics Podcast, episode 593. I am here with my man, Matt, to give us a bit of intro, outro, and take the place of Gabe. He said, what up, Matt?
What up?
I was going to say, those are big shoes to fill. Do you, in fact, speak Klingon?
I do speak Klingon. It's like,
yeah.
It's like,
there you go. Oh my goodness. Why would you say that about Gabe on this show? Oh my goodness. This is why we have an explicit rating when you start cursing in Klingon. I sometimes have Klingons. I call them children. That's what I do. So yes. I speak Klingon as well. But here we are. We have a bunch of books, a lot of books reviewed by people who haven't reviewed them before with me because we had a lot of stuff going on. Possibly Gabe ended up going to a Star Wars convention to go Star Trek. I already missed.
Well, he's a Star Trek expert. So,
well, again, I think that Gabe would be at a Star Wars convention and be like talking Klingon to people. He'd have no idea where the hell he is and then get all upset. So, of course, Gabe is thinking, why are they always talking about me? You know why? Because it's funny. That's why I like to talk about him. But here we are. Like I said, we have a bunch of books, some cool ones. It was a weird week overall. But if you want to hear more, you can go to our Patreon, patreon.com/weirdscience, where we do a bunch of shows. Me and Matt do a lot of things. We have our Marvel podcast that ends up popping up on that feed as well. But we also do an events podcast and other things as well. But one of the bigger things, too, if you're a DC fan, which I think you would be listening to the podcast, we have 2 extra books that we review each and every week. And it's usually Thursday, Friday night. It's a little different now because of the scheduling, but they're 2 books picked by the badasses, the Get Fresh crew. And this week, the 2 books that are featured are Fire and Ice, When Hell Freezes Over, #3, and Trinity, Daughter of Wonder Woman, #1. And me and Gray do a absolute podcast. We end up doing it live on YouTube every Friday night. And the guy kept talking about, well, when are you going to review Trinity? When are you going to review that Trinity? And I kept saying, well, we did, but unfortunately it's on the Patreon spotlight. I always feel bad, right? And then the guy's like, no, do it here. Do it here. I'm like,
no, this is absolute, dude.
I'm like, no. Yeah. And so the idea of it, I'm like, it's on the spotlight. Like, I don't know what else I can tell you. I get you not getting what this means, but still, he's like, no, do it here. I want to hear you rip it apart. I want to hear. I'm like, they're on the spotlight. But I always
become a badass or a spotlight or a Patreon member.
Don't even have to be a badass. You just be a Patreon. Yeah, it's like one of the lower levels. You get all of it. So, again, Trinity, Daughter of Wonder Woman was not good. Not good at all. I was hoping it would be better than it was.
I listened to it already, and you didn't rip into it that much. I thought you'd be a little more...
Well, because it's nothing.
Yeah.
It's such a nothing book. Fire and Ice, When Hell Freezes Over can be kind of funny, but people are so against that book that I'm sure that Gabe hates it, right? He's got to hate that one. But those 2 books, me and Drunk Simon talking about those. So if you want to hear those, and it's about an hour and 10 minutes, you can go and listen to it at patreon.com/weirdscience. If you haven't already, you can go and get a 7-day free trial and just check out everything pretty much and see if you are down. And if you like it, you could just join up. But we're going to go through this pretty quick because we have a bunch of things to do. But this, what am I saying? This is the Badass Spotlight. Here with Badass Roll Call. I'm having problems. I am having so many problems. I have my medicine, but I don't think I took it already. So while this is going, I'm going to go through the roll call and take my medicine.
Nice.
So that'll really work out. I see it. It's over here. I'm going to... Here we go. I'm trying to get it here. Is this the right one? Nope, that was the wrong one. There we go. Here, wait, I'll wait till this goes. I also don't have the thing going. There you go. There, I'm going to take this. Here we go with the deal. Sean M., Edward Howa, Andrew Belfast, Eric Loves You. No, don't mention it. D-Man 3000 M1, David Fink, Jack Halsey, Brandon, Nick Russ, Revitt, Tom Johnson, Dan Smith, Jeffrey, Leonard, Greek, The Big Z, The Mark Claire Show, The Annihilator, Ted Probst, I Love Punchline, Stork, Matt Razor, that guy's a troll. Niels T. Word, Stephen Baum, Jason Colby, Sue42 to you and me. Also, maybe the big Spider-Girl deal. Mike G, Comic Boom Rocky, and this is going to run out. Mark Jager, Ruben, Carlos, Two of Marv, Luke Hollywood, Simon, Luis, Manship, Swanee, Josh Million, Batman Beyond Mark, Brandon B. Mira up in Canada, Buffalo, Canada, and doxing Double Aaron's ass in Minnesota. This seems like it's longer now.
Yeah.
I'm going to take my medicine up. Now it's going off. So I just put it in my mouth. So I have some medicine in my mouth, and it's the quick release.
Oh, you have the quick release now.
Yeah,
okay.
And it's this blue pill. And what happens is when you do take it, I tend to let it sit under my tongue is what I was told to do. Not by the doctor, but by my wife, who may have had substance issues in the past. So when I do it, though, it turns your whole mouth blue. It's the bluest dye. So if you're out and about and you see some twitchy guy or gal, and then their mouth is blue, let me tell you, they're doing some Adderall, maybe not legally, but in that, and my mouth is probably all blue now. But that is the roll call. Pouring out for our man Eric L. Shea, who is on. I'll check in on him occasionally. He'll tweet a couple things about comics, but I'm not sure if he's still, reading them.
R.I.P.
Yeah, R.I.P. So there he is. Some people came in late and or heard stuff and didn't hear what led up to it and actually thought Eric died. So I have to watch out. There was 2 people who asked if Eric died. I'm like, well, maybe to me. That's what I should have said. But
definitely to you. But you notice one name that's not on that list that you just read, right?
Who is that?
Gabe.
Oh, yeah. Well, no. Gabe on that list?
No.
Are you crazy? He's not on that list. Yeah, so there you go. So, I actually thought there was somebody else, like somebody quit. I'm like, oh, no. Yeah, Gabe's not a badass. So there you go. So you are on that list, and so you can talk all the shade you want. That's also a thing people don't realize. If you are a badass and you get that gives you carte blanche to end up talking shit on anybody who isn't. And people didn't realize that.
It's immunity.
Also, you do hear a bunch of people when I go through that are on the show. It's not needed. Gabe proves it. Gabe proves it in space. But the idea that some people think, oh man, I really want to be on the show, but I can't because I can't afford. You don't. You just have to get a hold of me. There's no sort of requirements. The requirement is, number 1, you have to have a mic. Number 2, you have to throw shade at Gabe. Those are the 2 things that you must do to be on the show. So if there's maybe other people who would want to be in it, every bit helps. Having a bunch of people makes it diverse and makes everybody have to, be able to listen to different opinions and things like that.
Absolutely. So, it's more interesting now with all the different people.
Yeah. And speaking of which, since I have you here, man, we've talked about this before, but, since we're throwing shade all over the place, one of the things that you did end up, it would drive you crazy with, I love bringing it up, that it would drive you crazy with Eric, because you listen to probably more Eric than just about anybody else in your existence because of how many episodes and whatnot. And you still couldn't tell what he was going to give a book at the end, because he would say something's great and give it a 4. And then he'd say something stinks and give us an 8. It was all over the place. He was
I kind of miss that, but I don't.
Yeah, but because he would always message me and you're like, he just said that was the worst thing or whatever, and then gave it a 7, but then later says something's great and gave it a 6.5. That was his deal. He did seem, I will say now, thinking back and talking shit, he did seem like it was him thinking like the sheriff's in town, and I don't give high scores, even if I like it. He seemed to be very proud.
It was also that, and I think he he weighted continuity above everything else. So if that clicked in his head, he gave it a higher score.
Yeah, that is true.
Even if the story sucked.
Well, and some people, I did see an article this week and talked about that. And they said there is a term for that. The term is bullshit, is what it is. I think they said it was. Yeah, he got really caught up in things that only he can. How many times, like right before he ended, where I was saying, you're the only one. Like the writers don't even know what you're mad about. Like they have no clue. There's no way it gets fixed because they don't even know what you're talking about. So one of the best things was when Eric got in the fight with Mark Waid on the site. That was pretty good. And then Mark Waid tried to explain it, and Eric's response was, that didn't explain anything. And then Mark Waid get mad at him or whatnot. But that's it for the intro. Me and you are going to go off, and it'll be me and you talking about the Action Comics and Aquaman because Gabe ditched me. So we'll go to that, and maybe, just maybe, you'll talk some more trash because you are a troll, as Gabe said. But we'll go to that right about now.
Sometimes there's trouble and it's suddenly all around. You thought you were good, but eventually you're gonna drown. Sometimes you have to jump into the deep end to get the answers you can't find. And if you're worried that you're being shallow, that's the way there and losing your mind. You're going out of your head and into the blue. Should be somewhere instead, but what can you do? There's no way I'll ever stop looking for you. You're going out of your head and into the blue, and into the blue. We all heard that it is darkest before the dawn. And you don't know what you got until it's gone. But sometimes you're so down below the surface, there's no way to see the sun. When you finally lose your purpose, that's when it feels like you're finally done. You're going out of your head into the blue. Should be somewhere instead, but what can you do? There's no way I'll ever stop looking for you. You're going out of your head and into the blue, into the blue.
And for the start of the show, I want to welcome Dr. Matt. What up, Matt?
What up, Jim?
What up? Usually this would be where I introduce Gabe, probably with a song that says that he's sus, but in fact he couldn't record. So you are going to do his books. And I said that this is a way for you to be able to stand your ground against Gabe, who called you a troll and then wouldn't stop with it. Just ended up. And I love the idea that he ends up saying you're a troll because I asked him why he didn't review RoboWolf, which when me and you recorded our review of RoboWolf, we just said, I wonder why Gabe didn't, review it. We never even said, I think, anything bad about Gabe. We just thought, oh my God, then we might have said, oh, he probably did some ridiculous things. And lo and behold, we were right. So there you go. So
he did not like RoboWolf, and it's crazy. I don't get it.
Here's the thing, though, is the troll now the trolled. I got the idea. I don't think he would ever like it because I said me and you liked it. that's the best way to get Gabe to not like something. You just say you like it, but yet I think that's what he goes with you, with the troll. And the idea where he said that you're a troll because you disagree with everything that he says.
Yes.
I'm telling you, I think 98% of the people I talk to are now trolls. I think that because I see a lot of people disagreeing with Gabe.
Yeah, so he'll put a post in there, and I'll read it and I'll digest it, and I usually think the opposite.
That's and again, I'll point out that, and I defend Gabe, but on the Marvel site, somebody basically said that Gabe should never review anything because he has the worst taste ever. Just some guy randomly just said he has a really, and I said that doesn't matter to review. You're just reviewing it, and it is your opinion. Whether you have taste or not, that's up for debate. So with all of that, sus Gabe, that's all his criteria of being a troll is not agreeing with him. Now he'll say, no, it's everything, and lo and behold, you do disagree with everything he says.
Pretty much.
But that's the thing. Gabe has to realize that at least you are on Front Street and you tell him. And the best thing would be that I guess he probably does. He does say at points that he listens because he ends up hearing other people mention him.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he faux acts that it's something that concerns him. I do think that he's like got a big smile on his face every time it comes up. He loves the attention. But with that, I think that you have to start agreeing with everything. And I'm talking over the top. Like he says, I think this. And you're like, I agree with everything you just said, Gabe. Every single. And then he'll use that as that you're trolling him, even if you meant it.
That's more of a troll in my mind. Agreeing with him would be more of a troll.
I say later, because as this week went on, and the scheduling for this whole show is a wreck. It's been since Eric left, but it's fun. But I said, I think that the play is, and I always say everything needs to have its thing. I think the thing now is just going to be, I'm going to cause infighting with everybody. I'm going to make up stuff. Mm-hmm. I'm going to say that this person's talking shit on this one. Simon, in the meantime, is being told by people that they hate him. There's a lot of stuff going on in the background of the Get Fresh crew.
Yeah, Simon versus Gray, right?
Works up now. Well, Gray was upset. Gray is done. He's not as upset now. He used it as a joke, but I believe, and I saw it. I believe that Simon had some choice words for Yaya, and I don't know that Yaya was very pleased with them. The idea where I even saw him like, what the heck? Like, ooh, Simon's getting all sassy in here, but I think Simon does it just to laugh. But Simon trolls me all the time. So there you go.
I like making fun of Jason and Ruben. That's my
that's that
my
too.
thing.
I did tell Jason this week that he has to do Spider-Girl. And the thing is in that, because when we were doing our Marvel podcast, it's revealed, again, it kind of said it before, but the Spider-Girl character is a mutant. So we're like, oh, that's X-Men stuff. You said it right away. I actually thought you were mad and just wanted to stop recording at the one time when it's the first time you said it. But I told Jason, and he seemed oddly like not against it. It was weird. So I was like, all right, maybe we did something. But who can we get to do all the other books? Marvel's and some problems, but we're doing DC here, and we have two big books. One where I'm sure there's going to be people who will never touch it because it's Mark Waid, and then another one that I do think there is, and again, this is where people get mad at me, but I do think you're on a, you got to watch yourself. Jeremy Adams' books are really good, but you got to go in with a clear head sometimes, because I think people end up already just over-evaluating anything that he does because they're better than other things. I like the issue we're going to be talking about, but boy, I had people tell me it's the best issue they've ever read. No. And when I read it at the end, I'm like, that's it? Like, it's just that. So I'm like, okay, I see what it is. I really like it, but people are starting to do that game where they're over-evaluating things. Say like a Absolute Martian Manhunter that we all know is bullshit. But I'll never know again. Never again. I actually told you today that I'm done. And you're like, what? You're done? I'm like, I'm done. And you said, hey, what if it becomes the best book ever? It like blows. I'm like, well, that's just like somebody buying, asking why, you end up having that non-alcoholic beer, and what happens when you run out? It'll never happen. That's the problem. It's like The Simpsons when they have that
Who's
secret
buying that?
door. When they have the secret door to go up to the thing and up, who opens it? And it's like, that's where the non-alcoholic beer is. And Lisa goes, what happens if anybody asks for non-alcoholic beer? He goes, that's never happened. So that's what I think will go on, but we'll see. But here we are, Summer of Superman. Are you planning on going to seeing the Superman movie?
I actually might, yeah.
I think I might too.
It looks pretty cool.
Ethan wants to go with me, but he lives in New Jersey. You know those New Jersey people. They never keep their promises.
They're pretty cool, those New Jersey
pretty
people.
Cool, those guys. I think it was Stork recently. It was like, well, Dr. Matt's from PA, right? And I'm like, oh, no, he's from New Jersey. He goes, oh, screw that guy. But again, here's the thing, though. For my PA, you're more of a Pennsylvania guy than Stork is to me. He's more Ohio over there at Pittsburgh.
Well, I was born in Pennsylvania, and my family lives in Philadelphia.
There you go. So there, you are more of a PA guy to me than Stork. But here we go. We're going to start with Action Comics. Action Comics number 1087. It is the beginning of Mark Waid's run that's going to deal with Superboy. I said before, but I'll repeat, one guy ended up getting upset. I saw the announcement. Like, why do we need this? This is bullcrap, whatever. There are going to be so many Superman books. There's already. I mean, you're going to get confused. You need the books that kind of tell different stories, or they're going to conflict. They're going to run into each other. So I think that this is...
It's a cool idea, but why not just call it Superboy?
Yeah, I guess they want to keep the Action Comics guy, and you have... No, I don't know. Maybe they just want to give a space. Again, I think that they're going to do some stuff in Superman, and then they're like, hey, we don't want Mark Waid. What they should have maybe done, just give Joshua Williamson Action Comics again. Have them do both until the end of the movie stuff and kind of have a big story going with that. But here we go. Birthday by Mark Waid, art by Skylar Partridge, colors by Ivan Placencia, letters by Steve Wands. You have down here assistant editor Jillian Grant and senior editor Brittany Holzer, who is always a, roll your eyes bit. But Mark Waid, I don't think, is listening to an editor. He's been a big editor himself. Most people will agree that he's kind of a curmudgeon, so I don't think he listens to many people anyway. But you end up going, and what I do see a lot where you did have the idea that people don't want to read Mark Waid, and people have made a stand. That's fine. But then they go and start criticizing stories that they're not reading, supposedly, and really go with something. And this is why Mark Waid should keep his damn mouth shut. When he ended up after the election in the U.S., he said that he didn't think that he could write superheroes anymore. So if his work starts being real shitty, it's not his fault. It's the political stuff. And why would he say that? Because all that is just fodder to say, oh, is this the book that he writes shitty? Because he kind of said that. So
is this pre or post-election issue?
This is post-deal. And so when you end up doing all that, you just set up just people talking shit, but they're not reading anyway, so it all gets convoluted. But it's okay. This is a Superboy deal, but we're not. This isn't, hey, look, the rocket just landed, and there's Mom Pa Kent.
Thank God.
Yeah, this is teenage, like 15-year-old Clark. We're not going to discover powers for the most part. He's going to start using them more, it seems. But in the meantime, he knows that he's, got powers. So does Mom, Pa, Kent. They end up all that going on. So this is kind of set up of him doing his first steps to becoming just full out Superboy / Superman. It actually could just play. You don't even have to say anything Superboy. It really, I mean, he is a boy, a teen, but it feels more like, okay, this is just him doing his thing more than say a year one or an origin. So I didn't mind it. This first issue doesn't do a ton, but it's nice enough. It gives you that play. And I think that at the end, I'm like, okay, I could see me reading some stories like this. A lot of people also thought that it was going to be like very Silver Age and very much like a World's Finest. This issue doesn't really have that either, right? It just
I don't think so. I had a good feeling after I read this. Looking forward to the next issues.
Again, I'm not going to say that I like, oh my God, you got to read this, but I thought it was okay. And you end up at the beginning. you have Superman hanging out. There's no way this is ever flying with anybody nowadays. The idea of the insurance and everything. Superman's got flight rings and he's giving them to the kids and they're doing all this crazy stuff in this expo.
Yeah, he's like, I calibrated it. They won't get hurt.
Oh, yeah. These kids are dead. They're going to end up flying through the roof, and he's helping them. I will say one thing, though. You end up where Mayor Perry White, says, oh, man, thanks a lot. When you asked Supergirl and me to, provide an exhibit at the expo, this was great. I didn't realize you'd have flight rings and things like that, and that kind of seems weird. There's not a lot of people there.
I was going to say that. This may be 50 or 25.
Yeah.
When he's talking about thousands.
Yeah, it's like going on. Well, if there's thousands at the expo, not many people are that excited to see Superman and use flight rings and fly around with them. It's very odd that you would think it'd be like, standing room only in there. It's very sparse. And he's like, oh, yeah, this expo thing was one of my favorites. It was one of the favorite things. And even it is like kind of his debut as Superman. Again, it is Superboy, but it's more of the idea of it being the debut of the big deal, because he does say that this exhibit is neat. And Perry's, oh man, I didn't think I'd hear you say neat. But then you also see that was him as a kid.
Is neat like such a weird word to say now?
It just seems like it's like, again, this is, in my mind, I would think that both Clark Kent and Superman probably say that a lot. They probably say, gosh, golly gee, like he's such a old-fashioned type of kid. I think that would be something he would. But there's Perry to give him shade. I never thought you'd say neat, you nerd. But then he's like, well, I always liked the exhibit. And then we do go back to see him as a kid with glasses that I really don't like. I'm not big on those fancy glasses that he has. I like the horn stuff. I just got my new glasses and they look like his classic ones. But he's there and he talks about, oh man, I always love going to the space, exhibit and all these. This was something that as a kid, I always wanted to go see because I grew up in Smallville and we had tractor exhibits. And you do see him early. Now, is it me or did you think that Clark had a hickey? Because they get in this bus to go to Metropolis, and they have the play where, you have Clark as like a whiny. He comes off as a Luke Skywalker who wants to go to Tashi Station. He's
pretty
really
much,
like, I want to do this, and I could just fly. I love that he says, why are we taking a bus? We could just fly. And Mom and Pod's like, we can't afford that. And he's like, oh no, not you jerks. I just wanted to fly myself. I can fly. I'm like, are you going to just grab them? And take them with you the way you're saying it? I'm like, what a jerk.
But imagine you're Clark, though, and you have to get in this bus for hours, and you could just fly there in like 2 seconds.
Yeah, and then Martha's like, well, I wanted to catch up with you about it. And he's like, this is why I want to fly.
Yeah.
I don't need to talk to you. I see you every day. But she goes, Clark Joseph Kent, and then pulls this thing. I swear to God, there's 2 marks on his deal, 2 red marks, if you look, and I thought he had a hickey. I thought that it was, I didn't realize, it's the
shirt.
Yeah, and it's the Superman costume.
Yeah.
So you see that, though, without pulling that collar aside. You can see it plain as day. He's not hiding
it's
it.
A V-neck situation. You can see it.
So he has unbuttoned deal. So I legit thought it was going to be, Lana, she gets all horned up, something like that. But it wasn't. It was the thing. And he's like, well, you never know. Mom, Dad, they might have problems in Metropolis and they'll be bad guys and I'm going to fight them and whatnot. And you do have John say, hey, listen, you can't accept, it's the whole thing of them. And again, I'm glad that we have it this way. You do still have Clark saying, this sucks. But what you usually get will be a couple issues of, you're embarrassed of me. You're not my mom and dad. Like I don't need that. I think that this is a fun way of doing it. But it also reminds him at this point, it's Mark Waid telling you he hasn't gone out and done that sort of things as Superboy, as far as, Mom and Pa. No, he says that he's been practicing and stuff like that, but he hasn't really gone out to fight somebody. So I thought, okay, that's pretty cool. His hair's very curly, too. I like it. So you end up and they finally get to Metropolis to go to this exhibit. And he's all excited. The expo tomorrow. I love the idea that Pa doesn't like it, so he keeps blaming his feet and sits down and eats ice cream. But Mom, Martha's all into it, so they're going to go through it. But he goes through the whole play and talks about the All-Star Squadron. And so what this seems like is it's a weird play because when you see it, it makes sense in the world. But to me, when you go to this expo of yesterday and tomorrow, you go in and there's the All-Star Squadron. It kind of seems a little goofy, but in this world, it would make sense.
Yeah, because you're talking about, it says yesterday and tomorrow, I guess.
Yeah. So they get to see the things. But again, like you think of going into like a science expo and it plays off like the old World's Fairs that they just
It's Mark Waid's resetting the timeline a bit. So I think this is set in like 90s or early 2000s,
That's what
maybe.
it seems like. And again, what he's doing, and I'm glad you brought that up, because what he's doing, even in the We Are Tomorrow, all the stories he's doing, World's Finest, Just League, is lending itself then to give that timeline, because he's going to do that timeline book that still ends up feeling, me and you have talked about it, feels like the generation stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I like that. And I hope that people realize that the 5G stuff, the 5G might have sucked. But the other stuff would have been good, and it would have set up a timeline. The timeline's a mess. Actually, I would tell you, I don't even know there is one until we hammer it out.
Not
because
really.
They just have shit just thrown at you, which is almost like sometimes the Marvel way of doing it, but DC, it just doesn't fit. Because they do center on the legacy of stuff, and they do center on, characters getting older and stuff. So, unlike Spider-Man, you know what I mean? But you end up where... Clark's walking around. I don't know why John would be all into this. They even say that Pa is big on the old superheroes. I don't know why he would not go through this thing, but you end up where he's kind of looking at the past.
Pa and Ma are like way younger in this.
Yeah,
maybe
they are very
late
young.
30s, early 40s, maybe.
It is. I mean, really, Ma is like, holy moly. So,
yeah, I know.
And so you end up where at points you do see that Pa Kent was a big superhero fan, and annoyingly, I think, would quiz Clark. Like the idea,
dude, leave me alone about this stuff.
I can imagine where we're seeing this. I hope by the end, what happens, because Pa, he talks, hey, pop quiz, how did the Flash stop the Thinker in 43? Well, first off, that would be like Jay Garrick, but I wanted him to say which one, but the idea that he's also like Green Lantern, how did he beat Solomon Grundy, all that. So Alan Scott and Jay Garrick are standing around at the end of this series, and Superman pops him right in the face. He's like, you assholes. Yeah, I just had to be quizzed about you all the time, and you were annoying.
Was Solomon Grundy back there with the old...
That was one of the first villains for Green Lantern. Yeah, and it was part of the whole wood, and it was nonsense. But yeah, it was like one of the first couple issues of the Alan Scott Green Lantern. So that's pretty good continuity. Again, the guy who's doing the continuity timeline better know some things, or we're in big trouble. But he says, my dad really liked the old heroes and stuff, so he's always quizzing. So as he goes through, he just thinks everything's awesome. And he's, I recognize that. That's awesome. Then you just get this gizmo that has to do with something, right?
They keep talking about it.
Yeah. Hey, what's that gizmo? I don't know. It just says mystery device. And then says, I could live in this place. I want to be an astronaut. And they're like, oh, I thought you'd be a reporter. A reporter in space. You don't get it. Then Paul's like, that's stupid. Shut your mouth.
What kind of education is this kid getting?
That would be a Smallville one.
He should have to commute to another school in the big city.
He
just fly
he needs
there.
to get to the big city. Is what he needs to do, because he's there. I'm going to be a space reporter. I'm going to do interviews with all the meteorites and stars. That'd be funny. He thinks that that's what it is to be like the paparazzi. I'm going to follow all the stars. Like, not those stars, you moron. He's like, whoa, it's me. I could live in this place. But all of a sudden, there's a big explosion. That's where Pa says he has to sit down. He's going to eat that purple ice cream. But yeah, there's a big explosion, and you have a guy show up and say, I love that the guy is high tech but has a bullhorn. Probably has like sound effects in it too.
Is this a new character, I guess?
Yeah, it seems. And he says, hey, this future that they're selling you is bullshit. And I'm from the future, and it's all a lot of death and destruction. I just think this guy's, he's like Ray's. It should end up being, hey, here I am, Captain Misery. It really is. He's a Debbie Downer. He's like, oh, don't think that the future's good, and I'm pissed off, but also I'm just going to blow stuff up. I don't get what this guy's really up to.
He looks like an Aquaman villain or something.
Yeah, he looks like he also looks
Magog,
a bit like
maybe?
Magog.
Yeah.
I actually thought this was maybe a young Magog, the way he looks.
But we've already done that, right?
Yeah, and it's one of those where I'm like, all you get is a couple horns on that helmet. You're pretty good. But yeah, he's like, the future's now. And then that, like a jewel. I didn't get what was happening. I thought at first he was getting shot at but he ends up blowing some stuff up.
Oh, yeah, I thought he was getting shot at, too.
Yeah, he's like, it's out of that jewel. And then he ends up where Clark looks at, oh, can I do it? And he's like, yeah, go get him. So you end up having all these things. And I swear that might be Perry, who was the one guy on the left as a young guy, maybe. But you end up having this place, this expo's being ripped apart. And Superman shows up, or Superboy. They end up, oh my God, there he is. And it's kind of his coming out party here. But he kind of goes against this guy and says, hey, buddy, you better stand down. The guy goes, screw that, and punches him. Like, all right. He does bleed, which I guess you're going to say that it's a weird play because that's not a learned power, right?
No,
that's more. Now, maybe what Mark Waid would say, which is bullshit, is that the sky is hazy because of the destruction, but there's no way that he's depleted himself of anything that he would actually bleed. And I never thought of the whole solar deal as being something that, you know, you grew into. It just was there. So it's kind of a weird play, but I think that he wants you to see that, oh my God, that was pretty bad. But the way he says it and the way that Clark talks about it, though, almost feels like what they're saying is, later, he learned technique to not be hurt, and it seemed weird. But
no, because he was taking punches from Doomsday, and he wasn't bleeding until like the 50th punch, you know. So
so I guess it's that he wants to show that this guy is pretty powerful.
Yeah, I guess he's shooting like a projectile fist at him or something.
Yeah, it looked like Go Gadget Go. Like he's doing that. It's like ridiculous. And even then, I don't think it'd have like the oomph that you'd put with the weight behind. But Clark, he's mad, so. He goes, I love the idea. His first punch, he's going to hit somebody. He's like, I'm going to like go off to Tokyo and then come back flying to like, knock your head off. And he almost punches him and then realized, I actually thought he's going to kill him. He's going to, and then that's where Pa Kent says, listen, you got to kill all these witnesses. And then we see a real dark part of Superboy's past. He's like, we can't have witnesses. And Clark ends up killing them all. I love the idea. Clark kills them all and Pa's like, you have one left. It's Martha. Like, she cannot keep her mouth shut.
Man, that would be so awesome if they did that in this.
Just imagine how. And then Mark Waid says, you see, I told you I can't write superheroes anymore. Go screw yourself. But he ends up stopping, which I thought he would. He stops before and says, I actually realize I don't know how hard I can hit this guy. It'd be funny if he did that ding and flicked him with his finger and sent him like 3 continents away. But he ends up taking a beating some more from this guy. But then he also starts hearing everybody, you know, oh my God, we got to gum my eyes, this, call 911, all those stuff. So he has to do something. But he does end up kind of getting him in a whirlwind with this thing going, which is what he said earlier with the
Flash.
Flash.
It ties back to that.
Yeah, it goes where he says, I got to remember. And even Pa says, you know, remember the deal. You'll be okay. Pretty cool. And he rips this guy's mask off. Again, in my mind, too, this guy has a helmet, but you don't know. Also looks a little like Warlord at points, too.
Mm-hmm.
But you don't know if that thing's attached either. Or something like, I wouldn't be ripping things off of somebody, but he rips off the helmet. And then the guy, maybe after peeing his pants and pooping, he passes out. And he says, oh, you know, because I love where he says, tell your people. I'm like, ooh, you better watch it. Like, what are you talking? Because he doesn't know anything about this guy. So, you know, with what he does know, I don't know, the idea of future tech, and he says he's from the future, all that, but he says once I rip off this helmet, he ends up fainting. But he says, tell your people they'll get the same deal. Where are they? How do I find them? He's not a great superhero yet, but he wants to be an investigator, right? That's not a great reporter either. And he also, the guy passes out. So then he comes down and everybody's like, oh my God, get a picture. Here he is. And he's like, what's your name? And he zips off. He just flies off. I love when they have the contrail type deal where he rips off. Also, I'm looking at this exhibit and it looks like they had roller coasters. Like, what kind of science exhibit is this?
And I wanted to ask you too, you think it's permanent or temporary?
A lot
of those World's Fairs were temporary.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
These carnies, I wouldn't trust them with anything like that. And then you look at they got like a medieval castle in the background. I don't know what the hell this thing is. Maybe it's a big bouncy castle. But look at these roller coasters. Is this Hershey Park? See, I end up where also when Clark goes off, he leaves, that helmet. He kind of crushes it a little, I guess, but it does. I don't know. There's
that helmet's weird looking.
It is. It looks like Jaws. Like you put it, and so you got future tech there. That who knows what would happen either there, and you just have regular security.
Yeah, they're like grabbing him. If he wakes up, they're done.
Yeah, and what are they gonna like when you get him to the deal? It's one of the things Tom King did with Saturn Girl, like. He's not going to have any record of him, I don't think. Like, he's not from this time. What are they going to do?
And he probably doesn't have a birth certificate or a passport.
No,
or
that's what I'm saying.
So.
I think this guy was just coming into the wrecked
He's getting
house
disappeared.
And go back. Yeah, he is. Holy moly. Like, they're like, this is the ultimate illegal alien. They have no idea who he is or whatnot. They're like, get out of here. He starts yelling, no, my rights. But he's all pissed off. Also, when it was happening, I got the idea, though, when you see the destruction this guy did, when you have, it is a post-apocalyptic universe that is, and also people died. Like, Clark's like, there are dead people. I thought
they didn't mince words with that. He killed people.
No, I thought that was pretty dark, but when you see this, I'm like, what happened? Like, this guy shot one thing, it looked like it kind of knocked down, but roller coaster, all this is just destroyed. Also, the weird play is that Clark sits there with Perry at the beginning, right? Hey, Clark, thanks for coming down and, to 10 people who want to fly with you, I guess, but that's pretty cool. Why are you doing it? Because I always thought that the fair was neat, and then you see that he was there when people died. That's not a great memory. Maybe he's, a little dark, this Clark, but you go now and you see almost like, basically it's the craziest where you're not just seeing the government, which you could have just said at this point. There's General Lane, the guy. It is the Illuminati.
Yes.
Holy crap. They are in there with it does look like the black hole symbol, but I don't think it is that you had in Flash in the deal with Joshua Williamson. But it looks like these guys eat babies and suck souls out of it. Like, this looks bad. And it's General Lane who's like, yes, and gets the orders that he's supposed to go check on this Superman. And then you see that it is hitting the news. And then you get this guy who's just like, he wasn't, this guy seems to recognize what's going on with the powers. And he says he's not protecting anybody. He's out of control. That won't do, new boy. That won't do at all. And this guy kind of glides up to.
Was that a Kryptonian, maybe?
And I don't know, because again, there's so many of these. Last Son of Krypton until it isn't. This seems like it might be something else. It would be weird to have it be Kryptonian and add some more of that. But it looks like that. What was that bad Superman movie where that kid went nuts? That ended up being pretty dark. I think there was a scene where he flies up in the sky and looks very ominous with the moon behind him. It's something like Flash Burn. I can't remember. People don't know what I'm talking about. It's like years and years ago. Pretty cool.
Oh, yeah. What was that?
Yeah, remember that one? It was like just basically, this
was that Will Smith?
Superman. No, that was a different one. That was like Hancock.
Oh,
Hancock. It was like after that. People are going to be mad that I'm going to keep. It's going to bother me now. But the whole deal, like Afterburn, I can't remember. But it was a kid, and he just started getting corrupted by the powers. Pretty cool.
What do you think about Superboy's outfit?
It's okay. I'm telling you, when people end up in like, oh man, that new costume, I'm like, what's new about it? And they're like, well, the cape kind of tucks in different.
He's got a weird belt, a brown belt, and he's got the stupid red sneakers on, which it's a trend right now with young heroes to have the sneakers, I guess.
It's also back in the day, and this is where he was going to the fair with his regular deal and then had the costume underneath. I don't know why the cape underneath, but yeah, it's just like, I think that when you see the Chuck Taylors, you're supposed to be like, oh man, he's still a kid.
Mm-hmm. But then you just see this kid running around with jeans and red Chuck Taylors on. It's freaking Superman.
And a big giant bulge in the back, maybe the front too, but in the back with this cape. They're like, what's going on? And then he's just like, very dramatic. I have a cape, and I'm also working on a what's it called, magic routine. See, but it doesn't work with the red cape. Yeah, that cape is like... I
think I would have left the cape off him, I think.
That's what I'm saying. I think I would have too at the beginning.
Yeah.
But he looks pretty cool. I don't mind. The Chuck Taylors are a little odd. And you better end up tying those laces a little better. because he's going to be up above everybody, and one of those things going to drop off and kill somebody.
Mm-hmm.
But what would you give this?
I'm pretty optimistic about this one. I liked it. I'd give this an 8, I think.
I'll give it an 8. I thought it was good.
It's a solid start.
It's not incredible. It didn't blow my mind, but I thought it was better than what I was expecting. I thought it was just going to be, they're just holding a space with this. But it might be pretty cool introducing this villain that we don't know what's going on with him or anything. So
yeah, that looks interesting.
Yeah, we'll move on to the next book, which is Aquaman. And it is Aquaman number 6. Jeremy Adams writing, Michael Shelfer on art, Rex Locus on colors, Dave Sharp on letters. And we continue the story of Dagon, Atlantis missing, Mara and Andy. Not much mention of Andy. It's always Mara and my family, but you have Dagon who is capturing gods, it seems, and they're in the blue. It's a lot going on. But last issue we had Nemo. That was pretty cool. We already have Arion and Vivian, which kind of give it that King Arthur feel as well. But we do see that Dagon, it says deep within the blue, haven of the divine deep, days ago, where Dagon came in and it's like, hey, look. And I thought that maybe you could spell out more that these are all the gods. It seems multiverse, all the things of all religions of gods of the sea. You kind of get it. But they're there and they're like, this is bullcrap. Why are we here? Like they don't know what's happening. Maybe they got like an Evite that there was going to be like a party. Like a bachelor party or something. I don't know, but they're there. They're like, hey, a pool party is what they'd have. Yeah, they're there. So it'd be funny. They're like, I could have just stayed home for this. But you end up where Dagon comes in and ends up attacking them and kills them and uses this corrupt deal that
chops this guy in half.
Oh, yeah, this guy's done.
Poseidon or whoever that is.
Yeah. And he's done. And I mean, they're talking a lot of crap. And then Dagon just basically destroys them. And it looks like he ends up even infecting them for later, for them to be zombies. But in the meantime, Aquaman, with the rest, he's there and they're being chased by that sea worm deal, which we had before. Very Star Wars-esque. There's a little less Star Wars-esque in this, but you still kind of get it. But yeah, they're trying to beat this thing off. And I do like Vivian's like, why don't you talk to it? And he's like, it's not listening. I'm trying desperately. It's not listening. It doesn't have that capability. So it's just attacking. And then you end up where Arion's like, oh, I got it. And at first I was like, what the hell is he talking about? I thought he was just going to make another squid, because you end up where Nemo says, I don't know how much more this ship can take. It's got a greater, tighter than a squid, a giant squid. And I think that Nemo in this, he does mention leagues a lot, like he wants somebody to ask him about it.
I like that.
And also the squid that's a classic thing as well. So he only deals with things he dealt with. He doesn't go out of the box like a squid. Like everything to him is probably like a giant squid. He's always saying leagues, but you end up where that's where Arion thinks, okay, and it's more of the idea of the ink to kind of envelope it in darkness so it gets confused and they can kind of get rid of it. So he does it. He ends up doing a spell. They end up disorienting this monstrosity, and then they do end up getting away with the help of Aquaman going out and pushing, the ship. So
yeah, he propels it with his super speed under the water.
He goes and just pushes it, gives it a little kickstart. And so they're there. Nemo, like they should throw shade that he needed somebody to push him. But yeah, then
that is pretty bad when you need a person to be outside pushing your ship.
Pushing your ship. So they end up while they're in Vivian, and I swear this is going to get sexy.
It looks like it.
Yeah, and I swear I would not drink this drink. I know that like he's trusting everybody, but I don't know.
He's putting roofies in it, you think?
And I'm telling you, this thing is like it's first off, it's smoking. It looks like whatever, and he says, "Oh, what's this?" And when I hear some concoction that Arion made, he says it will rejuvenate us after our encounter. I'm hoping it will make me drunk, is what she says. And he's like, well, what does he call it? Oh, that's ketamine. I'm waiting for some script. Oh, what we call it under the sea is meth. It's what we call this. It really gets you jacked up, and you're going to love it. You're really going to love it. We find out that this whole story has just been Vivian and Arion trying to get their meth business off the ground. Now, you get the hero hooked, and he's going to give it to other people. But yeah, they end up drinking this and says, and I love this too, where the sexy bit is like, yeah, like Aquaman, he can't stop talking about Mara and this family. And so Vivian's like, I wouldn't care about the odds of us finding them because we're going to die. There's no way we're getting to that. The odds of us actually surviving any of this are nothing.
Mhm.
So we'll see. And he goes, ha. And I want her to go, dude, I'm not joking. Like, you want to get it on? Because I don't think you're ever seeing Mara again. And I think that they're both getting drunk. I actually did think, like, Nemo and Arian would be, like, looking through the portal window, and they're like, oh, man, look at them. And then all of a sudden you see that Nemo's been drinking it, too, and he starts making out with Arian. It'll be great. See, this is what I do. But it's cool, though. And the whole thing with Nemo, I like it because it's not overdone. It's funny, though. Like you said, the League stuff, what he keeps saying, I think it's at a point now that he is going to yell, holy crap, we're 20,000 leagues under the sea. But I hope that if he does it, they go, oh, no, we're 40. And he's like, damn it. Like something like that. But
yeah, exactly.
Serious.
I like that suit he wears, too. That,
it's
diver
very fancy. Oh, yeah, that's real cool. Because that gets almost like a pulpy type deal. At first, I didn't know it was him. I thought that it was somebody from where they're going, because they're going to this sunken underground deal. And it does say the haven of the divine deep. That's where we saw already at the beginning, where they were with the gods. So when they got out, I did think, like, there's that guy with the television on. Oh, that's Nemo. And that's cool. Yeah. And it'd be funny if he put the turban on the outside and it's like there just so we know it's him. But they go in, and you do see these like demon eyes looking.
Yeah,
and
never a good sign when you see those eyes.
And again, this is what I said at the beginning of the section, the idea that I think this is real fun, but it does go really quick. And by the end, I was like, holy crap, like what really happened here? Because they're just in there, and I wanted to see maybe a little more exploring. I wish the gods weren't there right away, so you have this attack, because that ends up not doing much. And I wanted to see more of, this underwater Indiana Jones stuff going on that I thought was really, really neat. But you end up where, as they go, you have Merlin, you have Nemo say, a city filled with gods, sea gods from mythology, from space, all pulled into the blue during what people refer to as the Great Ebb. They all gathered here. Some came to try and find a way out of the blue, the others to find more of their kind. Nemo does know a lot. Right, it's kind of like he knows too much at points, but
he's kind of all knowing with this stuff.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Because he shows up. I mean, really, one of the things when he shows up, and you end up where out of nowhere. Oh yeah, Nemo, your name is. I'm looking for my wife. Is she redhead? Yeah. Oh, I saw her. That was basically the scene. Like, oh, I saw. Like he would remember. I know she's hot and all that, but still. So you end up where he explains this. We kind of already got at the beginning, but it kind of ties in, so you kind of solidify it for the gods then to kind of attack, because they go in and they're like, okay, we're going to get these rods here to, it's the inanimate rod that we're going to get to fuel the ship. But then also they go and say, oh my God, there's the cask of capture that's displayed out here, a magical artifact that can hold anything, anybody. I wonder why it's here. I wonder what's in it. Whatever's in it has to be pretty bad, because the gods don't want it loose. And that's when they get attacked by the gods. And they're infected. It's very quick. They seem like zombie type deals.
Zombies.
And you recognize them as the deal. And I'm like,
I never thought of them as a threat, really.
No, and that's what I'm saying. They kind of come out and they're yelling. I'm like, I saw you get ripped apart, all of you, by Dagon earlier. I think that Aquaman could take care of this. And yeah, there's the black ooze going, and hey, don't let it touch you. Then it's revealed again, and I kind of forgot. But this is the stuff that had taken over Vivian, where she was Jenny Greenteeth, possibly the worst name.
Was that her actual little name, though, or
that was like
joke?
her? That was I think that was her witch kind of name that she took as that. And I'm like, that is like the word. I hope that she didn't give herself that name, but yeah, it's green teeth. There was a guy I went to school with. We called him Green Teeth. That was not a compliment.
No, gross.
We were not, giving him props. So yeah, I would tell you that he didn't brush his teeth often for people who didn't get it, which I think everybody did. So you end up with all these, gods they're attacking, but they're zombies. So they're not quite the gods. Plus they are legit dead, which we see that once it ends up where they go and say, and again, there's one thing in the room. It's that casket of, containment, whatever the thing is. So they go, well, whatever the gods didn't want out, I think would be good against them. But I'm thinking, do you think that the gods did this after they were zombies?
No idea. I mean, it's quite a leap of faith here to pull that thing.
That's what I'm saying, is the idea of this would be, something happened to the gods. In my mind, I'm thinking this is connected in a different way of, this thing did something to them to make them into this. And finally, at the last minute before somebody gets taken down, they do this. So yeah, it is a leap of faith, but you end up a bubble of water comes out and then starts going around and cleanses this area and actually cleanses this, whatever, this curse, this crazy infection on the gods. But they're not alive. They're dead. So when the infection goes, they just fall in pieces again.
Those corpses, yeah.
Yeah, so they're just dead. And like, oh my God, like they're actually dead. They've been dead. And you end up where I think it is Arians, they've long dead. And I'd wager I had just reanimated by whatever this infection was. And it's kind of like, that seems big that you could have dealt with things and you didn't. And saying long dead, I mean, it does say days ago this happened.
Yeah, I didn't put that together at all. I thought it was hours
it says
or
deep
days.
within the blue. This is right from the beginning. Deep within the blue, haven of the divine deep, days ago.
Yeah.
Days ago does not mean long dead. The way that is played by Arian at the end is like, this is centuries. But that wouldn't make sense either because people might recognize that the gods of all the way that they would be dead. So it's a weird play for him to say that. I just think it was just something to give it gravitas. But, you end up where they say, oh man, Aquaman, you're pretty good with Mara's powers there. You're getting real good with that, aquakinesis. And he goes, what? I like if Aquaman's like, yeah, I am. But he's like, that wasn't me. And you see something forming out of that water bubble deal. And then you get, hey, Aquaman, a long time no see. And it's Zan of the Wonder Twins. And I'm like, all right, we'll see. That's odd. People I think that we're beyond the idea because we've had some Wonder Twins stuff, but they're a joke, but they're not really a joke anymore. It's what it is. And Zan's powers are water powers. He seems very upset. I don't know where Jaina is. And, the only thing I know is in that DC versus vampire nonsense that she's always run around in that, but that's, not continuity. But
I'm sure we'll see her at some point.
Yeah, and we'll see how it goes, but it's one of those, and Zach actually said to me, he's like, oh, did you read it? And he always thinks that I care about spoilers, so we have to go through this. Are you okay that I spoil it? I'm like, I do not mind spoil.
You do not care.
I won't spoil everything. I'm like, you can spoil everything. I do not care. I'm just reading these anyway, and I'm going to be talking about them. So he ends up saying that he even thought, because he's a big Jeremy Adams fan, like, maybe you think you could do too much. Like the idea of, like, I'm going to throw Zan in here, and I'm going to make him the greatest character of all time, and but I think he can. I think that it's just going to play off with the water powers and the idea that maybe my guess is Jaina ended up disappearing as well. That it might be connected in with the thing with Mara and them possibly. We'll see, but I think it might be cool. And I like the issue. I think that it's a lot of fun. I love Nemo in it still. I like all the characters. I think it's great. It's just this one felt like there was like 5 ideas, but you had to kind of jam them into one to get it done and get it done real quick.
So the god stuff was only to be able to make them have to open up that casket, I guess. That was the only reason to have that.
Yeah. You're talking about killing all the sea gods of seems like the multiverse through the blue, and it didn't feel big. Man, you said it didn't feel like a threat. It didn't feel like when that was days ago. But there was never something that was like, oh my God, you do have Aquaman say here, like, I sent something's wrong, whatever. But I think that this would have been bigger repercussions when it did happen. Like, that actually is a setup for an entire deal.
Yeah.
Like, the idea of the gods, we got it, because what happens now? They're dead. Like, they're not back. So I don't know how that works. They're going to get new gods.
That's quite a void to fill, I guess, with all those gods.
So it's going to be weird. So. But yeah, it could have been bigger.
And I keep waiting to see that weapon in action properly with the sword versus the trident. It doesn't seem to
like do weird stuff.
It doesn't really do anything cool. The sword just looks too long and weird.
To me, you know what it does? It's neat to go like, aha, and then you make it into a trident, and then it's just a trident. Like, he doesn't seem to use it that much differently. So.
No, he just holds it differently. But it's a cool idea.
Yeah, Jeremy Adams is jumping around. I said when they said he made a video or whatever, I'm like, he definitely had to have looked like that Star Wars kid. He had to have been jumping around, knocking himself over.
Exactly.
It's like a combo of the Star Wars kid and that one, the one karate guy who tried to do the flip and then hit himself in the head with the nunchuck and knocked himself out. That's from a while ago. I'm like that guy. Oh my goodness! But what would you give this?
I enjoyed this entire series. It's one of the better things in comics and DC at this point. But this one was a little down for me. I'd give it a 7.5 on this one.
Yeah, I think I'm a 7.5 as well. I think it's just, again, it's kind of one of those, well, it seems like it ends the first trade. It's also going 6, but it's just, everything went too quick.
Also, too, they talk about these rods that they need, but there's no rods anywhere. I don't even know.
That was
where
the
are
thing
the rods?
Too. That felt like a thing that was thrown in by Nemo so that we don't question how,
but couldn't they show like a stack of rods somewhere or something?
I didn't even need them to mention it.
Yeah, why even mention it?
I don't need to know how he's fueling stuff. Just get on with it. Like, you don't need that. That seems like what a lot of writers do, and it feels like unneeded, like busy paperwork, like deal of like you don't care about stuff like when you're in a movie, you don't need to see the hero pull over at a Wawa to fill up the tank of his hot rod and then start bitching that he doesn't get a lot of mileage. Like that stuff you kind of
or
it's a
in like Star Trek where there's no bathrooms anywhere.
Yeah. Who wants to see Spock take a dump? Right? You don't need
There's no
that.
bathrooms on the ship anywhere.
Basically, every time he opens his mouth, he does it anyways. I have to come up with something. They're wondering where Chekhov is. He's there checking paperwork there in the toilet.
I'm going to ask Gabe on that because he knows more about Star Trek.
Yeah,
than,
well,
Stork.
He might talk to you in Klingon. I think this episode
he doesn't know any Klingon.
Well,
come on.
You'll hear it because just because of that, I think that we will go off now to the retro book of the week. And I do believe, if I'm not mistaken, that in that I might call out and say that anybody who speaks Klingon would speak it when they say they do, and I've never heard a word from it.
Isn't it just like,
yeah, that's all it would be. It'd be like, Spock. That's what I say. That just was, why are you in the bathroom that long, Spock? That's what he's yelling. That is Worf combined. So that I'm sure that Stork will say that is wrong in so many levels. But yeah. Also, it was that Stork at one point called out Gabe because he said he didn't know the weapon of the Klingons. He said something and it wasn't right. So shots fired.
Oh, you're that weapon.
You're a troll. Yeah, that like glaive type thing.
Yeah.
Ceremonial nonsense. But that is it for me and you for the sections. You'll be back at the end to tell us what we're going to be talking about next week. But at this point, we will move on to the retro book of the week.
It's time for the retro comic book of the week. Jim is joined by Stork. He's a Star Trek geek. A comic straight from the past. They'll talk about it and have a guess. It's the retro comic book of the week.
It is the retro comic book of the week, and I'm here with Stork. What up, Stork?
What up, Jim?
What is up is we're going back to the Wayback Machine, I guess we could say. We're going back to a Detective Comics issue that ends up showing us that, the Joker, the Penguin, kind of a little odd, but also that Bruce Wayne and Dick Grayson just completely shame everybody who looks a little bit different than them. That pretty much is. Also, he gets such greats as activating a dental plan and just disguises out the wazoo that I'm not sure are very convincing to anybody going on.
Zach, especially.
Yeah, exactly. We'll talk about what Zach's comment. But in this whole play, one of the things that isn't said in this issue, but it does come into play, is that at this point, Batman has been deputized by the GCPD, almost in like a little bit of like, oh, look at this guy. Let's make him happy and pretend that he's part of the GCPD. He's kind of like a honorary little Cub Scout kind of guy that they're going to go with.
Badge.
Yeah, a little badge and stuff. So you got to remember that as we get into the whole play here of this story, which is Batman one of the most perfect frame-ups. Now, is it? I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure. It's a great. It's really by the end of this, it's who are they going to believe more, Batman or, as we'll see, I'd like to say, Oswald Cobblepot, but it's not. It is actually his different name, which is crazy. I can't. It's like Bonaparte. It's a crazy name, Mr. Boniface.
Off the top of my head, I didn't. Yeah, Boniface.
Yeah, Boniface, but they don't even say his first name. But yeah, he looks like a penguin. And Dick Grayson. Yeah, Dick Grayson is definitely going to tell him that he looks ridiculous. But we end up starting this off with the credits, and it is, as I said, this story, because I've gotten past that. Oh my goodness gracious, this is not going good. Detective number 58. We have a copy of this that is it looks like you're looking through a fishbowl as well. But it is Batman, one of the most perfect frame-ups, written by Bill Fingerpencils by Bob Kane, inks by Jerry Robinson and George Roussos, letters by George Roussos, and edited by Whitney Ellsworth. So as we jump into this, you end up having a little intro. It's kind of that super dickery type of deal, but you see Penguin walking around downtown just grabbing jewelry from a lady. There's a huge penguin walking behind that looks horrific, and Batman, he seems to be a little bit taken aback on top of a building.
He's hunched over. I don't know. Yeah.
Robin's the only one who's actually springing into action. He's swinging down on this huge, giant, maybe assorted film subjects film that we have on this is one of the ads as well. But it says, crossing the path of the Batman, most feared of all crime fighters, waddles the strange, almost ludicrous figure of the Penguin, the Umbrella Man.
Yeah. Wish that stuck.
The Umbrella Man.
Hell yeah.
Now, as that goes, we will have a spot in this issue where the Penguin is obsessed with these umbrellas. He is so ridiculous. The jovial face of the Penguin never seems jovial. Seems to radiate goodwill towards all men, but behind that smiling mask lurks an evil mind. Read how Batman and Robin were plunged into one of the strangest adventures and one of the most perfect frame-ups of all time. I still don't think it's a perfect frame-up. It really is just, hey, I think the Batman's bad. And then in that, too, in this first deal, Penguin, he has a gun, which he doesn't really use in the issue. He has umbrellas, but I guess you want to save that. Also, he's stealing what might be Mrs. Freud's jewels, because I swear that's Sigmund. He's there like, oh my God, what happened with your mother and father, young lad? But yeah, the Penguin looks ridiculous.
Did you smoke cigars?
Yeah, really. And really, look at the clown shoes that this Penguin gets. But says where they are going off, and I love the play where you have Bruce Wayne and Dick Grayson visit an art exhibition. Now, it really plays off that you're trying to culture the young lass, Dick Grayson, but he's like, they should have given this guy more lessons. Like already he's upset, and he's like, hey, I am the great Bartoli.
I love that the sculptor is there, the exhibit.
Getting like shade thrown at him, and then has to respond to this little kid.
I'm Bastoli. I do busts. Get it?
Yeah, kid. Hey, what do you need? Me need more lessons. Bah, what a fool. I'm like, all right, you got him. Like he's thinking, I am the great Bastoli. It's funny. Go talk to my brother, the great Paintori. But yeah, so they're going around this exhibit, and they end up where it says, Dick learns that art can be expensive.
Hey, Dick, that art's expensive.
Now, and in that, does it seem to change? Like, at one point, they're both combined $1 million.
I feel like there's missing panels here. It's a really
weird
odd
parts,
play.
Right?
Yeah.
It's really weird, but there isn't any missing things, I don't think. I just think that the thing, because even when you have Dick Grayson make fun of Penguin, there seems like
he
you wanted to see it. That's what I'm saying. Is it that we're not seeing it and they're just reacting? But pretty much like you said, Dick Grayson learns that art can be expensive. You know what, Dick Grayson? Art can be expensive. Oh my God, maybe I ought to take up painting. That's where you have the great Paintori. What do you think? You can do that like me. My brother warned me about you, you jerk. But now he's just walking around. So then he ends up seeing the Penguin. Now, the Penguin at this point, there is what looks to be like an exhibit with a penguin sculpture that looks just like nothing. And he's like, beautiful, marvelous, gorgeous.
Sure.
And they're like, yeah. And with that, I swear to God, right away, there's Bruce Wayne's like, let's get away from this weirdo. Because he's like,
you
let's
must
go.
not learn not to laugh at people or things because they may be odd looking. But it's like,
I guess if you do look, it looks like he's looking back at him and he's kind of laughing. But Bruce is actually admitting that the Penguin looks funny to then say, don't
weirdo.
laugh at him. Like, again, it could be
You're
that
not
he's
teaching
laughing.
him, Bruce.
No, and it could be that he's laughing at the sculpture. He's like, but no, he's like, hey, and it says, but don't make fun. And saying it 2 inches away from the Penguin.
Yeah.
So he says, hey, don't make fun of people, and says, even though they are odd looking. And he goes, but look for yourself. And then Bruce goes, he does look like a penguin at that. And then they go
What
up
a
like
freak.
assholes. Yeah, so then all of a sudden, and it does say suddenly, because they just looked at these 2 paintings and said, oh my God, these Watteaus are worth roughly $500,000 between them. And then suddenly a guy comes in, oh no, the Watteaus, they've been stolen. We're going to have to go through what is a closed room mystery at this point. So you end up where, I love where Dick Grayson goes, gosh. And I went to Bruce, watch your mouth, kid. But he says, those are the very paintings we just were admiring. Gosh. And then you have the swirling going on of like, woo, woo. And you have different people who are there at this exhibit and they're talking. You have this one guy, shady. I mean, the guy is shady as hell.
I'm afraid this is going to be embarrassing.
And I'm like, okay, does he think it's going to be a full cavity search for these paintings? Also,
well, he gets strip searched.
You are going to search for the paintings. Yeah, he does. You're going to search for the paintings. For some reason, I was thinking they still in the frame. And then I'm like, where are they going to be hiding these things? We find out later, but not really. But he says, this other guy goes, I don't mind being searched. I'm like, okay, buddy, you're a little too, thus do not protest enough. Because he's like, to catch a thief. And then this lady's like, it's outrageous. Imagine searching me. I'm like, yeah, imagine that. That guy's not going to enjoy that game.
Yeah, she looks like she's one of the rich lady in any Three Stooges short.
Yeah, I mean, it makes Mrs. Howell look like a young, chippy broad. But it is. It's that Three Stooges old lady. Oh, my goodness. Oh. Yeah, so they're like, curses. There goes $1 million. Is what the sus Italian guy says. And I'm like, was he going to trick this lady that he's with and get her out of $1 million?
Yeah, she's wearing a party hat of some sort. We don't see her in that previous panel. Like, he's wearing a top coat. The guy takes it off, and it looks like he just has that classic cummerbund type thing,
but doesn't have a shirt.
That rolls up usually.
Yeah, usually rolls up real quick while you're eating soup.
Yes. But he's nude underneath. Otherwise, he's shirtless. So it's like, oh, you're poor because you can't afford a dress shirt.
He's like, baby, but I'll tell you, the guy looks jacked, so he's not blind. You end up where they're like, oh, and I love where he's like, curses. There goes $1 million. I thought right away that he stole the paintings, and then, but it's not. Then she's like,
I think he's just a sugar mama.
Because he's like, the lady says, Count Farrell, why, you're nothing but a phony. Goodbye. And she goes off, and he's like, oh, no. And you end up where you get off panel, like, looks like fine feathers don't always make fine birds.
I assume it's the pink.
I assume.
You don't see it, though.
I don't know. And they end up, and it says Bruce and Dick submit uncomplainingly to being searched. And they're like, sorry, Mr. Wayne.
Search me next, sir.
Yeah, oh my God. Yeah. And then you have the play
we play this game at the mansion too.
We love playing this game. And then but you can't take off my shoes because I have a hole in me stockings. And then I think they're like, grab the kid, because that would be to me, is he hiding the painting in his shoes? But there's no room. And they're like, whatever. And
Aren't
then
you
the
son of a millionaire at this point? So you have a hole in a sock?
Yeah, really.
How does that work?
They're right to that lady again. They're going to call her in to, child services are on their way, though I don't think that was ever a deal. When you do have Dick Grayson problems, it'll never be at this point child services. What it is a greedy uncle. There is a story coming up in one of this. It's a greedy uncle wants to grab him. Yep, yeah, that ends up showing up. That's what you have. And then you have to stay a weekend in his haunted mansion and shit like that. But it says the guards are baffled. Their search ends fruitlessly. And you end up where the Penguin says, sorry to disappoint you, hee. Don't you know it's bad luck to open an umbrella indoors? I'm like, he's taunting you. Like,
he does open better. It, though, to show that I don't have it. I do miss the walk. We haven't gotten there yet. I want the Penguin speak.
You end up where the cops like, their security's like, I guess they flew away. I don't know. But then that's where the Penguin goes from here and then goes that night in a hotel of the biggest racketeer in town, known simply as the Boss, a fat He gets fat shamed more than anything in this. The narrator, the omnipotent narrator, is shaming him.
Mhm.
The fat figure waddles in. I like that it's just like legit. It's pretty much the joke and went, Mr. Big. It's the Boss. And he comes in. Pardon me, but aren't you the gentleman who controls all the racketeering in this town?
Well,
Like, hey,
yeah,
what's
it's me,
your
all
deal?
right.
Yeah. He's like, yeah, but you got some nerve. What do you want? And then you have these guys, hey, you want us to drill him, boss? He's like, whoa, buddy, I don't know what gang you think we're in, but that's not how we do things here. I'm a racketeer. And he's like,
What
hey.
are you, a security guy at the museum?
My goodness, yeah. So he ends up saying, oh, no, I'm here and I want to present you with the stolen art. And he's like, oh, man, let's hear a spiel. And he just pulls it out. And he's like, and the guy goes, holy smokes, brother, you're in. Well, what's your handle? And he's like, I guess I'm going to go with what these assholes
Bandit.
keep calling me. He's so great. I'm going to go with what everybody seems to think of my appearance, a debonair guy. But he says, I have so many. Not the Umbrella Man. And he says, call me the Penguin. It does fit. He. I'm like that. This guy's like, I'm kind of weirded up by this dude. But immediately, the Penguin starts running the gang. And the guy at first is like, no fuss, no muss.
He's just taking back.
He loves it. And he's taking a nap. And he puts his legs up on the desk. He's like, hey, you tell him there, Penguin. Because the Penguin's making up, hey, we're going to go in here. We're going to do this. We're going to go through this abandoned house. And a crime wave ends up starting, and somehow at the Stall auctioneering house the next day.
Boy, this place is the worst luck.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is this crazy stuff going on. It's not. It doesn't even feel like it's a crime wave. It's just a stupidity wave, and people just whatever. But you end up where Penguin comes in and ends up having to like. I don't know why. It looks legit like he wants to sit on Bruce Wayne's lap. It's what he's doing. He's like, oh, excuse me. And you end up where Bruce says, if I'm not mistaken, that's the fatty. That's the fatty Dickaby saw at the exhibition. That umbrella must be attached to him. And they're doing this whole Columbia diamond. It's the finest white stone in all the world. All of a sudden, the lights go out. You get a sock and a bam that definitely is like a prelude to the 66
Oh,
show.
this
It
does
seems so
feel
much like
so
it, right?
66, especially later when Batman has to escape and things like that. I got really big 66 vibes from this comic.
And it makes me feel remiss because I didn't say at the beginning, this was from December 1941 and was published October 21st, 1941, obviously from the number with Detective Comics. It is early. But yeah, you get a lot of 66 vibes in this. And then when the lights are turned on, you end up where this guy, the auctioneer, said, the diamond, the great Colombian diamond, it's gone. Also, you've been beat up. I mean, somebody was beating somebody. And I don't really get that the Penguin would be beating people up, but you end up where they have all these things. The Penguin keeps running into Bruce Wayne still. He keeps just
Literally.
like bashing into him. And he ends up saying, I have a hunch that this keeps growing each time I bump into this guy. Literally, something with that little guy. This little guy, something's happening. I think I'll go slumming tonight. I'm like, oh my. And so later at the boss's headquarters, you end up where now they're getting a little upset. The Penguin's doing too much. Like now he's getting at you. You would have expected at one point you just have these henchmen. And the boss is like, go and do this. And they're like, hey, we're waiting for the Penguin. He's the one to get shit done, to get them upset. But at this point, they are pretty much, at odds. Mr. Big or the boss, he's not leading the gang anymore.
Yeah.
So he goes, that's it. I'm going to stop you. I'm going to end up where you're getting into my shit.
Penguin's like, well, I knew this was going to happen sooner or later, so I'm just going to shoot you with my umbrella.
Yeah, he goes, I'll get it over now, and shoots him with the umbrella gun. And then pretty much goes, hey, listen, this is like feudal England. I just killed the boss. That makes me the boss, asshole. So he ends up just saying, hey, if none of you object, lads. I like he calls them lads. I'm your new boss. They're like, sure, okay, Penguin. I'm like, yeah.
Mr. Penguin.
And as the boss dies, no loyalty. He ends up dying then because now it's been his gang, whatever. So
he was pretty lackadaisical and let this guy waddle in and take over and do all the planning. So
maybe
reap what
he
you
should have
sow, buddy.
also had, and the boss maybe should have said, oh man, like somebody's like, hey boss, isn't he a threat? What, that fatty? That's that guy who looks like a penguin. He ain't gonna do shit. And then he does. And then so these guys end up as like, hey Johnny, you want to go get a drink because we just saw a murder and I want to talk about shit. So they go to this local bar where Bruce
Gossips.
Wayne. This isn't yet Matches World, but
No.
it is Bruce Wayne with I guess, a newsy cap
Mhm.
and maybe a little bit of a. What do you do with what he says? He ends up where he has to take off, a wig and
Putty,
some putty.
a
So
wig.
does he make himself? He's like, ha, cha, cha, cha. And has this huge nose. But he's not even close to them. He's hanging out. I don't get that these bad guys are like, hey,
He
you want
almost
to
looks
talk
like a
about
cop,
things?
doesn't he?
Yeah, it's weird.
It's like that's a
I'm saying,
bad disguise if you're trying to eavesdrop on some criminals, Bruce.
They're sitting there, these criminals, these gangsters are sitting there talking. Not once do they look over and go, hey, you think we should talk? There's that guy. Oh, you don't recognize
John
him?
Law.
Side sweeping Sammy. Like, he's just there eavesdropping. He could have done that by just putting on a hat and whatever. It wouldn't have been any different. Plus, the one guy definitely looks like Bizarro. He's got like the craziest look. And they're like hunched over and they're like, hey, dead job. The penguin plan for tonight. And why are they talking about this? But that's where Bruce hears it. Actually, just hears like random things and says, okay, I'm out. He ends up where he takes off the putty, takes off the wig, and goes and gets Robin. But he says, you can't come with me tonight. You have homework. And he's like, oh, golly gee. So he ends up where they're going to go and get the stall auctioneers again in this place where they actually are using an acetylene torch. So Batman jumps in with some of the worst shit talk I've ever seen. But they're like, oh, shit, it's
and the
Batman.
odds are stacked against him, Jim. It's 2-on-1 for the Batman.
We have recently done things where they will say there's 8 guys and they are at a disadvantage.
Yes.
Batman's going to go in and the odds are bad for the
For them.
thieves. Yeah, exactly. So call an ambulance. Not for me. So you end up where Batman goes and he says, "Thanks for waving at me, boys. It's hot in here," because they keep missing him with punches. Though they
He
get one guy.
dodges the torch, and the other guy gets blasted right in the
That's
chest
the
with
worst.
it. I
The
think
guy-
he's dead.
I think he's dead. And they end up where the guy, they're just going back and forth with quips. The guy goes, "A warm reception, Batman, ha." And then he says, "You're not fooling me, chum," but the other guy I think is dead.
Yeah.
So then Batman's in the auction house. He's trying to stop a
Now, this
robbery.
doesn't look like a Van Gogh to me, Jim. I'm no artiste critic, but
You may
it's,
not be an artiste. It's still in the
it's
auction
an
house.
oil painting in the auction house on the wall, and he takes it off and smashes it over their heads to make a little joke because they poke their heads through where there's 2 pigs dancing, I guess.
We
Get
didn't
some more
get a
dancing
thing,
later, too.
It had to have been some, yeah. We had to have had some worth to it. It's at this auction house,
Mhm.
and he ends up ruining it. He just ruins it to make it look like
Business before pleasure.
the guy on the right. The one on the right looks like Dean Martin, and then he goes, "Yeah, business
Hey,
before
pal, yeah,
pleasure."
what are you gonna
Hey,
give me with
hey,
them?
me
Spinning.
more, eh? So you end up where these guys get knocked out, but then the Penguin shows up, and he's like, "Oh God, what's happening?" He ends up gassing Batman, who is like doing an Usain Bolt like run towards him. He's got his head down. It looks like he's going to impale himself on the umbrella anyway, and says, "Better say your prayers now, funny face." he's Barbara Streisand. So like, the Penguin goes, "Too bad a marvelous physique coupled with a keen brain. We could go far together."
Why, thank you,
I
Penguin.
think these guys all want to date each other. So you end up where he gasses Batman, and
Mhm.
Batman has no idea what it is. Penguin's nice enough to get these guys out of the painting, but he gets them out, and he's like, "Hey, we got to get going." And now
I guess they're alive, right? Because later we get mention of a murder that Batman gets accused of, and this is the only place I could think of that, well, okay, I guess you could frame Batman for murder here, but I think they're both fine.
yeah, maybe it was the boss. Maybe because there's a dead body there, but I don't know.
Yeah, but
So-
that's in their hideout, so
Yeah, it's maybe they like set because Penguin keeps setting things up
Mhm.
because they then open up the safe. They grab the deal. This Jade, I want to call it the Jade Monkey. This Jade figure. Penguin's like, "Oh yeah, this is great. This is going to bring me beauty and joy," just like Pete said. And then he's like, "Okay, now we're going to climb up a ladder to get the hell out of here, and I'm going to hit the alarm." So with this umbrella. And he thinks the police will come and arrest Batman.
Mhm.
So they do come, but again, just remember that Batman's kind of like an honorary member of the GCPD. They know him.
Gordon
and come
trusts
in.
him enough, and it seems like he's working with the police, but they are just like,
Yeah.
no.
Well, and this is the weird play. They say, come on, you have to come with us. And Batman's high as shit. And they're like, listen, we better take him along. Let's go. They're actually going to take Batman to the Penguin's mansion, Mr. Boniface, and they're going to ask him because this guy had called and said, hey, I have somebody threatening me, all these things. Batman is being led around. He barely can even think. And they're just like, why are they bringing him into the house? There's no reason. But he goes, that's the guy. It's like a impromptu on the move, like lineup with just one guy.
Yeah.
And he says, that's the guy. He's been threatening me. He's trying to kill me. Oh, my God. I want him locked up.
He said he was in with the police, so then he would be protected and all this stuff. So they're like, well, I guess we got to take him in.
So they're going to take him in. He can't really. And he's like, that gas, I can't think. He's saying that out loud with the police. They're like, I don't know what this guy's saying. But there's even more gas, it looks like, in the air. Then they get him in this car. It looks like he is in, an armored car. They're taking Batman down to the precinct of a paddy wagon, and it gets run into by another car.
Yeah, I thought is this the Batmobile? Was Robin rescuing him? Nope.
I guess Robin wouldn't break the law like that. Plus, he's got homework to do.
That's
but
true.
he ends up where this paddy wagon gets knocked over. It's the Penguin's guys who then grab the deal, and then they say an unconscious police sprawl in the gutter. The thugs pounce upon the dazed Batman. I'm like, did that guy end up dying? But they end up bringing Batman off to the hideout, the HQ, and even the gangsters say, why the hell are we doing this? And he's like, well, he wants the police to be chasing after.
Well, he was already
Batman.
caught and
I know,
framed.
but I guess it's supposed to be like, if Batman's at large and actually caused a escape, they're going to have all the policemen go off to find that.
Yeah, that's what Batman says. Like, now they're going to shoot me on sight.
They're not really doing much
But
of
if I
anything
stay
at
here,
this
they'll
point.
think I'm guilty too. And I just didn't get that play.
And in this whole play, though, it feels like the Penguin's already done the jobs that he wanted to do for the moment. I don't know why he ends up doing this, except they need Batman to be there. And Penguin gloats. But then it basically becomes, hey, boss, what should we do with Batman? And Penguin says, I don't care because I'm admiring my collection of umbrellas. And he's legit just doing that. This isn't anything that
they
he's
all
like.
look the same.
Oh, they all look the same. And he's like, that one has gas. That one's the gun. But in the meantime, they're not doing anything. You end up where Batman then starts having his foot. And they say, like, oh, here, listen. And of course, Penguin says, they're going to go after Batman. We'll have this. And he turns on the radio. There's just in. The police are after Batman. Like, say, I told you, boys. And he says, you see? And then you end up where Batman says, I see a frame up. If I stay here, I'm guilty. He says this out loud. And then it says the situation seemed hopeless when daring a thought strikes back. That Penguin, for no reason, goes over and goes, let's not dwell upon such unpleasant thoughts. Let us admire my umbrellas. And then goes, as he's looking at the umbrellas. Batman then says, I only have one chance to get a hold of Dick Grayson. This might be one of the funniest things
ever.
This is ridiculous. This is so funny. Batman is on a chair. He's tied up. He ends up where he starts rubbing his foot because he has to activate his radio receiver that's in the heel of his
boot.
So he does that. And they're like, hey, what you doing
what are you
there?
Doing?
And Batman goes, my foot itches.
I have an itch.
And if you won't untie my hands, I'll simply have to scratch it with my feet.
Well, all right.
And then you see Penguin standing on the side. And he goes, and this one I got in Spain. Like, what is he doing? And then in that, you're shown that there is this receiver. So now Batman has to tap out. You get what he's going to do. He's going to use Morse code. Though you could play that maybe the room itself is now bugged by his thing and he can talk weird.
It could just be they don't notice. And he's like, thinking to himself, okay, I got to contact Dick. I can just, with my little, my foot receiver, I can tap out some Morse code to Dick.
And
but they have to point out that, the bad guys know what they notice something weird. Just let that go.
I'm even shocked Dick Grayson goes, oh my, thank God I was doing my homework on Morse code. and ends up going. But Batman starts tapping his foot. So it's like, and the guy goes, hey, what do you think you're doing? He says, I'm practicing my sitting down dancing. That's the explanation. Like,
can't argue with that, boss.
He's like, hey, this guy's really got some fancy footwork
Gotta dance.
He's just tapping his foot. And he's doing it like,
he's Gene Kelly all of a sudden. I don't know. They just let it go.
Singing tight in this chair. Like he says, might as well catch up on my dancing while sitting down. And they're like, sounds good to me. And then he just keeps going. So then on the Batcave, all of a sudden, Robin's like, oh my God, they're there. And he starts going, and it's like, I don't know what Robin ends up, because he hears the announcement.
I love that he's already dressed up.
Oh, yeah.
Like
he's just dressed up. And he's heard the announcement on the radio. He's mad. He goes, that they can't call Batman a murderer. But the thing is, like you said, I don't know where he ever murdered anybody. And they didn't say what we heard. It was just Batman, Rob Stahl, auctioneers, escaped as he was being brought to jail. Suddenly from that, Robin goes, man, they better not call him a murderer. And then says, I'll find him somehow and say, my telephone bell, it's tapping a message in Morse code.
Good
Robin,
thing I wore this while I was doing my homework.
I wish that what you really need, why is this live action? Because as it comes through Morse code, he's doing a jig.
You better be doing your algebra.
I want Robin to love the rhythm. He's like, oh man, I can't stop dancing. But he's got Robin. I'm being held in the mansion on the corner of whatever. I'm telling you, it's whatever Lincoln Avenue.
Yeah,
Lincoln
Avenue.
Avenue. And he
Lincoln
says, hurry.
Avenue,
Yeah.
The corner of Lincoln Avenue, one street.
Like, it's a big house. So he's dancing, but he's like, okay, I'm off. At that point, where again, if you weren't reading at the time, Gordon is freaking out because he's the one. It doesn't, when you just read this, it plays out so ridiculously. But I think it's that he was the one who convinced the GCPD to make him an honorary member. He's like, oh crap, I'm screwed. Because he goes, the Batman turned
criminal. I just feel so bad for him. It looks like he's crying. The Batman turned criminal. I can't believe it. Why did he do it? Why, Batman? Well, say it ain't so, Batman.
This is the thing. Batman, it comes over the wire. Batman was in this thing and he escaped. And you're saying a worried and broken Commissioner Gordon. I'm like, geez, everybody's really into everybody.
For the bottle on his desk.
Yeah, really. Oh, that'd be the best. And he's like, this is where he started smoking. And you end up where suddenly somebody rings the doorbell at the mansion. Like, Robin's just coming right in Front Street and says, hey, who rang the bell? It's Land Shark.
Yes.
It's like Candygram. He says, it's a telegram messenger. If you're a gangster like this, says, okay, read it from out there, whatnot. Robin comes flying in a way that there can't be any oomph to this fight. He's like leaping in the air, punches this guy, and says, and here's your message, and just hits him. And so you end up where now Batman, who it was told was in big trouble with two guys, the one with a torch, whatever. Robin comes in and it says Robin dashes inside the house and finds the odds against him are many. But the idea is like he's in big, big trouble. Mm-hmm. But as this goes on, it's just Keystone Cops here. As guys are, running into each other, as Robin goes, gosh, I'm getting popular here. Nice head work, boys, as they headbutt each other. And then says, as if released by a giant spring, Robin's agile body, oh my, crashes against the heavily laden table. And things are flying all around. And you end up where Batman says, got it. Because he goes, oomph, how clumsy am I? Don't get cut, or don't
this is kind
cut
of a weird
yourself,
progression.
Batman. Got it. And then he goes, nice work. Got it, Robin. I'm like, what? What is going on? And then he topples himself over, but also the chair was connected to the floor, which was odd. So it rips it up, and I'm like, I don't know what's happening there. Then I swear to God, when I turned the page, because of our company, I think the one guy was drinking, but he's like, Robin is beating that. Yeah, he's like, and I thought
he's got an arm flask. That's popular back in the day.
I actually thought it's like, a young kid beat me up. I better get to the bottle. The other guy has like one of those like Jimmy
blackjack things.
Things, whatever. It's like, got to cut this kid down before Batman frees himself. I'm like, no, I would probably stop Batman from freeing himself. Would be the deal. And says, must hurry up. The strands are hurting. That's Batman laying there. Mm-hmm. They're hurting.
Parting.
In the meantime, parting. I'm telling you, in this, Batman is less high at this point. Yes. So he is getting out. And then they end up grabbing Robin and says, hold that little prick. I'm going to bash his teeth in. And then Batman's like, hey, better count your own teeth. Because
activation of the dental plan, and their 4 teeth get knocked out.
Oh, yeah, it's bad. Like this guy's like, I don't like the Batman. And you end up where the Penguin says, all right. And I swear to God, what this looks like is that Penguin comes, pulls the umbrella, and Batman grabs Robin as a human shield. It looks like it puts him in, right? It's like he grabs him. And because he says, all right, gentlemen. He's like, oh, my God. And he says, take it easy, Robin. His umbrellas are more dangerous than guns. Because it's a gun. Like, it's not more dangerous. It's just a gun.
Yeah. Well, some of them are guns. Some of them aren't.
That's true. But again, I don't know. A gun might be a little more dangerous than a gas.
I think the gun is more dangerous than the gas or the acid or the whatever.
That's the best, is as this is going on, you do end up having Penguin pretty much two-face a guy.
Yep.
When we get this, because he ends up just spraying just acid on a guy's face. And none of these guys, it's like no fuss, no muss throughout. It's just like, oh, well, there's old, acid face. But yeah, you end up where he pulls that and he says, okay, well, at least you're sensible, and then calls the police. Hey, I got Batman here. This is Mr. Boniface again. But I thought at this point they were at their headquarters, but you end up where Batman then just starts throwing random shit and jumps out the window. I love the escapists throw a vase and crash things. But Robin looks like he's grabbing a coat and they jump out the window. And that's where you end up. The police show up and it's like, hey, where's the Batman? You said he was here. And he's like, well, he did leave rather abruptly. And that's where they end up going. And they're like, okay, let's dress up as a blind man on a street.
We need more subterfuge.
I'm like, what are they doing? They're just going to watch him there. And it just looks like, and they say they were just standing there for a while. Just standing there. Oh, hey, boss, what's that blind guy and that nosy kid doing? Like, I don't know. What's in our business? But yeah, and he says, I recognize
boss, that guy looks pretty big to be blind. I hear they can't work out.
Hey, what's happening there, boss? They can't work out. I heard that on the podcast. What's that? He was with the Daredevils. And then they're like, they can work out. That's why he's got that nosy kid. What are you, stupid, Mipsy? He's helping him. He's spotting him, and he's like, I think he spotted us, boss. Because that's all they do. They're sitting there like, okay, they went, and the whole place suddenly is that the Penguin and his henchmen, they rent a hotel room, and they say like, oh man, don't you get it in Gotham? There's like the highest ivory buildings right next to a shithole. So they end up going and renting an apartment deal, and they are just tunneling through.
Next to the Diamond Exchange.
This damn Diamond Exchange, the Stalls place, there are all these places. Somebody needs to get some better guards, but they end up, Andy Dufresne-ing this stuff. Oh, there's that. I don't even know what I'm saying.
You've never even seen that movie.
I have not. So ends up doing that. And then they're like, okay, let's get going. And again, it's just a fight now. They end up going, and these guys are getting the shit kicked out of them.
It's like, I learned to check this out, Robin. I learned this from Green Arrow.
Yeah, exactly.
Right through the window.
Busts through the window. Like Robin, he rung the doorbell, which was ridiculous. Batman goes through, and they end up like, oh my God. And you end up where I love Robin. He's really trying to get on Bat. Like this is, I think a lot of times in early things that I've read, Robin will announce things. And I think he's just trying to get on the good side of Bruce Wayne. Because he goes, this is for framing my pal, and ends up just walloping a guy who they do look like they're triplets, and you end up where
is it like he's spinning and then Batman hits him again, or is it
that's
three
what
different
it looks
dudes?
Like. Because
I don't know.
But again, Batman's 66-esque because he says, this is for framing my pal. So Robin's like, man, that was kick ass. And then
this
Batman
is
goes,
thrown in for interest.
And this is thrown in for interest. He's like, damn it, he got the best line. So he has to start again. While the Penguin's just watching, maybe admiring his umbrella stuff. And as the battle rages, the Penguin levels his deadly umbrella. Amuse yourself, fools, for soon you die. And ends up, why not just a gun? He ends up with this acid, and this guy is done.
Yep.
This guy is completely covered in acid. And then the Penguin says, "Speeds don't fail me now," and runs off. His top hat fell off, too, because you want to end up getting that Penguin shadow for some reason. You have that. He's like, you'll never get me. And I've still got the jewels. Ha ha. And then I wanted Robin to be like, the family jewels. Oh, you got it. But they chase after him. He's going, I don't even know what he's doing. He just runs and he's at the
elevated train.
He runs up the elevated train deal. I didn't think this was Chicago. What's going on? What's this, Cleveland? He ends up going, and then they end up where Batman, a huge guy, he ends up, the Penguin keeps getting the upper hand. He keeps escaping from the grip of Batman. They roll onto the tracks. You end up where the Penguin actually breaks free of Batman, pushes him down, and gets
Batman
off the
punches
tracks.
him right in the face, and somehow ends up the Penguin's on top of him, ready to stab him with the umbrella.
He also does a flying leap that looks, maybe he hit his head because he really looks like he's going to hurt himself. But yeah, Penguin just keeps breaking free. And then for a second, I guess you're supposed to think Batman died.
Yeah.
Because he ended up getting run over the train, but the art doesn't play it well. And also it looked like, why does it look like the train was going to hit Batman, but then Penguin diverts the track to then, but I'm
There's
like,
two
why?
trains, and he hops on one to get away, the Penguin, and the other one looks like it's supposed to run over Batman. But of course, it's he just flattens himself.
And, he's going to end up, giving the salute as he goes. But yeah, Batman says, I got flat, but I didn't like it. I like that he says, almost like this is the play of, shit, we better say something or kids are going to try this bullshit. So they're like, make it so Batman didn't like it. Because he's like, hey, I didn't exactly enjoy the sensation.
Mm-hmm.
So with that, though, they run back to the GCPD. They go to Commissioner Gordon's office, throw jewels on the desk and say, hey, we got these. And then
where'd they get those? I guess they went back to the apartment.
Yeah. And so here's the thing. Hey, you guys are arrested for stealing jewels. Oh, you have the jewels? Yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't mean you didn't steal them.
And then Commissioner Gordon goes, thank God you're innocent. I don't think that's how it works. No investigation needed. And then says, I know that, Gordon.
But I'm going to need your badge and your gun back.
Yeah, exactly. He's like, and he says, I know, but the most important thing is that we missed up on the Penguin. Yet somehow I feel we'll meet him again.
Mm-hmm.
And then you end up with the narrator says,
far in the future.
Perhaps someday the paths of Batman and the Penguin will cross again.
Maybe.
Young readers, maybe, but who knows? You can never know. Remember, this is Detective Comics number 58.
Yep.
Penguin's next appearance is Detective Comics number 59. Of course they are. It's the next issue.
It's like we hit gold with that Penguin.
And so there are plays, and one of the, I think one of the things, and I've never seen people actually talk about it, but to me, it definitely was one of the biggest things that ever happened in comics when they decided not to kill off every villain at the end, because we have done a bunch and everybody dies at the end, even if it's heroes that are like Green Arrow, but those were random gangsters. I think that once you ended up having these colorful characters as villains, they actually came up with an epiphany to don't kill them, make them come back. Of course, this goes from serials and even radio stuff where you would have that, but
they don't have Arkham yet, right? So it's not like, well, we can throw them in here and they'll escape. But this is just escape at the end of the story.
Yeah, and I think that was the idea of we need something else because Batman keeps looking bad. You can't have them escape
let him
every
catch
time.
The criminal.
Yeah, so and then you have to blame Arkham that they let him out. So that is an innovation that they had. But at this point, there were times when they killed the characters off. And then you'd have the nonsense where they would play in the Golden Age, even Silver Age, though. But Golden Age, how characters just coming back, and barely an explanation of it was ridiculous. So Penguin just jumped on a thing. I don't know what Robin was doing this whole time. He'd just watch him. Penguin ended up, oh no! First a murder, now a dead guy. Robin's on the side putting quarters on the rail deals so they can go. And he's like, "It's awesome, Batman. It really stretches it out. It's the best." When I grew up, before I moved to Quakertown, we did live at a place where a train stop, and we go and we would do that all the time. We put the quarters on, they fly off, and you got to find them and stuff. Yeah, the train, bunch of jets. I'm like, that was just added bonus. That was just for fun and laughs then. But the quarters, it was always fun. Now I know they have like a machine. I actually saw that you can put a quarter and pay 50 cents to get a quarter stretched out. I forget where I saw that. I'm like, that's not fun. You have to end up doing it. And also the idea where me and my friends were so stupid that it seemed like, I don't know if I thought somebody'd steal the nickel or quarter, but you'd wait until you saw the train to do it. And I'm like, why would we do that? You could just do it an hour before and then just come back. But it was like, you had to risk life.
Oh, those hobos walking the rails. Who knows?
That's true. They got to pay for their bindle for some way. But that's the end. What would you give this?
I'm going to give it a 7.9. It's still fun. good intro to the Penguin. There's like a few cool little things. The Bowery's mentioned and the L's. So it's kind of setting up Gotham City itself, which it still to this day uses some of that stuff. So I thought it was pretty cool.
And the Penguin is just
there's a few
crime
confusing,
boss,
ridiculous moments, but that's to be expected, right?
And they didn't have him making love to penguins. And even then,
it was
he
implied.
looks like him there. Oh, yeah. Tom King actually went back in the day, created Twitter just so he could say it. But yeah, he did think it was beautiful. But it's pretty much the Penguin being a weird crime boss.
Mm-hmm.
That always
I like how he takes over the gang, too. That's kind of Penguin-esque.
He's got his umbrellas. I just like where as it goes on and they're doing all this stuff and you got
umbrellas is cool.
You got sit dancing going on, and he's like, "I got this one from Spain." I just like that he was still like he thinks that they're all paying attention to him. Like everybody loves these umbrellas, but there you go. Even then, it was like that was the fancy guy part of the Penguin costume, but it was really big part. So that was pretty cool. I'll give it an you 7-9. I'm going 8. I'll just go 8. Just because I had fun talking to you about it. It was just goofy and. It is a longer one, it seems, than what we usually do, right?
It did feel like a long read, but I was really trying to pay attention to what was going on.
Well, and also you you miss out then because it was shorter. What we'd be talking about is the fat shaming and, treating everybody, oh, look at that ugly guy, whatever. But by the end, that passed on and we ended up doing other things. But there's that as well. But it was a little bit longer. But there it goes. That is it for another retro review. Thank you, as always, for joining me. Stork, tell everybody where they can find you before we go. Patreon.com/besottedgeek. Yes, indeed. So check out the stuff from Stork. Him and his lovely wife talk about stuff that I think is cool, but a lot of Star Trek stuff, but stuff that is any
Star
comics.
Trek recently,
Yeah, that's Star Trek stuff. Like
we're Gabe. We're not that big of fans, but...
I want to, really, you're not there speaking Klingon. You get this here. And Gabe listens, though, but to play, and again, I don't know that I want him to, but the idea, anybody who tells me they speak Klingon has never spoken Klingon after that, I think it might be sus. You know what I mean? Like if I said, oh, I speak French out of nowhere, and then never speak French one lick of it except
so
garbage.
You want to hear more Klingon from Gabe, is that what you're saying?
No, I want to see if it's true. I think he's lying. I think he's lying about it, but... Yeah, and a lot of movie reviews and comic books as well, and manga. So you have it all. So everybody check it out. The link is in the show notes. But with that, we'll move on to whatever is next.
Mail, check out what you got now. Get your postcards, birthday cards, eBay or stock cards. I get it while it's hot now. If a letter makes you wetter, then a better ready, better it's mail.
It is time for the mail, and if you want to be part of the mail section, please email me at weirdsciencedccomics@gmail.com, and we read every single email, even if we're a couple of weeks late. We have 2 emails for you this week. The first one from my man Swanee says, hello, Jim, and everyone in the Get Fresh crew. Boop, boop. I recently talked with Jim about doing an email every now and then reviewing the books I am currently reading. As I always say whenever I email in, I am way behind the current show. I have still been busy many weekly comics and read them in order to always make sure to listen to the show. So, or he still says, I've still been buying many weekly comics. Not I've been very busy many weekly comics, though he is very busy many weekly comics as well, I think. The thing is that Swanee got a hold of me and because he heard word that Eric might be leaving, but it might have been the first time that Eric left, not the second permanent time. But he'll continue. He says, I'm writing in today to give my reviews of the scariest summer of DC history with the Night Terrors with a K. I have read every single Night Terrors book so far, up to Night Terrors number 4, and a couple of the tie-ins that come out the same week. Let's dive in and see if the spooktacular season was as bad as everyone remembers, or if it was something else entirely. So Swanee ended up asking, can I email in and let everybody know what I'm reading at the point? And it is kind of a cool idea that when we talk about things, you kind of get through some stuff like Night Terrors, Summerween, and you kind of forget, was it good, bad, and different? I remember it being pretty bad, but it's one of those where he's going to let us know that what he's reading about 2 years in the past. It's almost like time travel. He says, starting off with the tie-ins, these have been a very mixed bag overall. And by mixed bag, I mean mostly mixed bag of nonsense. And the money I wasted on buying this. It did not take long to realize none of these writers had any idea of what was going on. Sadly, that includes Joshua Williamson. And he's saying that because he is the person who is heading the Night Terrors event, something that people tend to forget. I bring it up at points. Yeah, he did Dark Crisis and then what turned into Dark Crisis on Infinite Earths. But he also did Night Terrors, which was awful. Each story played with its own made-up rules and barely did anything that would make you think DC organized this event correctly. Remember when we were told that these tie-ins would be Insomnia going through the nightmares of our heroes and villains to search for the Nightmare Stone? Instead, we just get random, usually incoherent stories that were completely forgettable by the time you put the book back into its bag and board, if you do such things. Those people I call organized. Now, it's funny because I ended up in this episode by the end. You'll hear me again mention that this whole thing that's coming up in Nightwing is what it is. Not the Titans book, because that comes out next week as well. But Nightwing feels like it's going back to Haunted Titans Tower, which is nonsense. I have still not read the second issues of Night Terrors Action Comics, Angel Breaker, Detective Comics, Harley Quinn, or Titans yet, so I can't speak for them. There's that Titans. That in the Night Terrors, Titans was the one with the Haunted Tower. Out of all the other ones, I have to say only a couple stood out in a positive note. Green Lantern and Ravager. Green Lantern was good because Jeremy Adams actually tries to make it work, but this is what Swanee said. These two seem to be the only ones that actually told a story and left you at the end looking forward to something more coming out of it. The second issue of Green Lantern has been the absolute best story of Night Terrors so far, with Hal Jordan proving why he is the greatest Green Lantern. He kicks ass throughout his nightmare and sends Insomnia or whatever sleepless night nonsense monster running away with his tail tucked between his legs. The Sinestro backup was horrible, though. I remember it was horrible. For Ravager, this story made me want to read the next issue of Brave and the Bold, which I have not yet read. On the other side of the coin, the absolute worst of the worst has to be Wonder Woman and Catwoman, who they were bad. The Wonder Woman story was ridiculous and was a slog to get through. Not only that, it was he was really irritated with the idea that the main point of the Zatanna, or hex and violence, that cost me a lot of prums. Issue was getting Wonder Woman and Detective Chimp into a safe room in the labyrinth. Then in Wonder Woman, she and the Detective Chimp just randomly wake up alongside Etrick and Constantine in what appears to be Ragman. Luckily, she wasn't on the Ragman. Oh my goodness, that's kind of disgusting. If we are going to do all these tie-ins and the writers are going to be using the same characters in multiple books, there has to be some conversation between them about what is happening. As for Catwoman, I have to be honest. I read the first issue and hated every page, then just kind of skimmed the second issue and still felt like it was a waste of his time. As for the actual Night Terrors main book, I like Joshua Williamson, but it has been very obvious between this and Dark Crisis, he is not the guy that should be writing big events and in charge of things. I love this Robin series and I'm digging his Superman, but this has been a joke. The Nightmare Stone isn't in a nightmare. It's in the ... halfway realms between sleep and awake, whatever that means. Oh, that was when they're stabbing. Oh my goodness. Every issue starts with a page of Deadman making himself look like a character no one will ever want to see again. And that is saying a lot. Clunrad says, yeah, Clunrad they did not understand Deadman. They ended up actually, if you go with the Clunrad's Deadman that was in Wonder Woman, the regular run, they basically ruined the character. Like they completely changed the rules to make it easier to write Deadman, but making him inconsequential and meant nothing. Insomnia is just a crazy dude who hates the Justice League and got some Lazarus Reign dripped on him. You know, everyone wanted more Lazarus Reign stories. The Sleepless Nights are lame, and it seemed like Joshua Williamson was just writing the stories as it goes, and that explains why there are no rules and everything keeps changing. And obviously, if you remember back in the day, I guess this could be considered somewhat back in the day, I ended up going nuts about no rules, what's going on with it. And I do think that Swanee bringing this up really shows how inconsequential that story was, because I barely can remember any of this. But I have a bad memory, is what they say down at the rec center. But it also just like, oh God, that was so bad. So what I get from this email so far is that, boy, things are a lot better now. overall, if I had to give a collected grade of all the tie-ins, I'd give it a 4.6 out of 10 for the actual story. Though 3 issues, I would give it a 4.5 out of 10. I can't wait to get back to the regular books and the dawn of DC. Had a lot of songs about that. Please let me know if this is something you guys enjoy and want me to continue with, or if this sucked ass and you want me to never do this again. Jim, thank you for the encouragement to do this. Hope everyone has a great week. And that's from Swanee. So Swanee dipping in, really, again, to show us that things are a ton better. But the thing about it is Swanee realizes it's something that me and Eric ended up saying on the podcast. And even when Eric left, I said it alone with a couple guests, is the idea that Jeremy Adams and that Green Lantern, he was the one who, he continued his story with the United Planets. He continued the stuff with Hal, but also mixed in the whole Insomnia / Night Terrors with a K story in there. Now, when I talked to Jeremy about that, because I did ask him, what did they tell you about this event? Because I thought, well, Jeremy's doing a pretty good job, but it doesn't feel like he even knows what's happening overall. And he said, they didn't tell me anything. And then this is where I talk at some points about the story where he was actually told to stop bothering people because he actually wanted to know what was going on in the event. Like, just imagine that you're a writer at DC and the thing that is irritating people is you want to know what is going on in the big event so that you can write a time book that makes sense. There's something wrong there. There's something very wrong. And that did get me upset back at the time, or as the kids say at the rec center back in the day. But yeah, so that is something, again, that Swanee's going to continue to do. So I think that's pretty cool. But we have another email. This is from Joseph. Joseph says, and I almost started reading in the middle of Swanee's. Hi, Jim and everyone else. See, that's the thing. People can't really do their joke anymore because it used to drive me nuts. It was kind of a play, but not really. But the idea where somebody would email in and they damn well knew that I was going to be reading the email and Eric was going to be sitting there smoking and saying his, 2-word nonsense. But they would start it. Hi, Eric and Jim. I'm like, really? You're going to put Eric first? The guy's just sitting there. But you can't really do it anymore. I guess you could put hi, everyone else and Jim. Maybe. Hi, Jim and everyone else. In the retro review last week, and that was a couple weeks ago, Jim mentioned that the Silver Age was so much nonsense. And really, you don't even have to have this in time, but this is a week late. So I believe, I'm trying to think, I wish I could remember which one it was, but we did do a bunch of Silver Age stuff. But in the retro review last week, Jim mentioned that the Silver Age was so much nonsense and that sometimes it was hard to read. There's actually a bit of a cool story behind that. Now, some of the times when I say hard to read, it's not quite just understanding. It's the idea that everybody talks out the wazoo and it takes forever. There's actually a bit of cool story behind that. In the late golden age, crime, horror, and romance comics got really big because comics had found a larger adult readership during World War II. Those comics were more mature and could be graphic, and eventually led to a huge panic over kids being exposed to those stories. Exactly, yeah, the Comics Code, he's going to say. And coming up, there were book burnings and even Senate hearings about the perversion and decency of comics to prevent the government from regulating them. Publishers formed the Comics Code Authority, which regulated what could or couldn't be printed. The CCA had to review almost every issue that was published, and their first set of guidelines was very restrictive, leading to a lot of the goofiness and camp of the Silver Age and also the 1960s Batman TV show. And yeah, I mean, if you go back and look in the 50s and things like that, there were so many horror comics, and they all just had gross covers and, just gross out stuff. There was a lot of like detective, but I'm talking like sexy detective stuff. And yeah, they had to get rid. But the code also resurrected superheroes. They'd largely fallen out of popularity, but in an effort to make comics seem respectable and kid-friendly again, DC relaunched The Flash as Barry Allen. It was super popular and led to them revamping Green Lantern and coming up with the dozens of new characters leading to the DC universe we know now. And he said, I thought that was really interesting when I first learned and thought other people might find it fun as well. Says, love the show, Joseph. And yeah, the Silver Age stuff, again, because you can't be dark, you can't really kill anybody anymore, you're going to do some goofy shit. But also, I mean, just think of the thing, too. A lot of what happened in the 60s, especially, you started hitting the cosmic stuff because the space race was on. You end up having also, when the 60s come about, you get a big, giant push of what was actually teenage and even kids kind of entertainment. Before that, a lot of times before that, and they talk about this with even music, not just the Beatles, but Elvis and things like that as it led on, that kids suddenly had their own pastimes and their own free time and their own interests. Before that, for the most part, kids were just little adults that weren't supposed to talk and do anything. And then finally you were allowed when you became an adult, but you ended up having a teen culture come about as well, which is cool. And again, that's where you get things like Elvis, Beatles, all that stuff going, because kids start spending money, start doing things on their own and rebelling against those stupid, stuffy, shirted, adults. But yeah, the Silver Age I love. I actually have a Silver Age podcast that I haven't done an episode in a while, but I actually do love it. It's just sometimes it is a slog. People over-explain everything. You get a lot of just crazy ideas. Things are hand-waved a lot, but it ends up being pretty fun. So thanks for emailing in, Joseph. Also, thanks, Swanee, for your mail. So I hope that everybody enjoyed mail section. And please email in. Let me know about what you like about the show. If you want something different, if you want to just, shoot the crap. At one point, we used to have like 4 mail sections, each with like 5 mails each time. And it was because it was open to anything. And most of the time, none of it had to do with comics. So if you just want to talk life, love, and liberty, you can end up emailing me and we'll read everything. If you don't like us, you can end up saying that and I'll read it. If you like us, that's fine as well. But thanks everybody. But it is weird science DC comics at gmail.com. Please. That is in the show notes. So look at that. But we're going to get back to the show right about now. And we're going to continue on with Brad. What up, Brad?
What up, Jim?
Hopefully we record this time. We keep having problems. I'm having a lot of problems.
Got a bit of deja vu
there.
going on.
Yeah,
right
exactly. Well, here we go. We have 3 books in this section, and lo and behold, you are going to be joining me and talking the Batman and Robin book because Tom is on vacation. So that's a cool play. And we said when we recorded the first time that would be a cool thing to end up getting your perspective on it. And then when Tom gets back, we'll go back to Tom. But it's one of those things that we talked while we didn't record. The idea that it was one of my favorite books, but I do think that my favorite book now is the book we'll start with this section. You said you as well. It's really good. It's Green Lantern Corps.
Loving it.
Really, really good. Here we go. Green Lantern Corps number 5, written by Morgan Hampton and Jeremy Adams, art by V. Ken Marion and Serge Acuna. Now I'm ready for all these colorists. When I first did it, I was like, what the heck? Colors by Arif Briano, Rain Barreto, Hi-Fi, and Lee Lowridge. A lot of colors. The colors pop, but that's kind of the book. It isn't, and they do a good job. Letters by Dave Sharp. Now, the weird play is you have V. Ken Marion and Serge Acuna, 2 artists. That's, what it is, but usually that just means 2 colorists, not 4. They usually don't double up with each. I have no idea. And you have assistant editor Gillian Grant, editor Kathleen Wisniewski, and group editor Paul Kaminsky. So we start here with a continuation of what happened at the end of last issue. The cliffhanger was, oh my God, they're in this mind maze, right? And they're seeing visions, but they're not quite real. Things are skewed a little. They're twisted. It's not like it's a Black Mercy in a weird way. It's not giving them what they want, but they're seeing like really bad things, but they also seem to not be completely real. So it's just
it's like their memories, but they're like twisted and a little bit different.
And it's a weird play because, again, I'm like, what is their end goal for this? Is it just for them to freak out? Is it to change? When you get to Kelly, you kind of see that everybody wants this gauntlet. In the meantime, they're trying to jackhammer it off her. The Zenzo is trying to jackhammer it. So he's also doing this as well to try to have her give it up. But
that's what I'm not sure on. I'm not sure if this is because like the whole thing is the gauntlet must be destroyed is what the Green Lantern alien dude is saying. And later, I mean, they're pursued all throughout this whole mind maze. And keep in mind, they're in Kelly's mind the whole time, right? Because Kelly, Simon, Simon, and what's the Ellie? Yeah, see, Kelly and Ellie, they're very similar. Ellie took Simon into Kelly's mind maze to help her get out, and everything in there wants to kill them. And it seems the common motivation is they want to destroy the gauntlet.
It's weird
So-
because they do seem to want to destroy it, but then when you have this idea of the grandmother that we'll get to, she's like, well, go through this door and then we'll teach you how to use it and you'll be able to talk with me. That seems less of, I don't know. But in the
I don't
meantime,
know. It's confusing.
Yeah, it is confusing. And really, this whole thing ends up where, okay, I get it. It's kind of cool. But by the end, it really doesn't mean much because,
that's one of the criticisms I have of this issue. It's a little bit like I love last issue a lot, and I really like this issue a lot too. It's a little bit down because one of the things that they set up last time is it seemed like we were going to get like some the secret history, the backstory you never knew about Kelly and this gauntlet, and we're going to reveal something. And it looks like that's still going to happen, but we don't get it in this issue.
Yeah, maybe. It's weird because when you get the gauntlet, she says, I got it, but not like this. Like, we did see her. That's the problem is I thought that this would be really cool because Brian Michael Bendis kind of skirted around the issue a lot. So then all of a sudden, Kelly got elevated. I mean, I know that everybody complains there's too many Earth Lanterns, but I like Kelly. But there was never really the gauntlet. It's not Chronos' gauntlet, but it kind of like it. But an alien crashed. Who's that? We never really found out a lot about it. It was just Bendis trying to mimic Hal Jordan in a different way. You had an alien that ended up crashing, and it ended up being in, I guess it was Brazil, maybe. And
it's Rory by way of Hal Jordan, basically.
Yeah. So you end up where I wanted a little more, and that was the big promise. Oh my God, we're going to see this actual, the thing. It isn't as, it made it feel nefarious. Like suddenly we're going to find out that Kelly, this gauntlet is really bad. Now, in the meantime, the gauntlet at one point was destroyed and it was gone. She had a ring and then it comes back. But it's kind of interesting. That makes her a little different. So
I kind of thought that's where it was going too, where it was something to the effect of, the alien that crashed was there, and he's like, we have to destroy this, and Kelly's like, no, this is my ticket off this rock. And took it anyway.
I'm going to get the hell out of here because
that's kind of what my thought was, but that doesn't seem to be the case, or maybe it is, and we don't see it yet. But it's just kind of it was kind of the thing that was set up last issue, and I thought we'd get it here, and we didn't. We just kind of go through the mind maze and escape. And we don't really get anything.
Yeah, at the end, you kind of figure it's like, okay, they escaped, but what did that really do? And then at the end, the big thing then is Ellie, who it's like, ooh, Ellie has this thing. I'm like, yeah, that's weird. That's kind of weird with it. But in the meantime, you go through Mind Maze, and you end up even Simon having a little of his personal deal, but he does end up saving Kelly, and they're trying to get Kelly's grandmom, who she did leave, and she was sick, and she's like, you can be with me, I can end up talking to you, whatever. And at the end, she decides that's not real. You're not real. I'm getting out of here. And they're not doing a great job at one point because the grandmother then freaks out and looks like a complete monster. And I'm like, that's not going to convince her of anything. No. But, while that's going on, you do have Ellie kind of passed out at a point. You got to get her out. It was okay. That was okay. Then you have the other part is Guy Gardner. Yeah, and that's the good part. That's the big play. And lo and behold,
I mean, to be clear, I didn't think the Kelly part was bad.
It wasn't bad. It just didn't do much.
It had good It had good tension. It had good stakes. It was exciting, but I wanted to get something out of it, and we didn't really get anything out of it.
And so it's just it ended up. We've seen things like this before. It doesn't have to be Mind Maze. This reminds me of anytime somebody gets gassed by the Scarecrow. Or somebody's doing some mind thing where you have to fight through, realize it isn't real, and get out. I get that. And it's fine. It ends up being a good part of the book, but I thought it was bigger than that. I thought it was going to show more.
I did too.
And and the art looks great. So I do like it. Gives a little bit more of Simon. Simon gets upset as well.
Yeah, I love Simon.
But the big play is, and really overall, the actual thing that's going on in this book is a lot of action and having fun. And that's why we like the book. So I don't mind that.
I would argue that this is maybe the most fun comic on comic stands, period. Across indie, across DC or Marvel, like anybody can pick this up and you're going to have a great time reading it. It's just
except maybe RoboWolf. But when we end up with
but
when we do this is the thing though. Gabe, sus Gabe, he sits there and every time something like this comes up, he's like, oh, this is ridiculous. We got to, and it's like he's just wants, I don't know. He just can't have fun because he wants the bigger story. The bigger story with Nate Dogg, to me, first off, I like that more in the Green Lantern.
Green Lantern.
The Green Lantern
Yeah.
Corps is the book to me to, advance it a bit. And it will be getting to that. That's the thing. That's kind of by the end. I kind of get a little sad because I'm having so much fun with this that it does show and solicits they are going to envelope back into Nate Dogg and all this. And in the meantime, guys trying to find, they're doing stuff to get the stuff going on. But I like that it's side missions. I like that, hey, we're still going to reference it. We're still going to help, but it's fun in its own way. And I think that's why I like this book.
It does kind of sit in a weird spot where it's kind of doing both at the same time. On the one hand, like, I would be fine if this book didn't tie into the Nate Dogg, didn't do anything, and it was just like space cop adventures, right? Like, that would be fine with me. I think I would have that, and that's basically kind of what we're getting. But they're kind of trying to do both. They're both doing that. Oh, and it's related to, what's going on with the core and the fractured spectrum and all that stuff. And it's one of those things where it's, if you're there for the fractured spectrum stuff, this issue didn't advance the story one iota. We don't get a single new piece of information that we didn't get last issue. And so, if that's what you're here for, that's frustrating. But if you're here just for like buddy cop space adventures, then you're getting
space.
Yeah, you're getting in space.
And what I like about it is that, or how it could be set up. You could easily set it up to get totally away from the fractured spectrum. Not totally, because it's always going to be something. But you end up saying, listen, we got to figure out this fractured spectrum. But in the meantime, the beat goes on. The rest of the universe still needs protecting. You can't just say, okay, everybody in the core, we're doing this. Yes, it's a huge thing. And if it's not solved, real shit's going to go down. But you have a ton of lanterns, but there's going to have to be people, even if you played it off as, we need to keep up appearances as if nothing is wrong so that people don't panic. And so this would be the book where they send people out on missions and things like that, which it kind of is, but it does tie in. But like you said, this issue is just all about the characters and having fun with them that were in this book. And I have a lot of fun. And then I really have fun when you end up finding out Narf is exactly what I said he would be.
Yeah, we called it last issue.
Yeah, he's Battle Beast. He ends up, and it was cool. We had so many other ideas about guy being knocked out and he doesn't see it. I still think that would have been better. But you do get what we thought would happen. You end up where Narf says, listen, I'm going to take over here. I'm going to help, because they end up where they are in big trouble. Guy and Narf are getting chased down by Evil Star. And he is basically just on the comms as they're saying, hey, everybody, in the Necropia station, anybody who catches these two schmucks, I'm going to give $1 trillion to. And so everybody's going to be converging on them. And they don't know what to do. I mean, they're under the gun. Now, in the meantime, it's kind of
Warriors-esque in my mind.
It's very much. And they're trying to get out of there. Guy ends up using this coin he has, which calls Space Cabbie. Space Cabbie shows up to get him.
I always enjoy a little Space Cabbie.
Oh, yeah. Really pushing the idea that he smokes. They really want to show his cigarettes on the dash. I guess I think it was like one of those things to just show that he's such a great pilot that they don't even fall over. I don't know, but he's like, hey, Space Cabbie on the move. I see that. I like that. It's twice, too. I like that guy ends up using like old tech, and he's like, yeah, nobody uses that crap anymore because Guy's such an old school guy. But they end up where it looks like, oh, crap, we're in big trouble. And then that's when Space Cabbie, there's a lot of those moments in this, like a great action movie, where you think, oh, no, they're done now. And then, boom, something happens. Space Cabbie comes flying in. They jump in, they go. And then, it's pretty cool.
There's also great stuff with Narf where, like, throughout the issue, Narf keeps trying to talk to Guy. Basically, I think he's trying to tell him, like, hey, I could turn into this big monster and take care of this. But Guy won't let him talk. He's just like, he keeps covering his mouth, keeps interrupting him. Yeah, like, and so it makes that moment when he does do it so great. I actually kind of cheered. I was like, yes, Narf!
Yeah, because Narf is going, and they're in Space Cabbie's cab, and they're going, and there's, it's very Star Wars-esque still. You're going through this deal, and, some things are grabbing on. He's like, no free rides, scrape some things off, and finally, Narf goes, Lantern Gardener. And the guy goes, Narf, I don't have, and he just puts his hand over his mouth and goes, it's time for me to throw my weight around, just like you said. it's the small guys you have to worry about. And there's Guy who's like, don't go. Like, you're just a small guy. Like, I'm the big, badass guy. And then, boom, he ends up becoming pretty much Battle Beast. And he says, but where my power? And you see that it's Evil Star's even like gulp and ends up just getting demolished. And what I love is there's Guy. And we said Guy wouldn't be upset about this. And he's like, Narf is awesome. And he goes, well, actually, I'm the teacher, so I'm awesome too.
Awesome.
Yeah, I thought that was really good.
So good.
Yeah, and you end up where
Classic
you
Guy.
have, yeah, exactly. So they end up where you even hear the thing from Evil Star, hey, we just got these 2 lanterns. So you have that to spell out what Guy says, wait a minute, we got another stop. And then Space Cabbie's like, what? And they double back because they have to get Simon and Kelly, because at that point, Simon's in a daze. He's coming out of the deal. Kelly's still out and getting the jackhammer treatment on the gauntlet. And I love then,
brutal.
Again, the way of Narf doing what he did, for them getting over the comms, oh, hey, Evil Star, we got these guys. So then you double back, and Simon comes to and taps on this Enzo's shoulder. And then he gets walloped. I'm like, man, everybody's getting walloped, but it's good. It's like really action movie type deal. And Simon then has been since Jeffrey Thorne's run. He has always been there protecting Kelly. She was in a coma at that point. He stood by her. All the things. So it really works that they end up using him as well. And it's good. It's not forced. You don't have Simon with some catchphrases and things, because to me that's not really Simon.
No.
And he knocks out Enzo, looks dead, but he ends up getting Kelly and says, hey, and Kelly says, thanks for always having my back, even when I hit you with a giant wrench. And he goes, anytime. And then it's cool because then off panel you get, hey, you turn and there is Narf and Guy just sitting there. They're on the cab and like, hey, you need a lift? Oh my God, yeah, we do. And I'm like, how could this be so much fun? And it really is. Like, once you get out of and I'll say the thing in the mind maze and with her grandmother, it also might have been a page and a half too. It just, you understand what's going on. You know that it's not real and you're waiting for her to kind of break out. But in the meantime, you end up where finally you go off and they're like, hey, what's going on? And they go. And then I was thinking, like, where the hell's Ellie? And then we see she's still in Kelly's mind. And there's that door. And it's saying, you won't get in here, Ellie. And Ellie's like, oh, like, what's the deal? Like, she's upset. So I'm wondering, it says what's behind the door and a mission to Mogo. So we'll see what the deal is. But it's a weird play. Is Ellie...
Did you get the impression that Ellie intentionally stayed behind to see what's behind this door?
Yeah, and I think that she wants to try to do it on her own, but she's in Kelly's mind, so I don't know if that's going to cause a problem for Kelly. I think that it's one of those, well, since, the grandmother, could her mom be there? I don't know, because the mom at one point was just full-out construct going around with Jon Stewart, but disappeared as well, and so it's a weird play. And even that, like, Ellie is coming in this through Kelly, not through Simon. So they've been hanging out. So I wonder if maybe she wants to know if something, like, is this just her trying to figure out more about Kelly? Or is it her thinking she can twist something to be her own thing? I don't know. But it seems odd. It seems like it's like, not odd. I just don't know. I don't even have a guess.
Right. It's not odd. We can't even begin to speculate. But it has me very curious. Like, I'm very curious what's going on here.
Exactly. Yeah.
It being Kelly's mind and they're no longer in the mind maze. My suspicion is that this is like Kelly's subconscious trying to block something out, some secret that she doesn't want anybody to know. And that's why she's saying, you won't get in here, Ellie. Like, that's my assumption. And that's like, that's big. What is that? Like, what does this mean for Kelly?
When they were fighting, you ended up where Kelly and Simon were fighting, and like, Ellie, is that our gateway out of here? And she goes, no, this is earlier. She says, no, it just appeared as I was trying to make one. I don't know what it is. And she's just kind of like staring at this thing. And then it kind of goes from there and she's pushing it, whatever. But I don't know if that's something she recognizes. Like you said, this is a subconscious thing that Kelly, and maybe we will find out more about Kelly through that. Or is it something she wants to manipulate? I don't know. I have no idea. But Ellie kind of ends up kind of knocked out, and Simon has her and says, "Hey, we're leaving. Come on." But then it seems like she gets lost in the shuffle and is still in there. And I don't know. I don't know by the end. I actually thought at first, because then I looked, I thought that maybe she fractured and something stayed behind in there with Ellie, but that's not the case. It doesn't look like that's the case. No. So, but it's still good. The art's really good. I had fun with it. But what would you give it?
Very detailed, lots of backgrounds. I would give it. So I think last issue I gave it a 9. This one's a little bit down for me, just because I wish we got a little bit more from Kelly's backstory. I thought we were going to get something big with that, and it seems like we still will, like I said, but kind of wanted it here. We didn't like. I felt like we didn't get enough Narf. Like, he transformed, and I wanted to see him just wrecking house, but we only get like 2 panels of him just basically just crushing Evil Star, and it was great. Like I said, I loved it. I cheered reading the book. I laughed. I had so much fun with it. But I was like, I really would have liked to have seen a little bit more of that because it was so much fun. And then, to the point of credit where it's due to sus Gabe. But we don't advance the story at all. So I'm going to go down to an 8.5.
I'm an 8. I'm a little bit more down. It's the same. I really like it still. But it ends up where a lot of it is like, okay, I had fun. You're right, though, Narf. I would have liked to have Narf, because we don't know if he transforms. Does he stay that way until he decides not to, whatever? I would have liked to have seen Big Narf in the cab, kind of like scrunched in. And then when Kelly and Simon see, they're like, "Who the hell is that?" And it's like, "Oh, that's Narf." Yeah. They're like, "What? Like, what happened, Narf?" And he's like, Like, it could have been a funny play, but you just get that moment where he becomes, Battle Beast, punches out Evil, and then it's done. And that was kind of a, not bad, but it was a missed opportunity. We should have seen more of it.
It was just so quick. It was so quick. You could have, it's just because it's not bad to be left wanting more, right?
Yeah.
I just love Narf so much. And I want Guy and Narf to be like a team moving forward all the time. They're just fantastic. I love them so much together, too.
I like it as well. I always like John and Guy, but John has his own bigger stuff. He's more entangled in the big, the big stuff now. So I do like having Guy in the deal.
Yeah, in the pre-New 52 stuff, didn't Guy and Kyle kind of hang out quite a bit in the Warriors bar and stuff?
Yeah, we don't really see like them Kyle at all either. So hopefully, we see him. Well, that's because
he's in the Green Lantern book.
Yeah, and I hope that I'd love him in this book. I'd love that to kind of envelope into this book if things get a little
I just
crowded.
Like that we're getting them all. Like, it's very hard to do well, and it's very rare to see.
You definitely need at least 2 books. You definitely need a core book to get
exactly.
things. Yeah, it's funny you have a core book and a core book, so you got them both. But I'm glad that they have both. I'm glad that you're able to see exactly. So I'm glad that they actually have things. Now, I do see people argue a lot where even one guy, I'm sure if I looked right now, he'll have a user review or he'll give this a 1 because he'll say there's not enough Hal Jordan. That's all the guy will say, but that's not this book. That's the Green Lantern book.
That's what the other book's for.
Exactly. So, but we'll move on to the next book, which is Supergirl, number 2. It's the Misadventures in Midvale, part 2. It's Sophie Campbell on writing and art. You have Tamara Bonvillain on colors, Becca Carey on letters, and it is Gillian Grant, assistant editor, and Brittany Holzer on a senior editor. And usually that means that people can do what they want, but you get that same tone that you get in, say, a Fire and Ice or even a Power Girl. But I'll tell you, in the second issue, I think that Sophie Campbell's doing a better job. I think that she is writing a book that it seems like she does know a bit about the characters. She's doing some things that might not be, might not be my favorite thing, and it's not for me, maybe. But I see why it would be liked, and I was right again. Because it is Leslie
Kudos to you.
It was Leslie Lar. And I will give Sophie Campbell credit. You don't have to keep, going along with, oh my God, what's the mystery? It's good that she ends up saying straight up,
she just goes right to it.
It's Leslie Lar, and pretty much says what I told you about Leslie Lar. She is somebody who's a real tech genius. She always wants to be recognized, gets mad. It's the same. So if you're going to say anything, it would be, okay, this story already happened a couple times, but I don't think that most people even know. And so if it's new to you,
I had no
it's
clue.
new. Yeah.
Yeah.
So when you go into this, the whole play of, there's a imposter Supergirl. It's Les Lar. Kara's got to figure out what to do. The only thing that I think that's weird in this issue is some things happen that you're like, did that go? Like at one point you see that Titano comes out and they're like, oh, and on the newspaper it says Titano shrunk back down. I'm like, who shrunk him down? Because the whole thing was the idea that she did that and then it got screwed into the ground, but it's nothing. But there's a couple scenes where I thought we were missing a page where it just kind of goes to the next scene. I'm like, all right, but it does set up at the beginning where you see Les Lar sees Kara and, oh, look at her. She saved me and forgot about me. She just forgot about me. This is where I kind of get that whole play of Power Girl with Leah Williams of the idea that nobody cares about me and whatnot. But it's fine. This girl's a little off. But she is. And she's a Supergirl fangirl. So when she ends up getting upset, it's like, oh, I'm always overlooked. I'm always told my things aren't good enough. Yeah, everybody.
She thinks Supergirl isn't going to remember her, even though she does. We see later.
Yeah, she does. I really thought that was just going to be, all right,
and she's jealous.
There you go. I thought it was going to be actually like, hey, listen, I remember you. You're Les Lar. I think you're great. Why don't you team up with me and we'll end up doing things? She could be like Gallagher, West Coast Gallagher. She could be the Midvale Supergirl. And in the meantime, she is helping people. Usually in these stories, this happened in Power Girl. Usually in these stories, the person will really cause all the problems. It's like the firebug, the fireman who starts the fires. Right. She just seems at points to just be doing some superheroing.
She is, but she's doing a little bit of both, though, because we see in the one panel, she blows the tree over just to save the lady
She does that, and that's like the crazy, but at one point it seems like she's doing good, but she thinks that's too simple. And then, and also she's she's also mind controlling people like the Danvers, so she just can't get it right? So, but
her motivations come from the wrong place, right? And that's what it is. It's she's doing it for herself so that she can be seen as great, and she's not doing it because she wants to help people. And we see that later when they're fighting Titano, and she basically turns Titano off because nobody's watching the fight, and she's like, well, if nobody's watching, I'm not going to do this. And
and it's weird, but in that, people still think that Kara's the Supergirl. I don't know why I guess they might be mind controlled still with the device even, but it seems like you're like, all right, I see these two. I think the one looks more like Supergirl, but even so, they're like, oh, there's that bad Supergirl, and why is she saving us? It's okay. You have Titano. It's classic. And then you go with that whole deal with the Dan Slott, but not really playing. It's weird. It's saying something, but because it's saying if we get hit by the kryptonite, we're dead. But it doesn't feel like it goes that far in saying that. It's just kind of you know what I mean? Because it's like the kryptonite, from Titano. Ooh, that thing that's happened with Superman. He told me to watch out for that kryptonite. I'm like, yeah, he told you to watch out. He told you die.
Yeah, she said basically, Cal told me about his kryptonite eye beams. Oh, man, I've been so worried about my cousin, man. He's been really messed up from that asteroid. I hope he's okay.
And I'm thinking whew.
Okay, fair enough, I guess.
I'm just like, yeah, I get it, but this means that that you'll die. Because remember when Carol walked in with that, she was all beat up.
I don't think the kryptonite's any more dangerous for them than it always was. It's just that it's everywhere. That's the problem, right?
I don't know. Remember, because they even had, I guess it's because of the kryptonite, but they were beat to crap, and they said, you gotta watch out. You can't be hit by it at all, because I think it's because it's everywhere. Supposedly, I think it's supposed to play out that they're always weak. That they,
that was kind of my impression is that, they're not.
So they
not
should
as
already be weak.
As
like they're flying around and stuff. That might be whatever, but you're having fun in this. She mentions it so that you kind of go with it. In the meantime,
this is what I was talking about, where there's another reference to current continuity and really tying it in. We're going to see Lena Luthor later, which we talked about.
Yeah, we figured.
In the last issue of Superman.
She comes in very goth in this. It's kind of
She
funny.
does. It's like she got a personality transplant.
Yeah. I don't know. And what is the P? I don't know. I don't quite get that yet, because she ends up squirting her to make her have that purple P
instead
an
of
emblem.
an S.
And I'm like, I don't know what that means. And again, she does end up unleashing Titano, who was shrunken down in a little jar. And so
and which was kind of weird. It's like, well, how did she get Titano? Like, when did this happen? But it kind of goes to the thing where like there's certain things throughout the book where you're like when she gets like she steps out of Kandor and then she gets thick, right? She's like, oh my God, I'm gorgeous, and you're like, well, why would that happen? That doesn't make any sense.
And you're not saying why would she say what she said. It's that why would she get thick?
Yeah,
her body changes.
Yeah, completely. Because we talked about that last issue. Like, why is this Supergirl like? If it can't be her, it can't be Leslie Lard because she's really skinny. It's like, oh, she stepped out and got thick. Well, what? Okay, that's weird. Or where'd she get Titano from? What? That's weird.
Now, Titano, I have a little theory.
Okay, well, let's go back to your theory in a second. I finished my thought, which is, I don't think you're supposed to think about it that much. It's not that kind of book. It's just kind of, it's there so we can have a giant monkey fight. It's fun. And, this is where it's not for continuity hounds, this book. It's not for 40-year-old men who are reading every comic book, or 50-year-old men, or however old you happen to be.
70.
Right?
I feel like I'm 80. I think that there's something, well, first off, Titano's in a Pokeball.
Yes, very much in a Pokeball.
So when you go out of nowhere, Lena, when she shows up, says, I wonder if she is dealing with Brainiac technology. And I thought, why would she think that? This girl has been in the bottled city of Kandor with every other Kandorian. This isn't like something where she's in the bottled city of Kandor, but something's going on that it's going to tie into Brainiac stuff. And that's why I think she has this little Pokeball. I think that she is also working on things to tie into Lena because of Lena's connection with Brainiac. But I don't know what that will end up being. But it does seem like when Lena said it, I thought, again, there's a couple times during this issue where I thought, but why did people say that? Why did she say that? Why are they doing that? But it's one of the things when we get to it, she kind of does say, hey, I wonder if this is, Brainiac, because I know all about that and I can help you. I'm like, okay, I don't think you needed that to be the reason why Lena's here. Lena just kind of gets called in by Kara. Again, it feels weird, but I don't mind it. You said you can't worry too much, but I do like she's like, a Luthor helping an L? Holy moly, what is this world coming to? And I didn't mind it. I thought that was pretty cool. So they end up where Titano, people finally start gathering around. And then in that, though, it is weird because Titano is going to town with his kryptonite. It does straight up hit Lesla, who then kind of has this, she put this goop on her to make her look more like
Supergirl,
but yet thick. And then that kind of comes off. And again, if you want to know what that looks a lot like, it looks like Matrix Supergirl stuff. And I saw an interview that, Sophie Campbell said she's definitely dealing with the Matrix stuff. She basically had
really?
Yeah, she had an AMA on Reddit that I really was worried.
I'll have to look at it.
Yeah, you have to. I was really worried that, because I'm telling you, Reddit is a cesspool, right? A cesspool of scum and villainy. But I thought it was going to be a lot of people attacked. I really was worried that they're going to...
Yeah, because Sophie Campbell's not the most popular.
No, not the most popular. So I thought, but no, there were a lot of people and legit, a lot of Supergirl asking really good questions and saying...
I'm going to check that out.
I think you'll like it. Now, this is where in my mind, this is what I like when people talk in interviews or whatever. If you don't know something, let us know. If somebody says, hey, I'm a longtime Supergirl fan, are you going to do blah, 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 and you've never heard of that? Don't lie. Don't say, that's my favorite story. And yet, no, say, oh, my God, what is that about? I tried to do it's okay to tell people that you may not be the number 100% expert. And that's how you end up learning some things. But they did say, somebody said, oh, you're not going to do the Matrix stuff. And she's like, I really want to. And then she said, hey, anybody into that? And people were like, oh, yeah, that'd be awesome. She's like, I think I'll do it then. And I was like, yeah, she seemed very nice. She seemed very into it and very into what people were telling her. So I think you'll like it. But she does mention the Matrix stuff. And so,
for sure.
Yeah. So in that, though, you have, and just having Leslie Lara, that shows she did a little bit of work. Some of the things, there's a little bit of things falling into the cracks, like we said about the P, or, kind of
I think that'll be explained, I think.
Yeah, it's weird because you could
either say it's just to throw another random shield up there just to make it look like it's not her, or there could be a reason why it's a P. Either way,
what would it be? Because I'm thinking of like in pasta. No, it doesn't work.
No.
I don't know what it is. But
Power Girl?
Yeah, I don't know. But again, we may not know because it's a crest from the deal on Krypton or in Kandor that it's I
Sure.
don't know, but nobody would know on Earth. So it's weird. But we do have that bit where Kara then is hanging out with friends. And
Well, before we get to that, I did
okay.
want to call out that I like the Titano fight. It's fun, and it does a good job. I think Sophie Campbell's a pro. Like, she knows what she's doing when she's writing, and the way they frame this to show how Lara Lore in this fight extremely selfish. She wants eyes on her. She wants to look cool. She wants to be the hero. Not even really be the hero. I take that back. It's Supergirl that's doing the heroic stuff. She's saving people. She's like, hey, you're doing this wrong. Like, we see the personality and the distinction between the two. And then I thought that was very well done. And I think, again, if you think about who is the target audience for this, and is it maybe not you and me? And I mentioned last time, like, how I wanted to give this book to my daughter and have her read it. And she did. She read the first issue. I posted about it in the Slack, how she felt about it. She loved it. She asked, actually, when I was on my way to the comic store, hey, Dad, are they going to have this issue 2 of Supergirl out yet? I'm like, actually, I think it's supposed to come out this week. Yeah. So I didn't have a chance for her to read this issue yet. But, like, to somebody who's not a comic hound, right, who's, like, excited to pick up an issue 2, like, she would read this, and I think she would get this. Like, oh, this is the difference between these two characters and why this one's bad and this one's good. And I think that that's pretty well done. And I like the way that Kara used the kryptonite beams to reveal, hey, actually, she's the fake, I'm the real one. Right? I thought that was well done, too. And like you said, where Lara Lore almost looks, Leslie Lara almost looks like Matrix Supergirl.
Yeah,
I thought that was all well done.
And that ends up happening, and that's where Kara says, oh my God, Leslie Lara from Kandor. And she's like, you remember me? And then you have this guy who's like, sure is swell to have 2 Supergirls. I'm like, I thought at that point it was going to be that. And I'm like,
yeah,
okay, maybe
I
that
thought
was just a 2-issue thing to just kind of go and she's going to join
I thought
up.
it was going to. Yeah, exactly. I thought Leslie Lara was going to be like, oh, you remember me? I was totally wrong about you. Let's be friends. Right. But that's not what happens. Because I think it's that guy's fault. He says, look, there's 2, I love you. There's 2 Supergirls. This is swell. And I think that's what ruins it. Because she's like, no, I don't want to be overlooked. This is BS. This is
there's
mine.
Not 2,
you took
there's
this
1.
from
It's
me.
me.
Yeah,
and,
exactly.
And then Kara just says,
I won't be overlooked again.
Let her go, boy. We got to take our time with this. I'm like, yep, because we got more issues.
Give her some space.
I do like the one girl yells, I love Phony Girl, and I don't know which one she's talking about at that point, so it made me giggle. But yeah, you even have, it's like, Supergirl, super fake. But this is the paper that they're looking at because in Midvale, people still read newspapers. And you get the, gargantuan gorilla shrinks to size of kitten. I'm like, oh, there's crypto with them, but I guess they shrunk them back down. So you end up where they're talking, oh, man, who's your favorite one? You like thick girl or skinny girl? And Kara's just like, oh, whatever. And they're like, hey, we have this thing going on. You can come. We have this thing in the park, all these things. But she's worried about all this and ends up where she does call, and she calls Lena. She needs Lena's help. It's a weird play. I don't really get a ton of connection with them, but I don't mind. And I think cool. And we saw it already happen in Supergirl, so we knew it was
I like to see that connection between the books
Superman
and Superman. Yeah. We talked before about how we like to see synergy across the books, and we see that here, which I do enjoy. It is kind of weird that she would I don't know why she would just give Lena a call. Like, that seems weird.
Lena seems like ready to do something and get out of Metropolis. Yeah, so she's like, I got to get away from my dad. But Streaky's already giving her the side eye too. And she's like, I got this crazy cat here. And it is Kara's cat. So she's like, oh my God, Streaky? Yeah, bring him. And it was cool.
I also just don't get why, why wouldn't she just change into a different, is this the only outfit that she had? I mean, we know it's not the because we're about to see a whole lot, but it's like, why is this such a big deal that we have to fix this costume? Like, why don't we just bin it and make a new one?
And Lena likes it. You got a fashion show coming up. But yeah, you end up where, again, there is Lena coming in to help figure out, and it all is basically, yeah, this crazy goop changed my thing. Can you help me figure it out? Then Lena's like, well, actually, color is based on perception and light refraction, but this is something different. And actually is very impressed, it seems, with the whole thing with Lesla. But yeah, also we did see earlier where we talked about Leslie Lars like, yep, I'm going to throw away all these costumes. And that's why they were out. And she brought them back in. And they're staying at Lena's grandmother's, whatever. And so this whole place.
Is this being Lena's grandmother's? Is this Lex's childhood home then?
I think, but it's in Midvale, not Smallville, which kind of throws it off.
Yeah, which is
what
weird.
I mean? It's a weird play. I think there was a little misplay there, but oh well. And the thing is, though, you might be even winking at the idea that Lex's mom and Lex. That's where he got the idea of this stupid, like in Superman Returns, where it's all about real estate, and maybe they have just places all over the place. So they go in and it is fashion show then. So, and I always like that. I think it's kind of fun. And that's where it is that weird play is when you end up where she says, you said the girl's Kandorian. Wonder if she's basing her ideas on Brainiac's work, which I happen to know a bit about. And I thought, why would you that's a weird thing to bring up.
I mean, I guess because Brainiac's the one who shrunk Kandor, but it's not like he's sharing their technology.
That's what I'm saying. He didn't shrink Kandor to hang out with them. He shrunk Kandor, and they just ended up, and then Superman grabbed it. And the history of Kandor and the Bottled City would be so convoluted. It's all over the place.
It is.
It continues, though, not as much here, but still, Leslie coming out and being evil. That's all the Kandorians do. The minute they get out, they get crazed up and just
They're
go
always
nuts.
the worst.
Yeah, they always. And I think that Leslie's actually less of a evil thing because at least she's thinking straight. Usually, they've lost their minds and
I don't know,
just
man.
go nuts.
100% of the time, the Kandorians go bad, and here yet another example of a Kandorian gets out and breaks bad. That's why Superman knows how to unshrink Kandor. And
That's
he just
what I'm saying.
Do it.
Why would you do
He
it? They're all
knows.
going to go nuts and kill you.
I mean, the continuity's open up now. We know that. So he remembers. He remembers.
Even just recently. Oh, my God. I remember the last time was when they ended up smashing and they ended up double duty, where it was Joshua Williamson's World's Finest Batman and Superman deal, where they also went into a Lazarus pit. So then they came out crazed from that, but also angry. Also, they always seem when they come out to still be shrunk down because it's not that they get unshrunk. The bottle breaks and then they go nuts. It's so crazy, but you get fashion show. In the meantime, we're going to play. Again, this book is for fun. And so all the things here, it's like, I have the black kryptonite. I'm going to make, Kara evil and bad and stupid and all the things that you would get from the black kryptonite that she just instead of, and this is where you're saying that the concept here is, and it's going with, I think, Sophie Campbell playing a cool play of usually in books, you will have any character. I've said it before. The only way they can make it one character good is by making the other one worse. So, oh my God, look. And she's doing that. She's like, I'm not
in a fun way, though.
She's
in a good way.
But I'm saying Leslie Lar. She is not going to try to be a better hero. She's going to make Kara worse. So then she looks better. So there's the selfish part of it. She doesn't want it. She's not sitting there like, I'm going to prove I'm better by doing things good. Nope. I'm going to make her bad. So then I could show how good I am based on that. And you do end up Candy, the bunny. She does care about Candy and it's just like, you're the only one who doesn't ditch me or whatever. But she's just angry and doesn't realize that people, don't hate her. And Supergirl did remember
She's not giving
her,
anybody an opportunity.
So it's a shame, and maybe her parents are the ones to really blame. But then, fashion show, and you have and it's just to show all the different suits and things from the past. I always like the headband. I like it when the headband's actually like the more of like a tiara deal, and you could even go with some things with the Atlantean stuff. But you have some crazy stuff, and it's Lena just going, I don't like the belt, I don't like this. But they do seem to
I like
love
the sort of evening gown one. That one, like she's going out for a night at the club.
That looks pretty good. That looks like something like she could hang out with Wonder Girl, and Wonder Girl and her would have like kind of like a matching kind of look, and with that big ass. But while that's going on, you get full out. Now it's like Leslie's like, I think I'm just gonna go evil, and just makes a purple evil costume, and she's gonna go for it. And Supergirl has her smart hot pants and shirt. But
that one might be the one that she settled on might be my least favorite.
Yeah, I think it might be my least favorite too. Even when they're like, you have them arguing about the others, I'm like, no, I don't think those are that bad. The one where she has like the open sides. That's not great either. That one where it's like the first one, that's a little odd. But the rest are pretty good. And I do like that, like nightgown one. That's good. I like the one
it looks sharp.
I'm telling you, the one with the headband really does almost look like a Wonder Woman costume as well. I like that.
Oh, it kind of does. Yeah, it's got a
bottom deal.
Yeah.
But I like those. But the one that she ends up with is
I don't like the onesie.
greatest.
The one that's top to bottom.
Yeah,
onesie
that's a little weird. It doesn't do her hips justice though. But you end up where when you do get Leslie, like now she's super thick. Like the idea that she got out of that bottle. Yeah, holy moly. But there she is, and she's like, I'll have to be someone else. She says, if they're not going to accept me, I'll be someone else. Now she's just straight up looks a little
Straight
like Feora. Like Zod's going to come in with some eyes on her. But yeah, we'll have that. And then Kara says, definitely this one. And you do get Sylvie Campbell's art does give the buck teeth look a lot.
It does.
You know
I like her art though.
Yeah,
I really like the look of the book overall.
Yep, it fits the story. It's lighthearted. It's kind of giving you winks at things that they fit, even if they don't. It's Supergirl stuff, and you just have some fun. So
yeah, it's interesting the way she's kind of straddling the line of like this isn't super continuity heavy book, but it's also not outside. It's not one of those books where you're like, is this in continuity or not? I can't tell. Kind of like what Hush 2 is doing right now.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
You're like,
you don't know the time frame and things like that. Yeah.
It's like, this is very much happening now, but it's a different vibe and it's a different book for a different audience. And I think it nails what it's trying to do very well.
Yeah. But I'll bring up Power Girl one last time. When Power Girl was doing stuff, Leah Williams seemed to actively change things. Like she's like, I don't like that. I'm going to change this name, Power Set, all those things. And that didn't feel right. This is just Supergirl being Supergirl, dealing with Leslie Lar. You have Lena in it, who I like, so I don't mind it. I think it's pretty good. Though I do see people pish-poshing it, but then I ask them, but they're not reading it. And it goes with either they don't like Sophie Campbell or they see the style and think it's something. I've been told by one guy he doesn't want to read it because there's no strong male characters in it. I'm like, but it's Supergirl. You don't really need that. I mean, what male? What do you want? Mr. Danvers.
There are plenty of books for you.
Yeah, and I just like not giving it a chance because of that is very odd. But it's somebody who I've seen online telling people that it's a bad book and not to read it. But you're not reading it. This has come up a lot. I talk about it in the Spotlight this week. This week seemed to be where I just had enough of people like giving me shit. But at least I'm reading the stuff, and I'm saying it's my opinion, but they're not reading things and just saying what they hear other places from people who also aren't reading it. It goes down the line. And
it's from people who are part of the professional troll ecosystem online. And, they're taking their cues from that.
Yeah, it gets sucks,
clicks,
but
it gets eyeballs. So,
They got to write dirty songs, and that gets more clicks. Getting a lot of clicks this week. But in the meantime, what would you give this?
So I enjoyed it. I think it's a lot of fun. It's nothing necessary. I'm not going to tell you have to go out and read it, but if this is something that sounds like a good time to you just want some hijinks and some good art and some fun times, pick it up. You'll have a good time. But if you're looking for the next epic saga for Supergirl, this isn't going to be it. So that's why I can't give it like an 8 or a 9 out of 10. I'm going to give it like a 7.8 out of 10.
I'm a 7.5.
Fun time. And
I'm a 7.5. I realize that it might not be, and I like Supergirl. The writing is a little more for, younger teens, and it is skewed towards girls as well, but that's fine. But that doesn't mean that a guy can't like it. I like some of it. It's just the idea. It wouldn't be something on my pull list because there's other books that are bigger. I'm enjoying more. But if somebody was like, oh, should I get it? And I'm like, well, if this is what you like, I think you might like it. So,
it's not super heavy. It's not hitting hard. It's not, So that's why I can't say, it needs to be on your pull list. You need to go out and get it. But if you like Supergirl and you'd like the adventures of Supergirl kind of feel, pick it up.
What it reminds me of, again, it was a book that I ended up criticizing a bit, but I kept saying, I understand why people would like it. It's the Tom Taylor Nightwing. I got sick of it not doing anything, but while it was doing it, if you just wanted, hey, here's a book that shows the characters pretty cool and doing stuff and people like them and whatnot. I was like, yeah, go at it. And it was a good jumping on point for some people. I just said that at one point, I think you're going to want more. And I think this is a good jumping on point for some people who maybe they want something a little lighter. Everything's always dark anyway. You can find dark books all over the freaking place. So maybe it is something that you can just, something you could just jump onto. And in fact, you'll learn a little history of Supergirl in a way that might not be like spelling it out, but it's stuff that keeps popping up and you'd be like, okay, that's cool. Maybe I'll look into it and whatnot. But
and if you, I'll tell you this, if you have speaking from my personal experience, if you have a teen or preteen daughter who is, superhero curious or, just interested in that kind of stuff, I gave the first issue to my daughter. She loved it, was asking about the second issue. I mean, it's kind of getting her into the hobby a little bit.
I wish my kids would like any sort of comics. They don't like anything. So, especially me, it seems. But we'll go on to the next book and the book that you are joining me for the first time. And it was one of my favorite books. It still is one of my favorite books. I still do like it. It's just the idea now I'm almost like, if somebody would ask me, at one point I said, and it is Batman and Robin, hey, what book should I read? I would have said this right away. Batman and Robin. Oh, it's really good. Philip Kennedy Johnson. A lot of people do like Philip Kennedy Johnson. It's really good. I think at this point now, even though it looks like we probably only have, a couple, I think I might tell them to wait for the trade. I think that this will read better in trade. I'm not really a guy who says that a lot, but getting it every month, it is kind of just dribs and drabs. And I think that some things get lost in the translation from issue to issue, waiting a month. I think that's going to read a lot better when you get it all at once.
Yeah, so this kind of goes back to a discussion we were having before. I don't remember what book we were talking about, where I said, I kind of went on a little mini rant where I was like, the downside of people not writing for the trade anymore, which writing for the trade has its own downside, but with these stories that kind of go on and on and on, is that kind of a sort of fatigue sets in, where when you have one story that's gone on for, in my timeline, picking it up issue to issue has been going on for a year and a half, or I don't know. That's not really how long this book has been going on, but, but that can happen. And
Ramthy's detective definitely did. So that's right. Like that case, but I get you.
It's something that's gone on for 9 months. It's like, I'm ready to move on to a new story. And to be fair to somebody like Philip Kennedy Johnson, who I do like a lot, and this was one of my favorite books coming out of All In, but it's one of those things where it's like, this story has gone on long enough. I would like to move on and see what else you got. And we're not getting that. We're not moving on because we're dealing with this one thing. I can't tell you that this issue or the story isn't well written. It is well written. And it is interesting. What happens in this issue is interesting and exciting, and I enjoyed it. But it can't offset the fact that I'm just kind of ready to be done. I'm ready for Batman to face off with Memento and to conclude this story. And we're still not even anywhere close, right? It doesn't seem like we're even close. So, that's kind of the downside of it. And so that's where, to your point, will it read better in trade? Like, yeah, I think it will, because you're not going to have the story spread out over a year and a half. It's going to be told in 2 hours in one sitting or whatever, a couple sittings across two trades.
Kennedy Johnson likes to take his time. He does tell these stories that go. He's telling pretty much a long deal. And like you said about writing for the trade, not writing for the trade. He's in the middle of an Incredible Hulk run that it's just the same story. He's dealing with this kid, Charlie, that ends up with Hulk, but it's gone on like 25 issues now. And it's changed a bit, but it's still that same deal. And like you said, at points, you do kind of get a little fatigued by it. You want something different. You want some change. And I think that the problem is where you kind of might get a benefit in something like a Batman and Robin is there's other Batman and Robin books. There's other Batman books. There's other, if you have Incredible Hulk and there's no other Incredible, then you're kind of stuck. But in this, you do have other options, but I do like it. It's just that it just feels like the story at this point is Batman doesn't think it's supernatural, but it is. And now he's like, okay, well, let's figure this out.
That's
it's just
the biggest problem. Yeah, that's the biggest problem that I have with this series so far under Philip Kennedy Johnson is like he keeps having this Batman like, well, I don't know that it's supernatural yet. And I think it's just that drives me insane. And it started as like a minor nitpick, but as it continues to go on, and the evidence piles up and somebody says, I don't know, there's a Ryman demon. It's like, yeah, of course he's going to go to Etrigan. Of course it's freaking supernatural. Why are we still doing this?
And
like, that's the biggest
and that's
problem
the
that
thing.
I have.
And then even in the thing, we're finding out that throughout the timeline here, this memento keeps popping up, and it's like he wears other skins, and he's a demon. And once you get Etrigan involved in Jason Blood, it's like, well, I guess it will be like it ends up where this weird play of Batman, and if he's right at the end, because usually Batman's right. But if he isn't or is, it's like it's gone too long to even care at the point. You just want it like, okay, just decide what it is. And I keep saying, and Joshua Williamson, before Philip Kennedy Johnson's run, having some weird stories. You had Colden Man-Bat. You end up having Shush. You had Zaz's supposed son soccer goalie. All these things. But in the meantime, it was always just Damian being right and Batman. It always plays out in the Batman and Robin that you have to have Damian smarter, and then they lessen Batman a bit. And it still feels like until the end where it's like, oh, it was just this guy. But I think it's too late. It makes Batman he doesn't seem dumb. He seems like a stubborn bastard. It's the whole play of him just like, nope, won't accept it. But even Lautrec says, you sold these things. We said, nope, it can't be. And I'm like, come on.
So whenever you're writing Batman, it's you have to tread a fine line, right? You can't have him know everything from the start, or you not. It would just be a little bit boring.
Play it out, yeah, it would be.
But you can't. Yeah, but you can't also have him be so stubborn.
He's so stubborn in this,
and like in this, he's not straddling the line well. He's taking it too far into this, and like you mentioned before. Batman knows the Spectre. He knows Etrigan. He knows the supernatural. He knows Dead Man. Like, he deals with the supernatural all the freaking time.
He's been to hell.
Yeah.
He's been in between. Here's the. I'm going to give the credits, and then I'm going to say a phrase to see if it works. But this is Batman and Robin. Why does it? Some of these things get labeled so weird. 22. It is. Some reason it's telling me number 1. It's written by Philip Kennedy Johnson, Javi Fernandez on art on some of the pages. Then you got Carmine Dici DeMonico on a few as well. Marcel Mayala color, Steve One's on letters. And then you end up having James Reed, assistant editor, Ben Mears, editor, Rob Lemon, group editor. So this is what I don't understand. Here's Batman. This is my impression of Batman. There's no such thing as supernatural. Let's go talk to Etrigan about it. I'm like, what? Like, you're saying there's no such thing as supernatural, but yet you are going to go talk to, because Well,
he doesn't say there's no such thing, but he says, like, there's no evidence.
But he's
saying there's no evidence that it is. It's like, really?
It can't be.
There is.
But, and again, it's not like he says there's evidence against it. He's just like, well, I don't think it's it. And so when you go, now the evidence is, rhyming and scheming.
Yeah. Well, so here's the thing. You've got evidence. First of all, the dude is huge, right? Like, we've seen Memento. He's massive. He's been around for ages. He seems to have this knowledge of prehistory. There's all this evidence that's not, I don't say I shouldn't say prehistory, but like horrific events.
Yep.
That, like, you would almost sort of have to have been there to know that it occurred the way it did. He seems to have it. Point being, there's a lot of evidence that there's something supernatural going on. He seems to have died, but he's back. He calls Bruce young Jack, which he would only know if he was there. Like,
calls
there's
Damien
a lot.
that because he recognizes him as he's son. Very much. He looks just like him. He said, and the trick goes, but it's weird. And then
they're like, oh, there's a rhyme and stealing demon. And then Batman's like, well, I don't think there's any evidence to suggest that it's supernatural. Let's go talk to the other rhyme and stealing demon.
Yeah, let's go talk to Etrigan. And you're like, all right. Like, it's weird. It feels like it's stretched. And then throw in the Gravedigger's Poppy that makes you see the path. that seems more than what it should be as well.
Right. Explain to me the exact biomechanics that can cause you to hallucinate an event that actually happened exactly the way it happened, even though you weren't there. Like, that can only be supernatural. It has to be.
It has to be. That is the craziest shit. If there was something like that, I've never been told, that would be crazy. But again, we even see it in the underground, you're throwing a lot in here, but you do have this play where there's Damien says, you're Atticus Bly, aren't you? And he's like, what? Oh, and says, I knew Lautrec recognized you in the lab. And that kind of fills in a little blank there. But then Catherine? Oh, dear, I hope not. Like, this is personal shit. Like, this guy's dead. Like, whether a body is there or not, that it's the idea this guy's dead and has been brought back in a way that even in history, oh my God, he possesses bodies. And so it's almost a dead man. Well, but thing.
He's back, but his brain is kind of distorted and things aren't quite right. He says, you're Lautrec. And he goes, am I? He doesn't seem to really know. But he also kind of remembers the girl that he trained. Exactly.
And then when he says, now, how are you alive? And he goes, alive? Am I? Like, he's like, I'm kind of not.
Yeah, I called him Lautrec. He's Atticus Bly.
Atticus Bly.
Lautrec is the girl.
And so you have this whole, and says, I've been a dead man and living, law and order man, a murderer, and I was a teacher, wasn't I? And he's like, Professor Bly, are you Memento? And that just triggers him. And you end up where now he's just going to go completely nuts and get real big, like you said. But then we go years earlier and we go back where you did see Atticus Bly, who was on the case, and he's in India and he's talking to this Ryan Singh, who says, oh my God, can you find my boy? This guy's the blood thief and he possesses bodies. We're going to keep showing this. So I'm like, okay, but I don't know. It's like we've been doing this so long and now we're getting more information. That's fine. But it just seems like it's gone on way past the time that things should have been starting to kind of come together.
I don't know how much completely new information we get here, right? Like, we know that Memento, right? We know that Memento has been repeating crimes from history, and he's been doing it for some period of time. He did it in London before, he did it in Gotham, but now we find out that he's been doing it all over the world, presumably for centuries.
Yeah, and the thing that I think is new is the play that at one point, even Bruce kind of almost suggested, well, there's copycats and this, and how could it be? But this guy says that Memento doesn't have flesh. He wears us and
he wears them like a skin.
And it's almost that idea of, well, in India, he materialized and wore the skin here, did that in Japan. He did the same thing so he could be all over, but it's really supernatural shit. That's really pushing towards that. But yeah, he's like, help me, my son's face. And then in the meantime, we have Atticus Bly, who's finding this out, who seems to be also what's happening in Gotham in the present.
Right.
His body's taken over and whatnot. But I don't know how else you can go with the idea.
The alien from Men in Black.
Yeah.
Right?
And so, yeah, exactly. So how can you end up at this point, go back and say, oh, no, it wasn't. Like, I don't think you can now. It has to be some sort of demon. But you go and there's Batman hanging out with Lautrec in the now, and you get that timer that I was thinking that reading this, like, is that timer gonna is it gonna get to like 66666? There's some weird thing that's gonna be like supposedly, oh my God, it's a wow moment. I don't think so. But we'll see.
I don't think so.
Yeah, it's just
and there's way too many numbers.
I
still don't understand what's going on.
I'm like, what is going on there? So you end up where
hours, minutes, seconds, and tenths of a second. Why do we need the tenths of a second?
I don't know. They're really precise. This atomic clock going. You end up though where there's Lautrec going through things and then says, "Oh, what do you think of young Jack?" And he's like, "Oh shit, I'm gonna have to kill her." That's what I wanted. He's like, "Oh, well, your days are numbered, bitch." But no, she says, "How would I not figure it out?"
Yeah, first of all, I like that she figured it out. Second of all, it's clever I think for Philip Kennedy Johnson, like in the sense that she knows who he is, but she doesn't know that he's Bruce Wayne, right? She knows that Batman is young Jack, but she doesn't know that young Jack is Bruce Wayne. So like it's revealed his identity, but hasn't at the same time. And I think that's clever. It gives them a personal connection. It shows that she's smart without revealing that he's Bruce Wayne, so she has to be killed. I think
Bruce is now worried.
She doesn't have to be killed.
I think he's worried now, and I think that she might die anyway. I think she might die by the end, but we'll see.
Not. I
hope not either. I think that she's a good person. I trust her, that she wouldn't even go any further. She just wants to pretty much, I mean, when you have detectives like this around, they want to kind of, throw their weight
They want to show that she's smart.
Yeah, and that's
they want
the thing.
To show,
you don't want her to be dumb. You have Gordon, who most people are like, well, he doesn't know, he does know. But for the most part, you want to believe that Gordon always knew, just didn't act on it or say anything because of what it is, because you don't want him to think, you don't want to think he's a dummy. And
No, right,
she's not a
exactly.
dummy. She shows, and I think it does play well that 'cause she's got her theories and she's trying to find Memento as well. Well, show that she can figure out stuff. We know Batman, greatest detective, even though sometimes he isn't, but show that she's really good.
He's not
and
looking
she
like a
is.
very great detective in this because it's clearly supernatural. And I would have figured that out.
Exactly. And says, I figured it out, young
I'm a
Jack.
dummy.
Then all of a sudden, and says at one point, did you do this just, did you go to Atticus just to learn to be Batman? Was that part of the deal? And he goes, yeah. Yeah. And
I like that a lot. That was a great scene.
Yeah. And I wanted Lautrec to be like, you bitch. Like the idea, like, this was my thing. And you were just there like a tourist trying to learn stuff, you jerk. But then I think another misplay, though, is I don't think we need these kids. We go
Really?
off
I
them.
like the kids.
I
like the
do
kids
nothing.
a lot.
They're just going. They are there to show that there's the underground city part from No Man's Land, and show that there's some Gravedigger's Poppy down there. They don't really do much.
Yeah.
They just kind of go back and forth of, hey, do you think they're gonna, Batman's a cop? No, he isn't. They want to arrest him like us, and we're awesome. Yeah, we are. And then they go to the next spot. Hey, I didn't know this
I don't
was
know.
here.
I like their personality. I think they got a lot of personality. I like him. I like that. He's like, he calls us the Irregulars. I don't know why, but it sounds cool. And it's obviously a reference to Sherlock Holmes and the Baker Street Irregulars. And
These kids aren't
like,
really
and
doing
these kids
much
wouldn't
reading.
know that, right?
Yeah, so
They wouldn't know that.
I just think
So,
that
like, I
it's
don't
going to
know. I
be
like 'em.
something that they're going to do a little extra work down there. But the Gravedigger's Poppy is definitely underneath the city of Gotham. You see the one there. And then they have to talk to Etrigan, so they have to find Jason Blood. They kind of find him. He's all skittish, somebody after him, and then Batman shows up and
Yeah,
says,
that was
Yeah, it
a
was
little
weird.
bit weird. I don't like the way he played Jason Blood here when he first runs it. I mean, he kind of recomposes himself and acts a bit more like Jason Blood, confident, composed, kind of unflappable. But like at this here, he's like, get off the street, and then he's like all startled and scared by Batman. I've committed no crime. Like Jason Blood wouldn't be like that. He'd be like, what do you want?
Yeah.
You know?
And then Batman's like, you're a person of interest in a series of violent crimes. We have some questions for you, both of you. And I'm like, all right, you're kind of pushing it there, Batman. You kind of could go in and say, hey, but it seems like he's more like, I never thought it was Etrigan. I don't think I thought it would be more of, hey, Jason, can you help us? Like, we have this thing, and I don't believe in it, but obviously
there's
I know
a rhyming
you.
something, and you would know. Yeah.
So you end up, and almost feels just so nasty that they make him call Etrigan up, and Etrigan kind of not fully going there, kind of in a mirror type deal situation. So you have both.
I like the way they
ends up,
play that.
Yeah, and ends up saying,
I didn't know he could do that, but it's fine.
I know that he can go on and wax poetic because, boy, he goes through a lot of panels telling him what's going on and what isn't going on, but spinning him the yarn of the Crow brothers, I believe it is.
And rhyming, which I know just had to drive you nuts,
so it's just like, all right. Now, again, this week's Spotlight, Jason Blood and Etrigan were in Fire and Ice as well. And in that...
Oh, were they really?
Yeah, and in that, you ended up having Joanna Starr does the one joke that you'll see occasionally, the idea, do you have to rhyme, Etrigan? Nah, just do it to annoy people and stops rhyming. So it's okay. I end up, I said to Simon...
That's pretty funny.
I said to Simon, my favorite is when he's doing it, and then he ends up where he doesn't rhyme. Everybody looks at him and he has to throw in some weird word to just end in a rhyme for no reason whatsoever. But,
yeah, those are always funny.
You play the idea that he has that bit of, the supernatural, that they are obsessed to rhyme, and it's part of that. But he's rhyming and he's telling the story about these brothers and the one going. But again, 100% supernatural. Like you're talking even old gods Cthulhu shit at one point where he's seeing, the gods of old. I'm like,
the secrets of the gods of old. Cthulhu is coming up big in DC Comics.
Really big. You like tentacle porn? You're in. And I'm just sitting there waiting for Batman to say after this, like, oh, shit, it is supernatural. He's just listening. And I'm like, is it sink again, Batman? Is it sinking in what's going? But also these brothers end up really getting on with the Poppy, the Gravedigger's Poppy, and have these visions and things like that. So again, if it comes back to, it wasn't supernatural, it's just a Gravedigger's Puppy, I'm telling you, if you don't lose your mind, I will, because like you said, it's not just a normal thing. You can't play something off where you eat some drug and you see legit, accurate past events happening. That just doesn't
make
happen.
any sense.
So, in the actual spots there, it's ridiculous. But these kids down in the, underground deal, they're at one point, they don't know anything about Sherlock Holmes, but they certainly know James Cagney. But it is one of those plays that is something that people will do. Like, hey, top of the world, man. I'm like, oh, look at you.
Yes.
But they're screwing around. They're like, hey, I'm going to plant my
they're
flag
kids.
here. And hey, it should be burritos, you fat ass. I thought they were fat shaming this kid. But the kid likes it.
But he's not fat. Yeah, no, he's like, oh, I can go with that.
Yeah,
He's
I like that.
I want
I
a burrito
love
flag.
the burritos. Of course, they steal them. And like, oh, whatever. But yeah, so the big play
See, that's
is,
why I like these kids. They've got some personality. Their banter is fun. And then they're going to be in danger.
again, it's like this story needs to get something going. And it does lead to them finding Damien. I mean, they walk into this next place and it's like,
they
oh my
find him.
God, Damien's being
they're
attacked
gonna
at
get
that
killed.
point. Yeah. Damien's being attacked by the 900-foot Memento now with this big top hat. So you have that, and then he's doing his rhyming. He's like, oh, children, have I found spying, skulking neath the ground. I'm like, all right, I get it. But I love the idea, though. It's like Batman's big thing is I have two people I could try to find right now because it's either Etrigan or Eminem. But he couldn't get Eminem, so he's going to go after Etrigan. It's like the idea of rhyming is the only thing he goes with. He's like, it sounds like Etrigan. That guy annoys the hell out of me and goes. But you end up with next the unquiet dead of Squatterstown. They say that, it was called Squatterstown. People did die during No Man's Land, things like that they say, and the Gravedigger's Poppy's down there. So we'll see. We'll see, but I don't feel like I'm any bit closer to understanding even an inkling of what Memento is or about. It's more still a concept to me.
Yeah, so like that's the thing is that the implication when they said, oh, he's a rhyming demon is like, oh, because that's a whole class of demons in hell, right? Like we've seen this in DC Comics before. And so I thought it was just going to be like, it's going to be somebody who's in the same class as Etrigan in the hell
and maybe
hierarchy.
Etrigan's jealous and will say, or like, oh God, they're not supposed to, but nothing. It's
right.
it's,
But no, it doesn't seem to be that. It seems to be some sort of Cthulhu-esque old god. If what we're being told is accurate, and I think it is, and that's kind of like my point is that when it was revealed, oh, it's rhyming, it might be from hell, like it felt like, oh, we're gonna get a definitive answer as to what Memento is, and we're gonna be moving towards, and we saw the kids were gonna go searching, the irregulars were gonna go searching for Damien. You could kind of see the light at the end of the tunnel. We're seeing everything kind of come down to the point where Batman and Memento are going to face off. And no, we don't.
Yeah,
right? Like, yes, the irregulars did find Damien, but actually he's not a demon from hell. He's something else, maybe a Cthulhu-esque old god, but that's not really definitive. We don't really learn that much. The story doesn't move forward. I mean, it does. It just doesn't move forward enough for me for what I wanted to get out of this issue because, like I said, I feel like I do enjoy the story. I enjoyed this issue. It's fun. It's enjoyable, but I want to start to see the light at the end of the tunnel for the story. And I don't think we really
and even if it's like one of those where you're doing this and you're like, oh, it's this. So then you could start thinking, oh, well, Batman, the only way he can stop it's that. Or, oh my God, how is he going to do that? And you're still just like, yeah, I don't get it. I don't get exactly the whole thing. You throw Cthulhu stuff. You have Atticus Bly, who his body's there, but he's kind of, disoriented and things like that. But he's definitely dead. They buried him, but his body was missing. I thought that was more of the play that he didn't die, and that was a fake out. But it feels like more that the grave has been robbed. But I don't know. I don't know. At the end, you could even have, everybody was under Gravedigger's Puppy, including us, and now it's just nothing. It's just such a weird.
That would make me so
just
mad.
such a weird play for a book that I do like. It's just that I'm like, yeah, you got to get something going. And I'm looking at the reviews. There's one review. That's it. And you need more than that. And
that goes back to and I think you've mentioned it on the podcast before. Maybe you and I have just talked about it separately, which is the idea that I think we talked about it as it related to Green Arrow. About how he really needed a number one. So did Green Arrow. And it really did him an injustice because especially at the start of his run, like I was like, this is a 9 out of 10 book at the beginning. I was super into it.
Right?
Well, actually, I think the first issue I was a little bit down on because it was like, oh, Damien was being kind of a jerk. But then the second issue, it revealed why. Like there was a reason why. It wasn't that Philip Kennedy Johnson doesn't acknowledge the growth of Damien over time. It was that he had a bad day. He was pissed off. and he was being a teenager. And I was like, oh, that's really good. And so that second issue, I was like, this is a 9 out of 10. This is my favorite book of DC. This is fantastic. But yeah, it's definitely.
Yeah, and not giving it a number one was bad. And we're nine.
Yeah, well, that was the point. Sorry, you're
we're
right.
nine
That was
issues
the point
in.
I was trying to make.
We're 9 issues in.
Oh, this is 9?
Yeah, I
man.
just counted them. I went to the route up to see. And what happens then is, and what I thought was the idea, and with Green Arrow, a little different, the same, where something's coming up. I kept seeing things ending around September. And lo and behold, a guy got a hold of me today and said legit. And I don't know if it's public now or this, a little scoop. Do I have the breaking news? I don't think I have it. I'll just
hit the button.
But I don't have it. I need it. I love
that one. That's a great sound
and
effect.
I love the breaking news because it's I use it for everything. It doesn't even have to be breaking news. It's almost like if I asked you an answer for something I could use it to. I'm just making up things now so I can get breaking news sound effects. But I don't know it. Maybe the way the guy said it, it might be out there. But breaking news. There we go. The idea that it seems as if there's going to be a big Dark Side event in October. I don't know. That might have been announced already.
Okay.
So that is, again, I kept telling people things line up to September. I thought the event would start in September, but it looks like a big thing's going to be October. And I think that a lot of these books have been told, well, we're not going to give you a new number one because we might give a lot of number ones coming down the line. They don't want to keep doing that. They don't want to give a number one in February.
Marvel does it all the time. It works for them.
Yeah, that's what happens. So, but they seem to like, okay, we'll just keep this volume go. And then when we have this big change after an event, we'll end up, because this might end up combining in the Absolute Universe. If you're talking Dark Side, I think it's too soon, but you're going to have a new number one with Batman. So having a new number one Batman, you kind of might want to get some new number ones so that when people go get Batman, because I don't know if you know this, Batman does sell okay. So they end up where a new number one Batman, Mad Fraction, all right. And when you get there, oh, wait, there's a new number one Batman and Robin. Oh, my God, a new number one Green Arrow. And I think that might be what's going on. I think that we're going to have
I would think that would be smart. I do think it's a little too early to cross over the absolute. I don't know
why you're doing that. I don't even know. We were talking before we even started doing this that some of the books, I don't even know how they even tie in with each other, let alone how you're going to wrap it around into everything. So we'll see how it ends up.
I feel like you would need a crossover within the Absolute Universe. That shows them all meeting each other.
League and something like that, because that's the character.
I guess, unless this is the thing that brings them together.
Yeah,
but I think
might not bring them into this univerce, but it seems like it's going to do
going to make them aware of each other.
Yeah. Well,
right?
we did have Mirror Master knows, so
yeah,
it's weird.
But the other problem is, though, like, okay, while I believe that Absolute Batman, Absolute Wonder Woman, and Absolute Superman are maybe ready, like we've established them well enough to say, okay, they can kind of cross over and be made aware. Like Flash and Green Lantern and Martian Manhunter are telling, we talked about this before, very small, self-contained stories. It doesn't feel like they're ready to interact with the universe, the Absolute Universe by itself, let alone the Absolute Universe and the main DC universe.
The thing, and if you are reading the Absolute stuff, the thing for me, and just as an aside, as we're recording, I'll be talking tonight live with Gray about Absolute Batman. Really, to me, all you have to do is have that Lazarus Corporation that's going on in the Superman book. That could be something that Batman gets aware of, that kind of that could be the center of combining. Plus you have the Joker and stuff in the Absolute Batman stuff. And I think they can easily tie those in, but I can't see Martian Manhunter. John's like, oh, I'm going to go check that out. It just does not feel like
it doesn't fit.
Green Lantern book, they're not even able to get out of a bubble yet.
Yeah,
so
they're
they
still
can't
under
do
the
that.
dome.
And if Flash gets involved, he's going to get involved accidentally. He's just going to end up running into something, and there you go. It's a weird play. But the first three, you definitely, and that's the Trinity, so you can get those guys together, and we'll see. We'll see how it ends. But I'm sure now, if I think of the idea, though, even with that, I do think Martian Manhunter going to 10 issues is not going to get to the spot where they would in October. It's going to be around that 6th issue. That would have been the normal thing. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. But a lot of things seem to be lining up to either end or get to like somewhere where you could cut the things off when you get this event and maybe get some new things. But what would you give this Batman and Robin?
Oh yeah, we didn't give it a score, did we?
I just realized. I was going to say we're getting out of here, but we never gave a score.
I'm struggling with how to score this one.
I'll give you my score. I'm just a 7.
Okay.
I was going to go 7.5. I'm going to go 7.8.
Well, that's funny you say that. I was gonna go 7, but then I was gonna up it to 7.5.
Yeah, I'm going to up it to 7, maybe 7.5. It's weird because I do like some things we got, but overall it's still frustrating. I'll go.
Like
7.5.
I think overall it's a well-paced issue. It's an interesting story. I liked what we got. I just want to see the light at the end of the tunnel, and I don't feel like I see it yet. So that's kind of where I'm like, I can't give it an 8. I don't want to. I can't say it's bad, or I want to give it a 6 or a 5. Right, so that's kind of where I'm going. 7.5.
Yeah, I'll
that's
go
kind of what I
5 as well. But that is it.
All
That is it for me and you. We got the 3 books done and done.
Done and dusted.
We'll be back next week with some more books. There's always something to talk about. But thanks for joining me this week. Thanks for adding on the Batman and Robin. We'll see what Tom thinks. If he thinks we're nonsense. But with
Tom's a good guy. He won't think we're
I did
nonsense.
end up. I had a list of how I thought that everything would line up, so I could actually say, "Oh, we're going up to this," and now I forget. So we're going up to something.
Well, I think was it the last episode or something? Like there were multiple times like we're going off to this guy to cover this book, and there was something completely different.
And things got all wacky, and think people couldn't record and stuff. So
last week was a messy week.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna say we're going off to something. We're going up to whatever is next. So thanks, Brad, as always, and. Yep, we'll go off to the next book. And we'll continue on with Jared. What up, Jared?
How you doing?
Oh, lovely. We're here to talk some more Superman Wonder Woman.
And
we had, it was mainly me last week. I ended up having the worst scheduling difficulties last week. So now we're back. We're able to do this. And I'm pretty excited because we do like this book. This is one of the books that we really do enjoy, both of us. And it gives us a reprieve. From you end up, we were talking beforehand and talking about different things, including Brian Michael Bendis, where you said on your site you end up where he's the guy who shouldn't be named.
Yeah.
We might have to do that with Tom King as well.
I used to have that. It's just I talk about his book so many times because of like covering Wonder Woman. I'm going to keep slipping up.
Yeah, you keep going. So with this, though, we're talking about a guy who can be named Charles Soule, who is doing a kick-ass job. And again, the reason why we're doing this is to remind us and everybody else that, in fact, there are some people who know how to write Wonder Woman. And in fact, at the point, that's kind of like where both of us, not even knowing each other at the time, both loved this book because at this point, Superman was having a real hard time getting any sort of traction because of what the new 52 Superman books were like. And this one had the best of both worlds. It's really, really good. So we're going to continue on with Superman Wonder Woman number 4. Written by Charles Soule, Tony S. Daniel on pencils, Bat and Sandhu Fleury on inks, Timo Murray on colors, and Carlos M. Manguel on letters. And last issue, if people don't remember, it was revealed that Superman and Wonder Woman are dating. It got out there. Cat Grant, she got the zip drive, but never wanted to open it because she don't do snail mail.
Yeah.
Finally opens it. It was just a funny thing that she just finally decides to open it. It's the biggest thing.
She's like, screw it. Might as well.
Yeah. And she opens up this little folder deal and oh my God, it's got a zip drive, photos, all that stuff. And it becomes the biggest thing that she's ever done. And what I like about Charles Soule here too, not just that I think the character work in the series is great. It's the idea that he puts a scene together and thinks it through. The idea that Kat puts this story out there, you could end up kind of being pissed and say, well, why didn't she talk to Clark? But she had to do it quick and couldn't get a hold of him. So it kind of ties in and makes it work in my mind. And it's Kat.
Yeah.
Kat does not want to talk to anybody or ask permission. So she's going to put it out there. But even so, it is the biggest thing. And I think that if Clark was there, he'd have problems justifying the idea, almost like he doth protest too much if he really went into it.
Yeah, because he's like, okay, so if I protest too much, you might catch on that I'm Superman.
Yeah. So it would be a weird play. I think that the way he plays it in this issue, what he might have done would be, oh, well, wait a day and then try to figure things out. But she says, and she's right, especially in what they're doing, and they're a blog trying to compete with big papers, that she said this is the biggest story, and if we didn't run it, somebody else would. But we'll get to the point where Clark starts talking, because the real cool play of this, and the reason I like it is the layers. That the idea, some writers might just go with the idea, oh, it's out, Superman and Wonder Woman, and then just deal with Superman being upset about whatever. But no, Clark is a investigative reporter as well. And he's gotten sources and he's gotten tips. And he says, why'd they send it to us? Like, why would it be us that they do it?
Mhm.
And that's where Kat's like, I don't care. This is the greatest thing ever. She is loving life right now.
exactly.
She loves it so much. But we kind of get an idea of who might have sent it in this. But you end up where, it changes everything. And that's where Diana starts saying, and she's saying what she knows. I mean, she kind of thinks that Clark might want to just kind of strut his stuff. And, it might end up where there is no Clark Kent, but you're still Superman. And gets him, but kind of goes with this idea that Clark, like, that's what she would do. She doesn't care. She's out and about, whatnot. Clark's a little different. And she's just kind of, talking about she's getting dressed and says, we're different, Clark, but also, the same Superman, Kal-El, and goes with that. And I really like it. Again, it shows that they are different and that there are things that maybe Diana gets annoyed with or Superman doesn't want. And I think that it's a cool play to show the relationship.
It kind of plays off of that scene in Justice League 12 previous to this when they first kissed. And they both talk about how they both kind of understand that, like, isolation that comes with being who they are.
Yeah, exactly. I'll tell you, it has nothing to do with this and might even be bands that people don't even care about. But at one point I read that at one point REM and U2, these two, they ended up having a camaraderie because at that point they had both signed humongous contracts that they were scared they couldn't fulfill. And they said that each of them then kind of understood each other a little more, that they were never friends, never talked, but then started talking because of that. So it is, like you said, they have that commonality of it, but it is something that not many people, and even they're beyond a Batman. You end up where Batman, he's just, a mortal guy. He's doing his things, his gadgets. He is a loner anyway. And then you have these two, and they're just like gods walking on Earth. And we did see already the things of people already getting worried, but I do like the random reactions where some people are just like, oh, it's pretty cool. But we go to the Fortress of Solitude and you go from there because, Zod is, he's up to no good.
He's preparing to conquer. It's really where he's like, oh, this world's divided. Oh, I'm going to be able to like roll right over these people.
Yeah. And I love that he's just walking around. And he's going, he sees, oh, look, he has a portal, a what's it called, a Phantom Zone portal. Oh, my God, let's do it. And he ends up pissed off because there is a safeguard. There is a password type deal that he can't get in. We know from what he said before, and then by the end of this issue, he wants Feora. He wants his wife. But in the meantime, he's kind of walking around, which is funny that he reveals later that Superman just doesn't know that there's like that crazy deal in computers even where you have that like, that standard code that you have before you actually put your own password in.
You can change it. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it's so good. And what I like about this is Zod really going and Clark comes in and Clark sees through Zod's deal of, oh, your father. He keeps saying it. You're so much like your father. And Clark says, listen, and Clark's already pissed off, but he says, you talking about my dad's not going to get you out of the cell. And it makes it feel like Superman thinks he has the upper hand because there's Zod. He's in this, in this bubble cage deal. But in the meantime, you have Zod say, do you speak Kryptonian? He's like, oh, yeah. And they start talking. And Zod really shames Clark here. And it goes, I think we've talked about, obviously, Wonder Woman and Superman, but the actual character work here of Zod, who is the guy who wants to bring back Krypton, and all this saying, oh, you learned from the Matrix. I can tell you really don't have an accent, but if you hang out with me, I'll get you that accent. Like almost like, yeah, you're not really Kryptonian. I'm Kryptonian. You might be by blood, but you're really not. And I thought it was a really good play to really show what makes and how Zod works.
Yeah, exactly.
Because Zod is legit. Like he probably looks down on him so much of, oh yeah, you might be from Krypton. Also, it's Jor-El stuff and all that.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm like, if this is anything like Man of Steel, you know that Zod and Jor-El don't exactly get along that well.
No. And so as they go, you did have Superman say to Wonder Woman, I'm going to go back and talk to Zod to find out about Doomsday. And so when he goes here, he does end up saying, tell me about Doomsday. And by the way, Zod, why were you in the Phantom Zone? Because that's not the greatest thing. And then he kind of like throws it away. It's a weird play where he goes, oh, I was put in, and it just happens that, I was put in there to watch Doomsday. I had to make sure that he wouldn't. I right away I'd say to him, what happened? Because he did escape, and what's going on? But before that can happen, he ends up pretty much opening this cage that he's in. And
because it turns out that, so he goes, Kal-El, you didn't even know what you had in the fortress. This is not a cell. It's essentially a shipping container.
Yeah. Oh, it's so funny that it shows that he's just like, you think you're this fancy Kryptonian. You don't even realize these are shipping containers that have a common passkey that opens them up unless it's been changed. He said, I knew you didn't even know what these things were, so I knew you wouldn't change it.
I'd imagine the default password is the word password in Kryptonian.
Probably, yeah, that's what I think too.
Or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Admin, it has to be something like that, which actually would have been even funnier if he wasn't speaking in Kryptonian. We saw it was, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 would be great.
Yeah, exactly.
Superman flips out, but in the meantime, the menagerie is opening up. You're opening everything. Zod just ends up saying the deal and really just shows his true colors here. And yeah, Superman's pissed. Looks great.
Yeah, the art in this, the action scenes is unreal.
Yeah, it looks so good. So yeah, he starts to try to get, while Zod is trying to work the Phantom Zone projector as he's getting hit, as then he hits Kal into something. You have all these, aliens and plants and whatnot. But again, all Zod really wants to do is open up the Phantom Zone. That's all he really wants to do because he wants to get Feora. And so he eventually does. And Superman is trying to fight it back, but he can't. And I think that it also shows how, planned and well the deal that Zod is a military guy. Mm-hmm. So when he does set this up, he sets up distractions here. He does this, but also waits for Kal to kind of open up things himself, so now he can use the Phantom Zone projector, and not to get Superman in the Phantom Zone, but actually to get Feora, and she looks
which is interesting when you think about it, because when I first reviewed this series, one of the things I said is that the best part about Volume 1 is that it turns into Superman and Wonder Woman versus evil Superman and Wonder Woman, and even with this, because can you imagine if their positions were reversed? I'm not entirely sure Superman would not behave like Zod is just to get Diana out of the Phantom Zone.
Yeah, and the thing is, Zod at points even kind of points that out, like, the whole play of you would do all this for your woman. And I'd like to, by the way, I didn't mention it, but there's Zod. He's in the cage at first.
Oh, yeah.
Superman comes in, he's like, hey, by the way, buddy, you did pretty good. Like,
yeah,
she
he's
is
like, "Where's your woman?
hell.
The fierce one? She did good." And then Superman's basically like, "Hey, dude, hands off."
Yeah, exactly. He's like, "Whoa!" And I'm just telling you, she is hot as hell.
I punched a god
funny.
for her, bro.
Exactly. It was so funny. But then at the end, you see where Feora comes out, and she's there, and her eyes are glowing red again. She's now with that deal with Kryptonian. She's now, powers are coming in. And she's not used to them, but I thought it was really
good.
Cool. Really good. And then you had an earlier, and that's the thing. I'm reading it, and I'm like, oh my God, that was so good. It felt like it went so quick, and that was only 12 pages.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we still got more.
Yeah, it ended up throwing me. I thought I was done. I was like, woo.
Me too, kind of, by the way. So when I was reading this for this, I was like, is that it?
Yeah, I thought too. I was all excited. And then I'm like,
because the art changes and it has the end part. So I'm like, wait. There's no way it just ends like that.
No, it can't. So we end up where earlier we end up having the blog read around the world by Charles Soule and Paolo Sicura. And it's okay. The art is not as good.
No,
Daniels'
it's definitely
great.
not as good as Daniels.
But it's a lesser kind of story anyway, because it is a lot of the stuff with Cat Grant and releasing the things. There's not like a big fight or whatnot. But in the meantime, it's still cool. It still ends up where this is the idea of Kat and this Aaron guy, her boyfriend, talking about, hey, I got this zip drive and I had to put it out there. This is our big thing. And I love where
The
Kat
funny
throughout the whole
part,
thing.
by the
What's that?
way, now that we're talking about this, the funny part is like, no, like, here's the thing. All Clark had, the easiest way Clark could have tried to stop Kat is just gone, yeah, who sent it? It could have come from anyone.
Yeah. And she just put it, like, this could have really bitten her in the ass.
Yeah, exactly. Because can you imagine if it was BS? Watch, all of a sudden, Bruce Wayne disputes the reveal. Oh, yes, that's an obvious Photoshop job.
That would be great. It's that, like, and he could. He always does.
He could.
I mean, and I would get the idea that Bruce at this point would spend millions upon millions of making other Photoshop things to then say, oh, look, well, that'd be funny. He's like, they can't be together. Look at this Photoshop. It's Batman. And what would be hilarious? But
Yeah, that would be great.
Clark is kind of just like, well, this is weird. Who would have sent it? Why? Don't you think that these people, these heroes might get upset? All these things that I'm telling you, Kat, throughout the whole thing, this is her go-to. Well, I had to make a call, and it was the greatest call. She thinks that she is like no problems at all, loves it, says, I made the right call. I did it. She's so happy. And there's Clark, who just kind of almost feels like the play would be, oh, you're just pissed it wasn't your story, but obviously we know more. But you end up where a guard, because you go off to Utah in the Hypermax detention facility with Lex Luthor, and they're like, hey, Lex, you hear the big news?
I
And
know.
he's like, it's so great. He's like, I don't hear shit. And they're like, oh, Superman and Wonder Woman, they're together. They're an item. Pretty cool, right?
He's freaking out.
Yeah. Oh, he hates it. And this is
It's
the guy's
greatest
exact deal.
thing ever.
I love this guy. Superman and Wonder Woman, they're, together, an item, doing it, I guess. He's like, what? And Lex is so mad that he wants to punch the Supermax facility prison to try to get to this guy. He's going to kill the messenger. And he's like, yeah. And the guy goes, seems kind of nice to me, right? You're all going around. You're kind of lonely. He's like, it is not nice. He is so angry. And he said, again, we saw some people reacting to this already. The idea of they're unpredictable. They're gods. What are they going to do? A kid? No, and that's all the Lex. I like where he just goes, leave me alone, George. I need to think. And he just puts his head against the wall.
I love where he goes, of course I planned for this. And I'm like, how would you know this?
I know. He's crazy. But you go then to Gotham, and there's where Batman is pish-poshing. He sees over, the pretty much Times Square type deal. And he's like, what? Like, he looks pissed. And then, like a dick, ends up cutting the wires to this big giant jumbotron. Like the news is out, Bruce. I mean, seriously, Batman, you don't need to do this now. He's so angry that he destroys this huge...
Even though he could have said, hey, Oracle, can you shut this down?
Yeah, exactly. He just destroys it. He cuts the wires. The FCC is going to be on his ass. But you go to
Good
Wonder Woman
luck.
now. Yeah, really. I'll give it to you then, because you go off to London with Diana, who goes to see Hesha.
Oh, I love this part.
Yeah, I love the little girls doing the
Yes.
karate. It's so good.
So Hesha is doing like a karate class, and then Diana interrupts. And then I love how she goes, okay, for recompense for interrupting her class, she's going to tell you something very important, something that will stick with you forever, right? And Diana goes, think, okay.
I love it because
Yeah.
it's like really putting her on the spot. And I thought she was just going to be like, hey, be wonderful. She kind of does. She just says, hey, little girls, don't let anybody tell you what you can be, what you can't be. You do it yourself. You're great. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. It was really nice. I love when you see those girls there doing the karate at first. And then when Diana comes in, it would be really cool if she came in as Wonder Woman. No, I think that these girls would have went nuts. It would have been so cool. But you end up where Diana, again, looking pretty hot. Not as hot as the Tony S. Daniel, but comes in and then says, I need to kind of blow off some steam. Hesha, will you come out with me? And I like the idea where it's like, are they going out for drinks? No. They're just going to go beat the crap out of people and collect treasure. I'm like, holy crap.
Exactly.
It was cool. It was cool in that. And then even that where Hesha says, do you feel better? And she's like, only a bit.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where Asha says, isn't this what you wanted? You were worried that your man was keeping things too close. The circumstances aren't what you expected, but. And then she says, my relationship with anyone, they're not the world's father. I did want him to be more open, yes, but this, I didn't want it to be out of our control. So she, gets it. At one point, I thought she was going to be pretty happy about it. But as she says here, I think she also gets upset that it upsets Clark.
Well, the other thing is, like, she wanted it to be their choice. This takes their choice out of the equation.
This is why when something happens, you yourself immediately would call a press conference. You need to get your version out.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Hopefully your version's the true one. You're not lying or anything, but you still want to explain things because when people, again, you have a crowd in Gotham. They look at the Jumbotron. They see this. Somebody's yelling, man, that's awesome. Somebody's yelling, oh, this is bullshit. And so you want to be able to at least explain yourself and what's going on. And they did not get to do that. So it's already out. And then after the fact, I don't know, sometimes it looks bad. Like, I still think they should, make a press conference kind of saying, hey, listen, we're just dating or whatnot. But you then go back and Kat, also just to mention, Kat is drunk off her ass.
Mm-hmm.
When Clark shows up, she's like, stumbling into his arms and whatnot. But everything is with Aaron as well. This Aaron guy was like, oh man, Aaron's great. You guys could hang and whatnot.
He invented a machine that can cure, that can help you learn literally anything.
Yeah. It's actually, that's pretty cool. But he says, yeah, it didn't really turn out yet, but it's going to work. And you can only think that this would be something that'll help out as we go on. But Clark still keeps saying, like, why do you think we got this zip drive? Why would it be us? And Kat, again, she's like, well, they thought we were cool. Or if it wasn't us, it'd be somebody else. But she isn't really looking into this. She's just happy because they are hit. This thing is going viral times 8 million. Like the idea of this has put them on the map. And she's very happy that they've outdone the Daily Planet. She says it a couple times, like, oh man, they're wishing they were us and all this stuff. And yeah, Clark is, the idea too, it's like, yeah, that's normal things. Hey, you don't know who the source, whatever. But Clark really wants to know because he's pissed too. So yeah, and he says it doesn't make sense. And then Kat says, look, Clark, I've got to go. Aaron and I have some more celebrating to do. If you want, you get all Lois Lane on this and investigate, but I don't care. We did it. It's awesome. Off I go. And so, yeah, it's left at that. And says sometimes good things just happen to good people is what she says at the end. And Clark knows better. And I think that he's really ticked off. So again, he wants to see who did it. And that causes some problems coming up. So it's good. It's really good. It threw me off where you had that two separate deals. Like you said, we both did the same thing. A lot of times, too, what gets me, when they print the stuff, there's been times where they'll do that ending, they'll have an ad, and then they'll go to the thing, and I'll never know that it continues.
Exactly.
Yeah, I've gone on podcasts where me and Eric, where we used to do, and I'd be like, okay, and that's it. And they'd go, no, there's a backup, or vice versa. I'd see the backup, and he didn't.
Well, here's the funny part. So I was reading off of the trade, and then in between the Tony Daniel art and the other art, there's a cover.
That's what I'm saying.
So
why
I'm
would
like,
they do
what?
that? Why would they do that? That like throws you off so much.
That's why it was like, so what I did is I went online to DC Universe Infinite. I'm like, okay, it's one issue. Okay, there you go.
Yeah. And luckily, I was reading on the Infinite app, so I was reading it. And still almost didn't continue on. So, but it's good. What would you give it?
Oh, solid 10 out of 10.
Yeah, I'm going to go 9.8, just a little less. Only because if it was Tony S. Daniel throughout, I think I would go a little higher. But I'm going to go 9.8 just to be the curmudgeon. I'll be the cynical one at 9.8. The 9.8, which I don't think
it could also be me with like rose-colored glasses because I read Trinity today.
That is true. You did. You said, and I haven't read it yet, so maybe I will adjust my score. We shall see. But thanks for joining me, Jared. Before we go, let everybody know where they can find you.
Dope. So you can find me at Comics League. I just released a video talking about my favorite Wonder Woman moments, and then what are we doing this week? I do so many shows. I have no idea.
Many.
But that's mostly it. Just come to Comics League and you'll see everything I got to do.
Yeah, and please go there, subscribe, and get the notifications on so that you'll know, because Jared does a bunch of shows. So when they drop, you'll know, and you can go and watch them. But thanks, Jared. As
Anytime.
always, coming up on the horizon, we got a little bit of Wonder Woman going on. But until we have that, me and you are going to be going through this, maybe jumping back into the Legend of Wonder Woman
Hell
as
yeah.
well, which we
Either
both
way.
really enjoy. Yeah, it's really good. So thanks, Jared, and we're going to go off to the rest of the show.
There always has to be a beginning. There always has to be a start. You have to lose before you're winning. Every new hero has to play their part. So let's go back in time and see how our heroes start fighting crime. Year one, origins and brand new tales. Year one, old costumes but new details. Year one, they can always be undone, but year ones are a lot of fun.
And we are back, and I'm with my man, Zach. What up, Zach?
What's up, Jim?
What is Up is a book that's kind of a year one. That's
Kind
why
of,
we
yeah.
went with the theme. We figured that we could kind of push the theme in. Me and you
Mhm.
enjoy the theme, so we figured we would put that in because we are going to be doing what kind of feels like a year one in a kind of an alt kind of deal of Jason Todd Robin, which is, I get right to the credits, is what we're starting with. We're going to start with Robin and Batman Jason Todd, Chapter 1, because it's fancy. We have written by Jeff Lemire, art by Dustin McGuinn, letters by Steve Wands, edited by Ben Mears, and Rob Levin as the group editor. And this was a second part here from the Robin and Batman, which was a Dick Grayson book. And you get a little bit of the idea where Jason Todd coming in here and he's kind of pissed off and he wants to be perfect. And you have that whole play with that he is the second Robin. But if you haven't read the first one, you can read this. If you know anything about whatnot, and even so, you're reading this, if you're reading it just to see, what's going on with Jason, the only thing that you would get if you have read the first one, or if you didn't know anything about Dick Grayson, is just to know that he's a lot different than Dick Grayson. Jason Todd is a lot different, and I think that they go in with this first issue, and I think that there's going to be people, I like it. I think
I
that
do
it's
too.
done well. It is like a been there, done that, a lot of
Yes.
it, but I don't mind at points being there or doing that again because it's something that interests me. And you do end up having a little bit darker pull here, especially with Alfred. I'm like, come on, Alfred, you're supposed to be the one that always changes Batman's mind and you're agreeing with him. So it is a kind of crazy play. But with all of that, it is a bit dark by the end,
Mhm.
and it's pretty good. So we'll start with this, and you end up where you have Batman and Jason Todd Robin out on trying to stop some crime. And it's a weird play because it really does. It's such a, they're not holding your hand. You just jump in. You see Robin harangues going. You end up seeing Batman beating the crap out of punks. And then you see this guy with a bird's beak kind of on as a mask who ends up running off. And you get right away where Jason Todd will talk to himself a lot about how he's going to take it to the streets. And you get that right away of he really wants to fight back. He wants to be somebody who punches people. He wants people to fear him. And it's done in a way at the beginning where you're like, all right, that's kind of cool. He's all riled up. Then you realize, yeah, it's a bit darker than that. Like he's really, and we know Jason Todd has a chip on his shoulder even before the idea of what happens to him from the Joker. So when you play that out, it's pretty cool. Though there's one part that we're going to get to very quickly that me and you both kind of, there's a little bit of a, roll your eyes moment. But this guy goes off. And in the meantime, you do keep mentioning, and then this even going through the first time, didn't really even realize how many of the times are we seeing his mom pretty much with the heroin on the bathroom floor, because this is something that he is fighting against as well. It's not just the idea of, hey, I'm going to fight these bad guys because these bad guys have been bad to him. It's life has been bad to him, and he wants to fight back, and he's angry. And I think that in an issue like this, where it's very loose, right? You kind of go from scene to scene very loosely. I think that Jeff Lemire does a pretty good job of kind of giving you Jason Todd character work of that, how upset he is and how, how just pissed off the world he is, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. You're right. You just see like how hard of a upbringing Jason had, where it's like, his dad worked for Two-Face, his mom was a junkie, and he just is so completely different from Dick in the first series. Dick, he grew up with loving parents, and even though he was going through a dark time then, it's not that he ever had real struggles growing up. Jason's been kicked down his entire life. He's been not homeless, but like just living in the slums, and his dad in and out of prison, working for Two-Face, not really taking care of him. His mom, junkie, he's been really kicked down, and you can see that here. You can see where he's really tired of getting kicked down. He wants to fight back. Like you said, he is a fighter here. He keeps saying, I am a weapon, and he wants to go and he wants to hurt people. He wants to get his revenge.
So the weird thing is that Dick Grayson and Bruce, they got their parents taken away.
Mm-hmm.
And it's almost as if like that maybe the slogan could be like, Dick and Batman got their parents, but Jason got taken away from his parents, like, and they weren't great.
Yeah.
But yet he's there. He's also trying to avenge his parents in a different way, though. And that avenging is to take care of people who he's not going to, but he's a kid. He's not going to blame his mom completely for being an addict. He's going to blame everybody else involved. And he wants to fight back. And he's also just angry because, like you said, Dick Grayson and Bruce, some of their strongest things that they have are saying, well, I do this because I had such good parents. I want to make them proud. I want to do this. Jason's different. Like, yes. Jason's parents weren't great. He almost wants to fight back at a world that made his parents bad and wishes that they were better and wants to protect, like his mom. He wants to protect his mom, but she can't be protected. She's her own worst enemy, and you can't fight back at that. So instead, he lashes out, and this is what he really wants to do. And it almost feels like he could just say, all right, finally, I can lash out on bad guys because I'm with Batman. He's not doing it in a way of like, oh, man, now I can make sure. He wants to make sure things don't happen to people, but he is, like you said, he says, I'm a weapon, and now they're going to be scared of me. And he wants to have respect, and he wants to have people scared of him when, like, the idea where Batman is almost like, man, like, you don't want people to be scared of you like that, whatever. And it's Jason does. He really does. And so while this guy and everybody's trying to get away, you do have Dick Grayson, Jason Todd go and do things that like a Dick Grayson wouldn't do. Though Dick, we've done a bunch of the year one Dick Grayson. Dick Grayson isn't exactly always following orders, right?
Right.
He is often doing what he's not supposed to do. But in this, Batman always seems to have the real Jason and for being ultra violent, doing these things going on. But Batman is, something that says, okay, because at one point, Batman's getting beat up. He's like between a bunch of people and beating up them. And then he actually says like, yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to go off and chase some people. I am a little detained. And it's the Cuckoo that they're going after. And you have Jason say, oh, you take care of these guys, boss. I'm going to go after the Cuckoo. And he goes, Robin, wait. Oh, damn it, because Robin isn't going to wait. And he goes off to face this guy. And it's, a guy who Jason might be out of his league, though Jason pretty good. And even then I like when he's like, well, I do seem to be occupied. So, you go, but make sure, you don't do too much, proceed with caution. But Jason ends up like up on a building. I like that this Cuckoo is like looking around the alley.
He's just waiting for him to fall into the trap.
And then boom, you have Jason just drop in and goes, I'm not that stupid. I mean, really, how stupid do you think I am? And he starts fighting him. And he's doing pretty good, but then he gets slashed. And I do like where Jason says, there's already a lot of bird-based villains here in Gotham. I mean, really? And then you have Cuckoo go, yeah, says the little bird. And like, it's pretty funny, but then slashes him. And then yells, real birdie's got claws. And I'm like, okay, that's going a little too far, pal.
They're actually talons, but okay.
Yeah. And with that, when he does slash him, there's a weird play that later Batman's like, oh, your face. And the angle makes it so you can't really see it. It doesn't look that bad.
You don't see it. No, it don't look that bad.
Yeah, when you do see it, then later it's like a little teeny cup. But when Batman first says it, you can't even see it. And he says, "I'm fine." And again, to Jason, he's like, "I failed." And he says, "I'm fine. It's just a scratch. Let's go get him." And Batman says, "No, we're done for the day." And then Jason's like, "What? What do you mean we're done? Like, why are we giving up?" He's like, "It's not really giving up. We have to see, and really, we're going to reevaluate the situation. This Cuckoo, he's not going to stay hidden. He's going to do something stupid, and then we'll get the advantage and we'll go after him. And then Jason goes, sure, whatever. And they start walking. And yeah, see Batman, he's concerned, but Jason says it was my fault. And he's like, no, I shouldn't have let you go. Like Batman keeps wanting to blame himself as well. But this actually is a pretty funny scene because as they're going and they're leaving, these bad guys end up, yeah, you did mess up, pal. Like they're being kind of mean. And Jason goes over and says, oh yeah, and kicks the guy right in the face. And it's the guy that Batman had been fighting. And he kicks him right in the face. Says, say it again. Come on, say it. So Batman then has to pull, and Jason looks so small.
Yeah, he does.
He has to pull him off of this guy. Now, the guy is tied up, so it's, not the manliest thing, whatever. But he's like, let me go. And he's like, that's enough. Control yourself. And he says, get in the Batmobile now. And then goes over to the guy and goes, hey, shut up, and ends up punching him in the face. I was like, that's
the
pretty
guy
funny.
did make a smart aleck comment. He's like, somebody's got authority issues, don't they, Bats? And he's like, shut up.
I love that. That's what Jason did. He kicks him, and then Batman just clocks him, but gets pissed off. But yeah, the guy thought he could just be a smartass.
Yeah.
They go back to the Batcave, and I don't know. I'm not saying that I love the way that Alfred is dressed up. He looks a little too young, even though he's younger. But he has like a fancy little sweater type deal with the collar. It just doesn't look like Alfred. It looks like a guy who's like in college. He's like the oldest college student, but he's doing his dusting. And they show up, and this is the scene. This scene is in every single, any sort of year one with Batman.
Oh, yeah.
You end up Dick Grayson, Jason Todd, anybody and it's mostly, they've done it over and over with Dick Grayson, but this is they get out of the Batmobile, they're arguing. The Robin goes off and says, whatever, I'm going to go do my own thing. And then Batman goes over to Alfred and says, yeah, these kids, they're crazy. This one's different, which I thought was crazy or actually good. Because again, Jason gets out and says, like, to Alfred, because Alfred's like, oh, don't talk like that to Master Bruce. And then Jason goes, you're not my granddad, and he's not my dad, so I don't know what you think this is, but I'm here to be a weapon, and that's what I am. Screw both of you, and leaves. And walks away. I'm like, holy crap. Then Batman desperately needs Alfred to say, he'll be fine. Yeah. This happened with Dick Grayson. Dick Grayson was always like upset at the beginning, and Alfred had to say, well, you realize that his parents did just die, and he needs somebody who's lashing out. But this is where Alfred, like Batman, you can tell he's waiting, right? Yeah. He's sitting there, and he's saying things like, I don't know about this kid. And he's like, okay, come on, Alfred. And Alfred's like, I think you're right. And then ends up saying,
no, that's not what you're supposed to say here.
And doesn't it feel like at first it's reverse psychology? That he wants Batman to say, like, I thought what this scene was.
Screw you, like, Alfred, I made the good decision.
Exactly. Like, I actually thought that it was going to be Alfred's like, yeah, Batman says, or Bruce says, listen, I don't think we can keep this kid. I mean, it's crazy. And then Alfred would say, you're right, let's not do it. And then
I've already packed his bags.
Yeah, I already did it. And then Bruce would be like, screw you. We need him. I love him. All that. And then Alfred would say, you just answered your question. But that never happens. He goes,
no. Alfred's just like, fuck this kid. Let's ship him
Alfred's
off.
like, this kid's wrong. And actually says he is wrong in the head. Something is wrong with him. And I think this summer, when they have the summer vacation from school, whatnot, might want to find somebody else to take care of him. But Alfred's right. And actually, it's sad because then, it seemed like, man, Alfred, you are a cold-hearted bitch, right? But then he actually says the most important thing. I don't think me and you can do anything for him. I don't think we can take care of him the way he needs to be taken care of. And that's different. That is, he needs some psychological help. I'm sure we're going to see Leslie Tompkins in this because that's part of the deal. And I think that, they'll try to help him out in a different way that they did anyway. But the problem is that Jason has a huge chip on his shoulder that it never... The thing that gets me is he's mad, but he's not mad at Batman, right? He's not really mad at Alfred. So the problem is they can't really make it right because they're already not making it. It's everybody. It's life. It ends up, if you ever saw the movie Tombstone, there was one part in it where Val Kilmer's guy is talking. He's talking about this guy, Johnny Ringo, this other pistolier. And he's like, he's angry. And then they say, well, what is he so angry about? He's angry that he was born. And it was such a thing like, you can't do anything about it. Like, that is anger that can't be stopped. And Jason has it. And unfortunately, it leads to some bad things for him. And that's where we get to. Jason goes back to go to bed. You realize it is a dream, but they might have been able to do something a little better right away. But he ends up, I actually thought, I'm like, man, what is Alfred doing? Like, he's not cleaning up his old heroin needles and things, but he's dreaming about when he was a kid. And even in the way that you brought up earlier, where you had his dad, Willis, work for Two-Face. So in this dream, dreams are always wacky. It's a game show. He's doing this. And his dad actually says, Jason, run, run. And then in a weird way in this, there is the premonition of actually the Red Hood and the Joker, which seemed weird. It seemed like that was a little bit too much, right? The Two-Face stuff, great.
Yes.
Because he knows that. But he goes in to talk and see his mom, and his mom is again on the bathroom floor, OD, there's needles all around, and that's where all of a sudden he runs and thinks his mom morphs into the Red Hood. Even his mom morphing into it kind of is a little too on the nose as well for what ends up happening. But all of a sudden he's running, he's in the Robin costume then, and he's running as you have this Jason, and he's like, no, and that's where Bruce wakes him up. And he almost punches Bruce in the face, which is pretty crazy. But I do say, too, earlier when Bruce took off the cowl, he definitely needed to shave. Yeah. So it looks like he shaved. But you go from here because they start talking about, hey, I was going to let you sleep, but we can go out and get Cuckoo. He just popped up again. I think that there's Bruce thinking he's upset because he let the Cuckoo go. Yeah. And if he can get him to, okay, I'll help him, but bring him in. He'll feel great and he'll be real happy with himself. But like I said, it's way beyond that, and Bruce doesn't realize. But he says, and the panel where he says, hey, the Cuckoo just came out, just popped up again down at the belly of the whale. Thought you might like another crack at him. It looks like he's so nice.
Yeah.
But just imagine that. He's saying kind of, hey, you can beat the crap out of him now.
Hey, the guy who slashed your face the other day, let's go beat him up.
Let's go beat him up. And that's not anything he would have done with Dick Grayson. Like, he realizes he's already changing a bit.
He knows Jason needs a win.
Yeah, he does. He definitely
Jason needs a win. He wants his revenge. Let him have it.
And he wants to beat the crap out of somebody. So you go from there because the Cuckoo's playing the devil's hand as well. Yeah. He starts talking shit that isn't real and is going to get him killed, right?
Yeah. So we see, Batman and Robin, they suit up, they go to the belly of the whale, and we see inside there's Cuckoo, and he's just hammered, and he's telling everybody, he's like, yeah, I slashed Batman's face yesterday, and I told him, don't you ever mess with the Cuckoo. And yeah, sure. He's like, and you know what? Not only did I slash his face, I took off his mask. I know who he is. And they're like, oh yeah, who is he? He's like, well, I'm going to tell y'all. I'm going to sell it to Two-Face or whoever.
Joker,
get $1 million. Yeah.
Yeah,
so
I'm going to get
really
$1 million. Doing that, he's in big trouble.
Oh, yeah.
He's in big trouble. Now, the funny thing would be is if he ends up just pretending that he knows and says Bruce Wayne. That'd be pretty funny. If he even gets that far. But in the meantime, this is something, again, that we've seen where if you end up giving up that secret, whether you're lying or not, that secret isn't worth anything if 2 people know it. It's not good if 3 people. It's only good if 1 person does, the person that would be the Joker. So if you tell him this, he's killing you. He's going to kill you. He may not even want to know. He might just kill you. So this guy, again, he's like, yeah, I'm going to remember me. I'm going to buy this bar. I'm going to buy the whole town. I'm going to do it all. And he stumbles out. And even then, it's funny because then Jason sees he's drunk, and it's basically like, all right, I can really kick this shit out of him.
He's inebriated. No, he's hammered.
Yeah, dude's hammered. And says, can I take him, please? He's obviously alone and in no shape to fight back. And I'm like, Batman, that's something that actually should throw up a red flag the way he's saying it.
He's drunk. He's definitely, he'll do anything.
He's drunk. I'm going to go beat the living crap out of him, and it'll be easy. He's like, yeah, go get him. He's like, I got this. And he goes off, and he's like, oh, God.
Go easy on him. And it's like, no, he's not. He will not.
And he starts cracking his knuckles, and he's like, remember, we always want to de-escalate. He's like, yeah, I told you I got it. So they go in, and you do have this guy who kind of does look Joker-esque with his outfit and even what he's doing, but he's shooting up. He's there at the dock shooting up, and this really triggers Robin, completely.
Yeah, he starts having immediately PTSD flashbacks to his mom, and it's, oof.
And at this point, the Cuckoo, he does get mad and says, effing brat, and he's going to do with that Talon deal and go after him. But at one point, Jason does he gets punched in the face, too. But they start chasing him, and that's where Batman's like, hey, stop, don't do this, whatever. This guy eventually, Cuckoo ends up where, like, he kind of seems real sad, like a sad figure, where he's like, okay, I'm sorry, I give up, just stop. I think he's, already a little high, but he ends up where Batman comes. It's a good cut. Now, the cliffhanger, it's kind of ruined a bit by knowing that Jason didn't do it. The real cliffhanger is that Batman turns the corner and Cuckoo is a bloody mess. And even at the point, Robin's like, I'm going to get him. This is going to be great. But what happened is he got shot. And Jason's weirded out and ends up. And at one point, Batman's like, I'm coming in. Stop. Yeah, I'm coming in for backup. And Jason just takes his earpiece off and just throws it. I'm surprised he doesn't smash it. But yeah, when Batman comes in and says, I'm taking over and turns the corner, the Cuckoo has to be dead, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he is completely just done. And he's like, Batman, I didn't mean to, and then Batman's like, son, what the hell did you do? And he's like, what? No, and then Batman's like, what did you do? And it's Wraith who's up above, and he's like, I didn't do anything. I love that Jason just points, and you have him say, Gotham's time's running out, Batman. You've been too lenient, too weak. The animals are running wild, and the Wraith is here to put them down. And again, another character that is the, hey, I'm a Batman. It's like a Punisher Batman. These are always that case of you don't do enough, and why don't you kill people? But in the meantime, Jason Todd is real freaked out at the idea that he kind of already feels like he's responsible for this because he kind of grabbed this guy and made him run to this place. But we'll see how it goes. But that's how it ends. I thought it was really good.
Oh, yeah. Definitely.
Yeah, I had a really good time with it. It's not fun. It's kind of dark, but I think it's done in a way. And while most people will say, I've read this before, I've read it a couple of times, whatnot, there is that darker angle. And they're playing it too much. Jeff Lemire's playing too much that we know that the Joker gets him, Red Hood gang, all that. That's a little too crazy. And without that, just having a dream sequence with his mom, Heroine, and Two-Face, that was fine. That was really good. Once you get the whole Red Hood, that was too much on the nose, as we said. But other than that, I think it's really good and really played out just how troubled Jason is and needs help. I mean, it's not, Batman can't just say, oh, screw this kid and leave him go. Kind of wants to at one point, but Jason needs help, but it's one of those where he may not ever be able to get it. We'll have to see, but I thought it was really, really good. What would you give it?
Yeah, I'm going to give this a 9 out of 10. I really enjoyed this issue.
I'm a 9 as well. Yeah, I like
you said, it's just so good. The only real complaints I have about it is that, yeah, you could say it's very, I don't want to say generic, not generic, but like we know this stuff, like it's very played out.
It's a bit tropey and cliched.
Yeah, it's very played out with Jason, but I mean, it's still like pretty good on its own, and you do get to see how troubled Jason is and why it didn't work. It's not completely, people love to say Jason is Batman's biggest failure, and it's like, well, Jason was a big part of it too. His upbringing, his demons, they played a big part in the path he took, and it wasn't all Batman's fault. It wasn't like he just rushed him in to be a child soldier. You even see throughout this issue, there's multiple times where Batman's like, "What can I do to help this kid?"
Yeah,
it isn't all
really
about just replacing Dick. He wants to help this kid.
Yep, and
so I really enjoyed it.
And I'm a 9 as well. And it's one of those two, like this actually, it feels like the interaction with Batman and Jason feels like real. It feels natural the way they're doing it. Neither of them are being played off as like a saint or misunderstood. It's a kid and a guy who are struggling to help each other, and you may not be able to. And Batman is like almost the idea where Jason did always feel, oh, I had to follow Dick Grayson, the perfect Robin, whatever. It's kind of true. I mean, the idea of Jason's problems, they're so much darker than Dick Grayson's. And so it is like, man, right away when Batman talks to Alfred and says, man, Dick wasn't like this. And, and what Batman does, and there's lines in it, like you said, that seem very, we've seen this before. One of them being the idea of Alfred saying, he's not you. That happened with Dick Grayson. This happens with every Robin. Batman always, we're doing the mission now. It happened recently in the Batman and Robin with Dick Grayson, with Damian. He's not you. He has different ideas and things. So I think it was done really, really well. And I'm looking forward to it. And I kept forgetting when it was coming out. So it shocked me when it came out. Like it surprised me. And there were a lot of people that I talked to already this week where I said, oh, me and Zach are going to be talking about Robin and Batman, Jason Todd. And they're like, oh my God, that's out. So I hope that people realize that it is coming out and are picking up, because most people who talk to me are like, they want to read it and can't wait till it, but it seems like it kind of got lost in the shuffle a bit. So hopefully that isn't the case, but we're both 9s, pretty good. But
Yeah,
we're going to
pretty
go
good.
from here off to probably, I shouldn't make any sort of bold claims because I do, but I think that how I have it set it up here, we're going to go off to the retro review of the week, me and Stork talking the first appearance of Penguin. But actually, before we leave, let me remind everybody that me and Zach have a couple podcasts on our Patreon. We do a year one podcast. Right now, we're doing Daredevil Yellow. And we also have an indie comic show, exclusive indie comic show. So if you want to listen to us talk about those things, you can go over to the Patreon at patreon.com/Weird Science. But that's it. Zach's heading off on a vacation. So everybody wish him a safe and happy vacation.
Yeah, Matt told me about Biloxi Blues. I still don't know what it means. I know it's a movie.
It is a movie. It is
Okay.
a movie from the
Before
80s.
my time.
So you can do
Before
that.
my time.
Matthew Broderick was in that movie. So you're probably like, who is that? So
I know who Matthew Broderick is.
Okay, well, that's who was in it. Matthew Broderick was in it, and he's in,
He was in
I
that
guess,
Godzilla
just the
movie.
army. Oh, yeah, yes. He is the Godzilla. Yeah, he was. So, not enough Gadzuki in there. But here we go. We're going to go off to the retro review of the week. And that is the end of the show. Thanks, everybody, for listening. Thank you for joining me, Matt. And as we go forward, though, we're going to talk about what books we'll be talking about next week. There's a handful of books, some good, some not so good, but we're going to go through these. Remember, 2 of these will be picked for the exclusive deal on the Patreon. There'll be 2 of those will be done as a review, picked by the badasses, the Get Fresh crew. And another one that doesn't get involved in that is the first one we'll say is Absolute Flash, number 4. That will be on our Friday night live stream on our YouTube channel. The link is in the show notes. You can go and join us in the chat where me and Gray will be talking about Absolute Flash, which we do like, but I think Raven said this week, the idea can't really explain why or put his finger on it because not much has happened yet, but he kind of likes the feel of that book. So we'll be doing that. But here are the books that could be featured on the podcast. Again, 2 books on the Patreon Spotlight, starting with Nightwing, number 127. I don't get this book. A lot of, at the beginning, I ended up talking to people, hey, I don't know if I like the furries versus the, fly boys and all that. Then you get that weird story with that Captain Hollow that seemed very odd and out of nowhere. And now we're going and having Haunted Titan's Tower. And I'm, what? Like, what's going on in this book? And it is Dan Waters writing it and Dexter Soy back on art, but it's just odd. I'll read this solicit. Maybe we'll read some. But when the former Titan's Tower is taken over by something monstrous. Now, we did have Haunted Titan's Tower in Night Terrors. So you could just have it that. But the problem is they made friends with Haunted Titan's Tower at the end. So this must be different. But I wonder if Dan Waters is aware that this is a story we already did. But Nightwing is forced to partner with his enemies at Spheric Solutions because, nothing helps a haunted tower than a RoboCop stupid robot thing. To save those trapped inside. Who's trapped inside? Are we going to find out it's still a prison? Because that's what it was that they tore it down. Well, I got to see what's going on here. This seems like nonsense. But what is this terrible thing that has come to Bloodhaven? And why does it seem to be after Nightwing himself? I'm telling you, Bruce will show up to say it's not supernatural, and he'll walk away from it. But
What's your favorite character, though? Nightwing.
Yeah. Can't really enjoy him much lately. Haven't really enjoyed him much lately with this nonsense. But again, I get this problem, and this happens a lot, where I won't like a story. And then it's not that I like it anymore, but I get used to it. And then you just ditch it without it feeling like it's over. And now I'm mad that we're not getting furries and flyboys because that kind of just got left hanging. It ties into Spheric Solutions, but I don't know why we end up having to have Haunted Titan's Tower. And unless it's a old uncle of Dick Grayson and he has to stay in the Haunted Tower for a weekend so he can get the inheritance. I don't want anything of it. I mean, that would be great. But speaking of which, again, we're going to go to the next book, which is Detective Comics, number 1098. Again, a story that I wasn't loving seemed to end really poorly and then just picks up from it with this whole deal of this drug and this vampire guy who looks like Blade and this corporation. I don't know what's going on in this book, but it is a team up most foul, it says. Batman and the Penguin have found themselves unlikely allies on a mission that has taken them out of Gotham and into an entirely unexpected new location. But even with their powers combined, will they be able to unravel the sinister schemes of a literally bloodthirsty immortality cult? Again, this is an immortality cult that seems very nefarious, but yet at one point, Bruce ends up just taking the drug without even checking it, and it did nothing. I don't get it. And I love the combined powers of Penguin and Batman. Batman has his powers. Penguin has sex with penguins. That's the power that he brings.
Dare you?
And he looks through binoculars and breathes loud, right?
Man, breathes and smokes with the fancy, cigarette holder. And he has a monocle. Top. And speaking of which, I don't know if you know, but you will know when you're listening back to this, we did talk about the Penguin's first appearance, this issue, and this episode. I'd love to say that was to be planned for this. It wasn't. I just picked it because it's funny. But Tom Taylor and Lee Gabbert on that one. So we have those. I was really liking Tom Taylor's detective at first. I think that it kind of took a downswing. I believe it was Brad who was giving me shit that he thinks that I was not liking it, or I was giving it too much crap. So he was he has a feud with me with that one.
Oh,
Next one's Batman Superman World's Finest number 40. The whole deal of this We Are Tomorrow, it's not over, but it's over in World's Finest. Maybe
it just skips this.
Yeah. So maybe get the timing right and end the deal with the Justice League that ends it, and then have this, because you go and if you want to have an issue that you're like, yeah, this doesn't seem like it's going to matter much. It looks like you're having Batman and Superman on like Conan O'Brien. It's Bruce Wayne and Clark Kent in the clutches of late-night TV. A menace is loose in Metropolis, but Superman and Batman can't do anything about it until Clark Kent and Bruce Wayne find a way to escape. A talk show? Will it be up to their friends, Perry White, Lois Lane, Commissioner Gordon, and Alfred Pennyworth to step in and save the day, because we're in the past. Now, you do have this late-night show going. I would say it's like Jack Parr, because it's back in the day a bit.
Yeah.
Right? And on the show, you have Gordon and Perry White. That has to be the boringest episode that you would ever have during the deal. Play it up and have like Basil Carlo or something like that. Have some fun stuff going on. Talk to also. When was the last time you watched like, oh man, I want to see Jimmy Fallon because I want to see with the commissioner of the police department?
Well, look at the name of the show, Gotham Tonight. Who's watching that? Is that on local access TV?
It is. It's local access. It's bullcrap. When they bust into the studio, it all falls apart. It's all this crazy thing, though.
Gotham Tonight.
Gotham. There was at one point, our cable did carry a lot of public access out of Philadelphia and New York. The greatest thing ever. This is when I was like a teen. And so there were a couple talk shows. People would try to do their own talk shows, and they were so bad that they were good that it just made me giggle when you have that fun. Stephen Colbert at one point, after he was on, I guess it was The Late Show, whatever he did first, The Dailies, whatever it was, he ended up for a year because he couldn't compete on a national level or something like that. He did have a public access talk show that it was just nonsense. One of the clips you can see from it is when he interviewed Eminem and pretended he didn't know really who Eminem was, and it was a joke. Like, all of it was a spoof. But now when people go watch it, they get mad because somehow they don't know who Stephen Colbert is, which is very odd. But it's funny. Like, he's like, oh, Marshall, your name is. Oh, well, what are you going to do when this rap thing doesn't work out? That's like, what are you talking about, dude? It's really funny to check out. But yeah, I'd love where I hope Alfred's on the talk show as well. Who would watch this? The next one is Wonder Woman. So we know that Jared is going to lose his mind. He freaked out about that Trinity. He was yelling about it. He had on his shows as well. Earlier, we ended up talking about the new 52 Superman Wonder Woman. But in the meantime, he is losing his mind over that. But we'll be doing Wonder Woman. And I am glad. I've had a lot of people end up, and where I get, they're like, that Jared is passionate. I'm like, he is. And
it's a breath of fresh air having him on there.
Everybody's starting. And at first I think, not that they didn't like him. I hope he's not listening and thinking, oh my God, they It's not that they didn't know what to take from it because he's so different from a lot of the people on the show. Actually, if you want to go with it, very reminiscent of Batman Beyond Mark, who I love. So he's very passionate about what he's talking. And in fact, me and Batman Beyond Mark are going to be doing our cartoon show, which you are looking very forward to.
That is music to my ears.
We were supposed to do it last week, and it's just I'm always busy, and I can't to watch these things. It takes it all out of me. But we're supposed to do it. We got the timing, the PM and the AM wrong, so we are doing it. And I believe I still don't know quite sure, but I believe we're doing a Gravity Falls episode. So, and everybody who I talk to, like, oh, it's great. Gravity Falls, great. I'm like. It's not even if it's bad, great, or whatever. It's just the idea that I'm telling you, I should tape me trying to watch a 20-minute cartoon. And really probably 18 minutes. I'm telling you, my eyes are everything. It's not even anything to do with it. The Mouse Man cometh. Sexy. As the stage is set for our next tale, Diana tells their daughter the story of one of their greatest adventures together. The maniacal Mouse Man debuts, looking to prove himself against the Amazon princess, and severely underestimates how powerful she and her true allies are. Could his humiliating defeat have repercussions for Diana in the future? Now, this is where I don't like Tom King. It's not him doing this, I don't think, but it just had the deal. This is where the Mouse Man debuts. And you're going to have people get on Twitter and say, oh, my God, that's a great character you created. It's not a creation. This is an older character. Why would they say debuts? Because it is a classic character. It's a nonsense character, but created by Ross Andrew and Robert Kanigher way back in 1963. So this is not a new character. So why do you play that out? Almost like you're trying to trick collectors as well, right? It seems
I
really
hate that.
odd.
That's terrible.
Yeah, I hate it. I can't stand it. And then again, I'm not saying Tom King did it, but a lot of times I saw it with Kite Man. When the Kite Man cartoon was announced, which did anybody watch that? Did you watch it?
I did. I liked it a lot.
Okay,
yeah,
so when that was announced, they ended up where people were like, oh my God, it's so awesome that a character that you created has a cartoon. And he was being polite, saying, oh, thank you, but never saying, oh, I didn't create the character. Now, in the meantime, if he was called on it, I know that his slimy ass would say, well, it is my version with the hell yes, so that's what I thought they meant. That's not what they meant. Don't say debut. Here, Mouse Man is an adversary of Wonder Woman, who shrunk himself to the size of a mouse. That's basically all he has. So he was in, and you know what? Should I do that with Stork? That we do the first appearance of Mouse Man next week?
That might be cool, yeah.
And it's
why not?
We get 2 first appearances in the issue, Wonder Woman 141 from 1963. We also get the appearance of Fireworks Man, which really plays into the timing. So I'm in. That sounds great. Fireworks Man looks ridiculous. What was Ross Andrew thinking? He ended up coming up with these things. But yeah, I can't stand when it's like, it is to me a weird comic book stolen valor. That's what it feels like to me. I don't know. It
seems like to your point, Tom King does that a lot too, whether he's doing it on purpose or not.
I'd love to say that he isn't, but it's just he does it a lot, and it rubs me the wrong way.
Mm-hmm.
But he rubs me the wrong way, not the right way. Titans number 24. It's a terrible day for the Titans, who are attacked by a terrifying villain intent on terrorizing our heroes. Yes,
is that real?
Yeah, this is what it's saying. Yes, we're unearthing classic Titans villain for this landmark issue. Dudes, you revealed who it was in the last 2 issues. This is not a crazy deal that Tara's in the book. Also, she's on the cover saying, now everybody say Tara. One who's not afraid to fight dirty or maybe get involved with underage shenanigans with Deathstroke, because she certainly did that. Also likes to smoke. Of course, we can't tell, but then that's why he poked. You can't tell who the villain is, but just maybe, if you're a genius level comic reader, there is a small, almost infinitesimal chance that you're able to figure it out. It's Tara. So, yeah, Tara. Big deal. So we'll see. Yeah. Terrifying. But that book is kind of odd. We have a book that I'll try to get back to. Every week we try to do it, that it comes out. Things go and fall through, but it's New Gods. New Gods number 7. It feels like I'm like too far removed now. I could just bail. But New Gods number 7, Worlds Collide. New Genesis has fallen. The New Gods have found themselves without a home. Their fates have sent them to Earth, a planet with its own inhabitants, protectors, and immortals. Will these gods without a home be welcomed to Earth as refugees or rejected as invaders? And it seems like we're not going to get a lot of Mr. Miracle and the shit that I want anyway. So I don't care. But it is Ram V with art by Evan Cagle. So there you go. I fell off of it only because if I wasn't reviewing it, I didn't read it. But everybody keeps telling me like it's lore and that I don't know. I thought that the story was set up to be pretty cool, but he ditched it. Here's the next one. This will probably be on the spotlight. Zatanna, number 5. The trap is sprung. What trap? All the cards are drawn. Edward, God rest his soul. God bless him. He ended up where he reread the things. He's a huge Zatanna fan. And he wanted to see if any of this connects together. Any of the issues make sense. And he came to the conclusion, no. He said that. I asked him, did you read it backwards? Just for shits and giggles. But I think you probably could. But he said none of the things that were set up ever came to play. Then all of a sudden things were just going. And as I keep saying, Jamal Campbell is a good artist. As a writer, he's a good artist because that's all you get from that. But the guillotine descends as a tragic tale of loss and demise is told. Zatanna has one chance to discover the secrets of the cursed sword, regain control of the narrative, and save herself. If not, when the story concludes, so does her life. I don't know if anybody's even reading this anymore. Here is I'm on the League of Comic Book Geeks. Everybody commenting on it. Like you'll usually have in that like a million people. Man, I can't wait. This is great. All people are like, at least the cover's good. It's
okay. I mean,
yeah. The cover's not even. It's very busy, but it's okay. The Magician's Trap you have there, that book. Oh, but then we have the next one that I think that you enjoy.
I do.
We have Superman Unlimited. Superman Unlimited number 2. Enter the Crypto Knights. Superman faces a brave new world. Radical change sweeps the globe, and the ramifications of the Kryptonite asteroid reach a fever pitch. The epicenter of this new kryptonite power reverberates from the Emerald City, a nation-state positioned atop a massive stockpile of this incredible natural resource and ruled with an iron fist by the Kryptonite King and his dreaded Crypto Knights. We'll see how this is, kids. Superman hopes to continue his fight for truth, justice, with Kryptonite flooding the streets with danger. Plus, the Daily Planet's expansion continues, and Gorilla City's representative joins the team. Maybe that'll be linked.
There's going to be a Daily Planet in like every major city.
Yeah.
Is what they're doing.
And it's one in Gorilla City.
Yep.
Because, the news there's bananas. I just want to be a manga guy where any book that comes out, you start yelling about a book that was canceled and blame everything. So I thanks a lot, Superman Unlimited. You canceled Spider-Boy.
It did.
You bitch. Yeah, one of our favorites.
As much as I like Superman Unlimited, or I will like it, I guess, I'm still not going to like it as much because of that.
Yeah, no matter what level of you get to, you're going to be upset because we wanted more Spider-Boy. The next deal is a book that I kind of added on with Brad, maybe regrettingly. It's Catwoman number 77. Paul Coffey's number back in the day. The explosive final act of Catwoman's international adventure begins here. I think that this book gets canceled then and maybe comes back with a new number 1, or maybe just gets put away for a little. But with her list of suspects narrowed down, Selena circles in on the mystery person with their finger on the trigger. But when an ally is unexpectedly kidnapped, I'm sure it's that girl that's always hiding, Catwoman finds herself on her hind legs, or that dude, as her cat and mouse game with the Bellovs approaches its fiery conclusion. I don't even know what's going on in that book. I hate to admit it, but that book is a wreck. So we'll see. We'll see how that is. But I do believe that we're coming to an end of that. And again, we're going to get that timeline deal. That'll straighten some things out. And then once you get the Batman number 1, things are getting closer and closer to that as well. I think that you reset some things. We have
September. Right.
Yeah, we have one more book. Well, and also I thought it was regular news. I talked about it earlier so I can hit breaking news again. But the one guy that I get the info with said they are going to announce that there's a huge Darkseid event coming in October. So
man,
that's kind of seems
I don't of the universes, which I don't
that's
want.
What it seems. I talked about it earlier. I don't need that. Nobody wants that.
Go
it's
a couple more years, please.
Yeah, just let it cook, as the kids say.
Yeah, let it cook.
The last book is Crypto, The Last Dog of Krypton, number 1. That looks like a Jay Lee cover on there. Am I correct?
It does look like Jay
does
Lee
it?
cover.
It is.
Yeah.
It's a Jay Lee cover. I've grown to like his style a little more. I didn't like it at one point, but yet was on TV saying how much I liked it.
You were such a shill.
I was a shill. I didn't know what to do. We had just started. We didn't even have a podcast yet, I don't think. We just had or maybe we did.
Blogspot.
Just started. And it was blogspot.com nonsense, and I didn't know what to say. And we didn't want to mess that guy's. We had all these plans. Like, now it would have been great. It would have been like, oh, look at us. But at that point, it seemed like a real dick move. We didn't want to be dicks. But it's Ryan North and Mike Norton on art. Ryan North pretty much writing one of the worst events that I've read.
Ryan North is good at animals and squirrels.
Yeah,
right?
and there it is, crypto, and he's more of a young adult kind of fun. So I think it might work. Now, in the meantime, why couldn't this book cancel One World Under Doom? Like Spider-Boy goes down, why can't that? All-star writer, Ryan
It is
North.
weird to have your flagship event title at Marvel being, and then he's over at DC doing stuff too. That's weird.
Yeah, it is. And doing stuff that's kind of like a goof, but I guess he can do it. I guess he can write these in. I don't know. All-star writer Ryan North crash lands Crypto on Earth. There will come a day when Crypto stands beside Superman, helping him fight off monsters, aliens, and supervillains. A day when this dog will save his adopted world thanks to the incredible powers granted him by Earth's strange yellow sun. But he's not there yet. Today, Crypto is a normal puppy on Krypton, spending each happy, snoozy, endless day alongside his family, Jarrell, Laura, and baby Kal-El. But when a rocket test goes wrong, Crypto finds himself lost in space and soon crash landing all alone on a strange and alien world called Earth. So it does feel like a bit of a year one deal, but I don't know. I'm kind of guessing Simon's going to talk to me about this. I'll see. Or maybe me and you can. What the hell? We'll see. We'll see what's coming out and what times we have and whatever. But again, Ryan North and Mike Norton, but definitely a Jay Lee cover that almost looks like it almost wants to be the Copper Tone ad, but on Krypton.
Yeah,
So,
Norman Rockwell style.
yeah, it is. I think it looks pretty cool. I don't know why it looks like you'd have, like, I'm going to be Eric now. Well, I don't know why baby Kal-El would be flying on Krypton because he didn't have powers there. But he has got a foot on that stupid
What's that fish?
ship there that looks
It's a
like
ship?
it's like a weird play, right? It looks organic, very organic, and also could hurt a baby with that sticker in the front. Looks like a fish. But what's that bird, though? That bird looks really bad.
Jay Lee likes drawing weird animals.
And isn't that that's like the buzzard of Krypton, and it knows that baby's dying
It's
any
circling,
minute now.
yeah, yeah.
It's circling. It's like, and Crypto doesn't feel like he's flying. That's bullcrap. I'm calling shenanigans. But that's
Why would
it.
Crypto wouldn't be flying either on Krypton?
I don't even know how that bird looks like a dodo a bit. That didn't fly. So there you go, flying around like jerk-offs. This is what happens, though. They ended up messing with the natural order of life, and this is what made Krypton explode, that they're flying around like jerks. They think they're gods among people. But that's it. That's it for the outro.
Did you
here.
mention Batman and Robin, year one?
Oh, that did come out. Oh, that is, yeah.
Don't forget you and Zach,
Oh, my
specialty.
goodness. Yeah, and I hope that he's back. He is on vacation, and Mark Waid and Chris Samney on that. Clayface makes a house called the Wayne Manor. The general's search for Batman and Robin's true identity and also affordable insurance comes to Wayne Manor's doorsteps. Can the dynamic duo find a way to repel the general's forces and still keep their secret identity? So that's cool. And I do like that book. So
Yeah, it's good.
Me and Zach end up doing
It's kind
that.
of like a sleeper hit, you know?
Yeah, it is. That and the longest Halloween or last Halloween, I think both are kind of sleeper hits in that. So, but yeah, we do have that too. But two of those books will be picked by the badasses of the Get Fresh crew to have an episode that is only on our Patreon. If you want to listen to that, patreon.com/weird science. But that is it. Thanks for joining me as always, Matt. And check out, if you like Marvel stuff, me and Matt bitch and moan about that over on our Marvel podcast. We try to find some things that we like, but everything we like gets canceled.
Pretty
Spider-Boy.
much.
Well, I'm saying we only like Spider-Boy.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
But we end up doing that. Gray joins me as well as Jason at points too. This week, we end up doing the Ultimate X-Men. So we had a bunch of things, but we're going through Ryan North's event, not loving it. But this issue this week was a little better, kind of.
Yep.
It didn't annoy us, but that's it. So thanks, everybody. We're going to get out of here. Thanks, Matt, for helping me out, and we'll all talk to you later.
Every other show sucks. Shut your mouth. Every other step,